Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Video Game Voters Network Next Rambus Release Tournament, the 3rd edition. My name is Dan Frodan Joe, and today is day 1 of the weekend tournament where we will cover Group A and as much as Group B before we sign off for the final day of BlizzCon America qualifiers. VGVN3 is packed with storylines. Fans have come to see reigning champion Kento and runner-up Hyped to fend off incoming 4 new invites: Firebat, Nyria, Sixo, and Brian Kibler, as well as 2 open qualifier players, Fake and Savitz. Here to cover the action with me is MTG Hall of Famer Paulo Vito Damo de Rosa, also known as PVDDR. PV, how's it going tonight?
Hey, good. How are you?
I'm doing not too bad myself, covering lots of Hearthstone, but I'm excited to have you on the desk for the first time and on the air for Hearthstone. It's going to be cool.
Yeah, it should be fun.
Absolutely. So guys, the way that it's going to break down is we're going to have round robin groups for people who are coming into this tournament unaware of how VGVN's gone in the past. We have round robin groups for Group A and B. The top 2 seeded players will advance to a single elimination format where we'll expand the best of 5 to a best of 7 and then kind of go from there. PV, can you break down more of the intricacies of the rules and how the gameplay and format will go for the series between these players?
Yeah, so this is going to be a best of 5. Every person in Group A is going to play against every other person in Group A. Then the same for Group P. 2 people are going to advance from each group. It's a best of 5. They each have 4 decks. They ban 1 deck. Winner stays, and loser has to change their deck. So a pretty standard format, I would say. Like very similar to many other tournaments we've played before. And I think it should be pretty interesting to see how bans are going to affect the whole Hunter thing. Because I expect we're going to see a lot less Hunter bans this tournament than we usually do.
Right. Perhaps these guys have figured out ways to counter it. In fact, I know that players like Firebat in his practice group have felt like Hunter might be a little overrated at the moment, despite the fact that it has dominance. It's very robust with all of its options and its versatile toolbox. They feel like there's ways to kind of build around it and not have to ban it. I'm not sure if it's going to be the case here because this tournament is pre-recorded, but it's very recent. And the One Nation of Gamers production crew, as well as Liquid Hearth, has been very good to flip it around once again and make sure this is a high-value production. And today, by the way, guys, we're not just going to cover one group. We're going to try to cover Group A and B as much as we can. Because once again, we're going to try to go all the way up until the fact that we're going to have to sign off for the BlizzCon America qualifiers. So stay with us. It's going to be a long day, but it's going to be fun. And I want to kind of cover the fact that these players here are they're some of the best, at least online. You have the number 1 and 2 seeds for Europe and North America for the BlizzCon qualifiers, where Firebat and Hyped represent North America, and Nyria and Kento are 1 and 2 respectively, too, in Europe. And then we even have great seeds like Fake, Sixo, who did really well in Europe. And then well-known players like Savitz from Hearthstone and Brian Kibler, of course, one of the big elephants in the room, written by Liquid Hearth as a great player because of his background in card games and design and play in Magic the Gathering. And people are expecting him to do well. Do you kind of root for Brian here just because he's kind of the hometown crowd for you, Paul?
I do a little bit, yeah. I mean, we were teammates in Magic, so we both play in the same team. And yeah, I'm hoping he does well as representing Magic players. But at the same time, this is a pretty tough field, and everyone's very good. So it's going to be pretty hard, but I hope he does well.
Yeah, definitely. Now, do you have the schedule of matches that we're going to be expecting? Like, who's going to be the first match we have here?
Oh, we're going to do Firebat versus Kento first.
All right, that's going to be really cool. Matching up of number 2 versus number 1 in Europe. And that's going to come from Group A. In fact, I believe we have the staging for the pre-match ceremonies already prepared to see what these guys have banned. So let's jump into it. And while we do, let's quickly discuss a little bit about what this tournament's about. You see, you can enter for your chance to win the Zeus Mini Cyberpower PC in the bottom of the screen. And if you're the first batch of people kind of viewing and wondering what it is, they're giving away a computer at the end of the tournament, so make sure to get your opportunity to sign up with that link, and we'll talk more about it throughout the tournament. All right, PV, let's see what's going on here. It seems like the early bans have been Hunter denied by Firebat over Kento, and Kento has opted to leave Hunter and ban Warlock. What do you think about this?
Ooh, I knew that. Yeah, actually, when I was looking at the deck list, I thought Kalento's definitely going to ban Warlock here. It makes perfect sense, because Kalento's lineup is Hunter, Druid, Warrior, and Rogue. So assuming Kalento is going to get his Hunter banned, which is what happened, he has no deck that can beat Henlock. Like if you look at his warrior list, it's right there. He doesn't even play a big game hunter. He doesn't play Black Knight. So that would probably be his best matchup against Warlock, and it's still not good. So I think Kento has to have come to this tournament with the idea that it's just going to ban Handlock every single time. I suspect that every time we see Kento paired against a Warlock deck, it's just going to get banned, and Hunter is going to get through.
Yeah, it's a great point there, and the decks that Kento brings, we see Druid class, we see Miracle Rogue, we see Warrior. Those three classes, at least if I'm assuming it's the aggressive token Druid deck that we've been seeing out of Cloud9, they stand pretty good odds against the current rendition of Hunter that's popular. So maybe Kalento's okay with playing versus Hunter. He feels like he has a good chance against the rest of the field, and we'll see if it's going to pay off. We're going to lead off with excuse me, it's not the aggressive Druid whatsoever. It's the ramp Druid that's going to be from Firebat and a control warrior for Kento. Now, how does this matchup stack up in favor of either classes here, PV?
I would have to think that the Druid deck is a little bit favored here. It's tough to say because they both have a lot of late game minions, so it could go either way. But it's going to depend a lot on how many executes Kento can use effectively to kill stuff like Ancient or War, and how much he can get his armor up so that he can slam those big threats. So I would give the edge to Firebat here, because I think he has a lot of minions that are hard to remove, and Kento doesn't have a lot of ways to remove them. But if Kento manages, early executes and to get... Firebat doesn't have a good way to remove minions either. So if Kento can make good use of its executes, I think he could win, but I would give the edge to Firebat.
All right, well, let's see if this new tech like Zombie Chow in the ramp will allow him to kind of get the edge in matchups. Don't know if it'll be high impact whatsoever against Warrior, but these are two of the slowest decks possible out there, at least in the current popular metagame. Let's go into game one and find out who's going to get the early edge in this best of 5. Now, we do apologize as we heard that Firebat's POV actually got a little corrupted in the finals. But we still have his hand at the very least. Oh, no, just kidding. I guess we're just going to hop on Kalento's POV and hopefully get some information from time to time about what Firebat's doing. All right, so right off the bat, we see that Kento does have Execute, so he can answer like a big innervated creature, and he's not exactly sure what kind of Druid it is, but with the Wild Growth Star, that's probably the best thing the Druid can ask for right off the bat. PV, you still with me, buddy?
Yeah, I am. Okay.
All right, so it looks like Senjin to follow up on the really quick innervate start, and this is important just to get a mana acceleration, ramp up as fast as you can, and to be 2 mana ahead of your opponent when you're going first, and to be able to play the threats is really important in this control game. You want to be able to play your threats, pressure Warrior as best as you can. And so Firebat, he's playing his turns pretty quickly because it seems like the most important thing for Druid is not to miss these drops.
Yeah, so yeah, here we see, both players have a lot of late game minions, but Firebat is ahead, so he's going to play them first. So to be on Kento to answer them. Which, again, is not extremely easy with this Warrior deck.
Okay, but he's starting to piece together a pretty decent hand, right? He's got like Shield Block, Shield Slam for a combination to answer a lot of the mid-game threats. He's got ways to draw and maybe pop his Execute with things like his Acolyte. So he's got some tools here. Not to mention he's starting to pick up some mid-range creatures to answer whatever the threats that Druid can present. And it's important so that way you can control the board as the Warrior player. In the end, I think Kalento's deck scales into late game slightly better because of the options that he has. Not to mention cards like Ysera give Druid quite the headache.
Yeah, Ysera is pretty hard for this deck to deal with. Also here, interesting, we see that Kento did not just coin low tab on turn 4, which was a possible play, but I think the reason he didn't do that is because he didn't have turn 5 play anyway. So that will be getting the low tab in play, but it wouldn't accomplish anything. It wouldn't accelerate him by a turn. So he's probably just waiting so he can play Sylvanas on turn 6 and then Ragnar's on turn 7 if he comes to that.
Okay, well now Lotheb is out as the most intimidating minion and shuts down any possibility of really using spells effectively. But now Firebat comes up on a pretty crucial turn. Like, Kento will start seeing what kind of cards that Firebat has. Does he have something like Ancient of Lore to start pushing out a 5/5 body and draw cards? Or maybe even something bigger. Maybe perhaps some of the biggest minions that Firebat has in his arsenal.
Yeah, turn 7 is pretty key for the Druid deck because it has Ancient of War and Ancient of Lore, both of which are very, very good in this matchup, and both of which do not get affected by low-peb at all. Actually, this deck is pretty resistant to low-peb. I think it only runs one Force of Nature, and basically, this low-peb effect is almost irrelevant at this point.
Oh my!
Ooh, so that's bad news for Firebat. Oh, especially because Kento
wow.
uses Ledge Voucher. But it's bad news because of what it means. It means Firebat doesn't have any of the other 7 drops, which were huge in this matchup. So the fact that he played the Black Knight, not only did he waste the Black Knight without using its effect, but it also means he doesn't have anything else. So he's in a pretty bad position.
Yeah, definitely. Could be even more situational cards beyond Black Knight. He could be holding something like the Big Game Hunter, which he's been which will be very important for big cards like Ragnaros or Alexstrasza. But in the meantime, Firebat's just it looks like he played the Sunwalker quickly off the top of his deck, which means it kind of confirms that he might be holding situational cards, maybe like Innervate that really can't be used at the moment, something like the Big Game Hunter or more.
Wall Growth, maybe, just waiting to get to those 10 mana to 10 mana crystals to be able to cycle that. Yeah, Kolento's hand is looking pretty stacked. Considering his opponent is not doing anything, I have to imagine Kento is going to have the edge this game.
Yeah, gosh, but that Divine Shield is being so annoying at the moment.
Yeah, it really is.
A little hard to crash the gates.
Because Kento doesn't have a way to deal a small amount of damage to that, so he can hit it for 5 to pop the Divine Shield. That's really not what you want to do. If you have like Cruel Taskmaster, that's how you want to get rid of Divine Shield.
Okay, so Firebat, the highest mana cost card that I recall looking at the deck list was a card like Cenarius. So maybe that could be a card that he's been holding for a while, but looks like he's gonna use spells, some of the more reactive cards that we thought he had. And Zombie Chow pops out. I think it's not going to be extremely effective, so the earlier the better, as opposed to potentially shutting down your ability to finish the game at the late stages with Savage Roar and Force of Nature.
Yeah, definitely. Zombie Chow is definitely a card that is not there for this matchup. Let's put it that way. Well, it might be good now. It might soak up a Ragnar's hit, which is probably the best it could ever be.
Right, and Kento still can follow us up with removal.
Yeah, he's going to. It's smart. He doesn't need that coin anymore, and it's not gonna get much better than that in the Shields line.
Ooh, that's a value Zombie Chow. Although, I guess Kento does heal for 5, so it doesn't lose too much on the 6 damage, I suppose. And in the end, you're just kind of expecting removal, and most of the time you're trying to give the Ramp Druid a difficult time to deal with these big minions. And Firebat doesn't have access to the Big Game Hunter. It seems like he has to drop the Cenarius to try to set up as many targets as possible. And this gives an opportunity for Kento to fall out with 2 Ragnaroses and put an insane amount of pressure on his opponent.
Yeah, definitely. 2 Ragnaroses is pretty cool.
Oh man, and it lands on the main Cenarius body. This is a bad position for Firebat, and I don't think anyone still is catching on to running cards like Poison Seed. So how do you go for this mass removal on 2 8/8 Ragnaros?
Yeah, you can. You need to have, you could have the combo. Yeah, which he does. I think he only runs 1 of each. But that will clear the board. And, it's either that or 2 swipes. And luckily he had that, but, Kento still has another weapon and still has Sylvanas. So, still looking good for Kento here, I think.
Yeah, the fact that he had the 2 pieces of the combo right there was probably Firebat's only way to eject out of that situation without being completely hopeless. If the Ragnaros got another shot or 2 in, it probably would have been too hard to bounce back, because now you're always floating in the range of Gromosh being a finisher. So now Firebat's going to be drawing, hopefully, the answer to every single minion that comes out. Maybe something like Keeper of the Grove, number 2 for Sylvanas. Until then, he's staring at 6 power on the board and a very powerful clock that could end the game soon.
Yeah, and a lot of people don't like playing Sylvanas into an empty board sometimes because if your opponent kills it, you get no value. But against his Hunter deck, against his Druid deck, that's pretty safe. Because there's basically no way for them to kill it through a taunt. Like, they would have to play, Swipe and Wrath. And, that's probably good for you still.
Oh my. Kento is sitting at the 14 health mark where Grommash could be a finisher. Firebat's in a really tough spot. And he's also used some of his biggest minions already. But I'm pretty sure that there's no way he can wiggle himself out of here. There's an Execute and Sylvanas. That's 2 forms of removal, effectively.
Yeah, if he plays Ancient of War, it's just going to get stolen by Sylvanas. Here also we see that Kento, he could have Shield Slam his own Sylvanas, he chose not to. So he just wants to be more aggressive.
Yeah, I think protecting Sylvanas when your opponent clearly shown that there's no way to deal with it is just another threat that in multiple ways, because you can affect the board state and it's also a 5/5 body that's getting you closer to win. Kento feels really comfortable because there's lots of flexibility in how he can do this turn with trading with Sylvanas to try to draw a minion or even use Execute. Firebat recognizes that it's a very long shot to win, so he's going to draw cards with Ancient of Lore, but it won't matter because Kento has the big finisher and he's going to start off this series with a win.
Yeah, here again, we have to see that Firebat, he could have gained 5 life, but he wouldn't have helped at all. So he just recognized, I have to draw something to try to win this game, and if he has Grommash, I'm going to lose, and there's nothing I can do about it. So just might as well try to draw something.
So sitting back and reflecting, you kind of point out a very critical miss for Firebat. It wasn't a misplay, but it was just the fact that he whiffed and didn't have really much to do, and he dropped Black Knight on a couple. A couple turns he had nothing to do. He dropped Black Knight when there was nothing else. He missed turn 7 as well, not having one of the Ancients to potentially
that was
affect
when he
the
played
board.
Black Knight, I think. Yeah, he played Black Knight on turn 7. So
Okay,
that meant
right.
no Sledge Belcher, no Druid of the Claw, no Sunwalker, no Ancient of Lore, and no Ancient of War. All his good late game cards just weren't there.
Yeah, it's too bad, honestly. But now that Druid's out, it seems like he's going to be resorting to his Rogue or his Hunter. Now, we're pretty much going to guess that this is a mid-range Hunter and a Miracle Rogue of some kind. And I think Firebat's going to be selecting Rogue here for game 2. So let's quickly jump to the board and see what he has prepared specifically. Maybe if he's including some secret tech. I know some players are kind of keen on playing Sludge Belchers and Miracle Rogue nowadays. It feels like Sludge Belcher's very versatile and you just slide it in. Not sure if it impacts this matchup particularly, but I know Firebat's always one of those players who likes including 1 or 2 cards to really throw their opponents off guard. Yeah,
we've seen Firebat play a version of Rogue that has Zombie Chow and Ringleader, like the one that puts another 2/1 guy in play. He wrote about it on Reddit, and he actually climbed a lot on ladder with that. But I think he's not playing that version because he was planning on banning Hunter anyway, and he said that version is only better against Hunter and Zoot. So I would expect him to be playing a normal version.
Yeah, that's a astute observation. As much as Firebat shows some of these decks to the general public, that's not the one that you can always bank on as something that you can predict he will bring to a tournament. Not to mention that these players are becoming increasingly secretive now that BlizzCon is drawing near because they're saving some of their best for coming up. That said, this metagame that's been recorded was also in a time where people were still trying to figure out the best counters to Hunter. Wasn't exactly as fleshed out as it is a week later. And you might expect a week to not be that much of a difference, but in Hearthstone life cycles of how things rotate, a week is like a big difference in whether or not you figure out a matchup or you're still struggling.
Yeah, definitely. And all those people were people who climbed ladder a lot. To do that, they had to have beaten Hunter a bunch of times because Hunter, half their matches were against Hunter. So I have to feel like everyone who came to this tournament feels like they have something to beat Hunter.
Yeah, these two decks actually are some of the best, Warrior and the Miracle Rogue.
Yeah, Firebat still banned Hunter though. So even though you feel like you could be ready, sometimes just don't want to deal with it. Because Hunter is a deck that sometimes just kills you.
can always get behind banning Hunter, at least in the current state of the metagame. We don't know after September 22nd if that's anything worthy anymore of the banning. In the meantime, Firebat's going to use some of his removal to take the board presence away. It's not about the threat of it, it's just more of what it can do, especially with cards like Cruel Taskmaster that can start putting on pressure. And I guess he's just going to give the draws anyways to Warrior. It's not really the Rogue's concern at this point.
Yeah, definitely. It's much more about, you know, I think the Warrior can drop. You know, you see he backstabs his Acolyte of Pain here. So it's not really much about what the Warrior is drawing. I think it's more about what the Miracle Rogue deck is drawing. Because if Miracle Rogue does its thing, it's gonna win the game, regardless of what Warrior does. But if he doesn't manage to do it quickly enough, then Warrior will just spiral out of control, regardless of how many cards he drew.
That's right. Now, Kento astutely plays his Death Spite, and now he slams Karen. And this is because he knew on this turn he wanted to push out Karen, so that way it's more resistant to something like Sap, so he can just play it again. And that's why he equipped Death Spite, because if he needed to answer a 4-health minion that commonly comes on turn 5, he had an option to use Death Spite and play the minion, rather than playing more passive with like Armorsmith and trying to go for a slower setup.
Yeah, that's definitely very smart from Kelento's side, just predicting how the game is going to go. You know, I think a lot of players would not have played a Death Spite, just make it on turn 4. But it's going to be really good for him. Now he either forces a conceal or he has a way to deal with the Actioneer.
Alright, Firebat gets Phantom Knives off the preparation, so he's going to be drawing a lot of cards. But does he have that conceal, like you mentioned, to potentially secure him more cards in the future, barring any kind of unforeseen removal like Brawl? And he doesn't. He's going to end the turn with 1 additional mana, and this opens up some possibilities for Kento.
Yeah, definitely. He also drew an Acolyte of Things, so if he wants, he can draw some extra cards with the Death Spite trigger.
Maybe rack some armor as well, and you still have mana to even execute.
Yeah, so do you think Kento executes here or just attacks the Actioneer?
Ooh, well, when you have this kind of the ability to gain health with the Armorsmith, I think you can attack and start cashing in value. Because you're still kind of afraid in the back of your mind of something like Sap, too. So I guess the Karen immediately is able to put some board presence here.
No, I thought he was going to attack with the Death Spite. Apparently he wants to preserve his life total a lot.
Ooh, second Azure Drake. Now that's not a card that you always see in Miracle Rogue. Just because there's a lot of good drops that you can now put into your deck, whether it's a Lotheb, you know, Assassin's Blade has always been in and out. And there's not always room for this second Azure Drake, especially if you're putting in Sludge Belchers as kind of the new tech and the popular flavor of the month.
Yeah, but Azure Drake is very good against Priest, which is also kind of, you know, the new flavor of the month. True. You see a lot of Priest stacks on ladder, and, you know, being a 4/4 minion is pretty hard for them to deal with a very relevant ability. So this might mean that playing 2 of them might mean that Firebat expected people to play Priest.
Well, if you heard Brian Kibler's in the tournament, I wouldn't think that's a bad call whatsoever.
Yeah, Kibler's definitely playing Priest.
All right, and Kento is going to be drawing a lot. This is a nice planned out turn so he can have a lot of good responses. He's got answers to everything: double execute, shield slams, weapons. He's got Alex Straza to start putting on pressure if things move too slow and he gets his board removed. And he has Armorsmith gaining an insane health.
Yeah, and he's at 10 armor. Yeah, so Kento here is at a point where Firebat cannot just burst him out. You know, he's not going to die to Leroy Shadowstep because he's at such a high life total. So Firebat would need constant threats of damage. He needs creatures that can attack over and over instead of things that do it only once. But Kento has all the removal spells. So if he can't burst him out and he can't stick creatures to the board, how is he going to win? I don't think he is.
Kento draws Ragnaros, by the way. Puts a little frown, like, not bad. The Obama face.
This guy's toast.
Gosh, Firebat's just had to play so... like, a step behind his efficiency. You know, he's had to backstab the Acolyte to remove the Armorsmith #1, and now he's had to use, like, SI7 to give, like, an extra armor. Like, all these little small things are tallying up to be a very big lead for Kento. But, you know, it's not over, but at the same time, I kind of look at Kalento's hand and it's like, well, else is he missing besides Gromosh?
Yeah, there's basically nothing. And you see the Firebat, he just doesn't care about giving Kalento armor anymore because he knows he's not going to burst him out. So he has to win with the board. So, okay, you know, I'll give you like 4 armor to get rid of your 1/4. And that's fine with me. You know, there's not my win condition here is not bursting you out, it's just sticking a threat. But he's not going to stick one because we know Kalento's hand.
Oh, Kalento's hand is magnificent if you're a Warrior fan. Now, he has a couple plays available to him. He can plop a big minion down like Ragnaros and try to just, you know, force your opponent to have sap or basically have so much pressure that you're going to be able to just snowball the game out of control. You also can try to play some of these removal spells to effectively take away another way for the Miracle Rogue to win. Just like you said, if you're out of the burst range, you can continue to play consistent to deny your opponent the ability to finish, and then you know, no pressure to rush the game on Kalento's end, right? The Control Warrior outscales the Miracle Rogue.
Yeah, I definitely agree with Kalento's play here. As long as you get rid of the consistent damage threats, you're not going to lose. So that's what he does. You know, he spends his entire turn clearing his opponent's minions. It doesn't advance his board as much, but he doesn't have to. You know, he's going to win this game eventually, like academically. You know,
academically, I like that word. Is that used often in Magic the Gathering broadcast?
I don't know. I like it. That's one of my favorite words. But
it's good because it just means so much. And Kalento is one of those players that plays by the book. You know, he's the guy who's textbook created something like Miracle Rogue for the mainstream, that is. And on his stream, he's always explaining how to play extremely safe and denying your opponent's win conditions. It's not necessarily about enforcing your own win conditions, but trying to also make your opponent very uncomfortable. And he's done exactly that. He's got a lot of ways to kind of turn on the aggression right now. Alex Straza puts his opponent down to 13 health or even less, but now it's going to be do or die for Firebat. He needs a game changer right now.
Yeah, for sure. I don't think there is a game changer that he can have. Like, even if he plays Auctioneer and draws, you know, basically his entire deck, he could not possibly kill Kalento here. And there's one sap that's gone. Okay. You know, and once both saps are gone, this deck basically cannot beat as a Ledge Belcher.
Right, and not to mention Kalento might just draw into lethal right here. He has 14 damage with just the weapon and Gromosh, and there's no indication that there's going to be a taunter put up on the board. And Firebat's working he's working way too close to the line of danger of just dying.
Kalento can just play Ragnaros here, and if it hits the face, he wins. And if it hits the 4/4, you know, that's also good. I think the only way for Firebat to maybe win this game would have been to play... that wouldn't even help, like a gigantic Van Cleef and conceal it, but Kalento also has Sylvanas and Shield Slam, so even if it came to that, he would be able to steal the Van Cleef. Well, at least he's out of Ragnaros range, since he played the Blade Flurry.
You want to steal his Auctioneer with Sylvanas?
You can do that. I think the two options are stealing the Auctioneer or playing 2 Ledge Belchers. I think I like stealing Auctioneer. You can still play the Unstable Rule after that.
Well,
he's going to play Ragnaros.
Is leaning towards putting an insane amount of pressure, basically putting his opponent at 1 health. It's going to miss their Gadget Stand, but it's okay because Kalento still has direct damage and ways to kind of seal the game. And the fact is, your opponent just showed sap, so he has 1 less likely card to use removal on, and puts Firebat still in an uncomfortable spot.
Yeah, is it possible that Kalento loses this game now? Like this turn? He's at 28, and his opponent has to get rid of a taunt guy. So probably not. There's probably some convoluted scenario that involves, you know, 2 Cold Bloods, or things that people generally don't play.
Right. That's really difficult to, like, double shadow step 2 Cold Bloods is already kind of a very fringe scenario for deck building, but even then, that's still not enough.
Yeah. He also has to get rid of the taunt guy. Okay, so now both saps are out. So if Kalento just plays a bunch of Ledge Belchers, he's going to win. But with his opponent at 1, of course, you could just play 3 or Accent Attack.
Yeah, pretty much.
But assuming he plays, you know, another healer, he gains another 30 life, then Kalentos is not going to lose.
By the way, if you ever finish a game using just a weapon attack to the face, that's some of the best time to emote, because then it's like the emote carries with your hero portrait as it attacks your opponent. And you get like the close encounter.
Ooh, I hope I get to see that.
That's right. So you equip, you emote well played, and then you attack right afterwards.
No, he didn't do it.
Aww. That was the worst form of BM finish that I've ever seen. It's just like he could have played anything here. Yeah. But he even leaves up the auctioneer. It doesn't matter. Kalento's up 2-0, and he's never been more of the flashy player. He's been more of the consistent play academically, to borrow your word, and go up a 2-0 lead very comfortably.
Yeah, and that leaves Firebat with Hunter. And you have to imagine this is that Kento was prepared to beat, because he didn't ban it. So Firebat's chance is not looking good, getting 3 wins off of that one deck. You see, again, sorry.
No, there's a deck to do it. I mean, Hunter is one of them, but he's coming up against 3 decks where I'm leaning towards Kento every single time. I think the Warrior has a good shot. I think Rogue, of course, Miracle Rogue can always burst the Hunter out of the game if things don't go well. And then the Druid deck, I know from Cloud9, they think it's great against Hunter. So I think Kento is going to be in a really prime position here to get his first series win under his belt.
Yeah, for sure. Which I did not expect when I looked at the decks. Honestly, I thought I was going to go Firebat's way. Really, I was very wrong. And we see Kalento's deck is, again, he doesn't have Black Knight, he doesn't have Big Game Hunter. What he does have is, you know, Singeing Shieldmaster. So even his Warrior deck is a little bit geared towards beating Hunter. At least, like, more than he could have been.
That's right. You know, you're correct. It has a lot of tech where it could be very useful to him. But at the same time, these Warrior decks can draw poorly sometimes. It's been good so far for Kento, but
yeah, sometimes you just lose to a Savannah Jaime. You know, that card is so good against Warrior.
Oh man, don't even get me started about Savannah Jaime. Let's jump into the board and find out if Firebat can use cards like Savannah Jaime to end this game and try to climb back in the series. It is one of his primary win conditions. Not to mention that he's also got interesting cards like Snake Trap. A very cool inclusion. Oh, we finally get Firebat POV, by the way.
Ooh, okay. Kento mulligans his whole hand. He's just not interested in, you know, Gramaches and Acolytes of Pain. I think he just wants to go for the early game, which is what he gets with this hand.
Well, that's excellent. I think you're only wanting to have Armorsmith to pair with these things. Maybe an Acolyte as well, and you're kind of set to go.
Yeah, for sure. We see the Firebat understandably did not play his Timberwolf. You know, doesn't actually accomplish anything here.
It establishes dominance. That's about it. Play the Timberwolf and say you'll hunt him down. Ooh, Armorsmith pickup. This is very good once again for Kento.
Yeah, Kalento's hand is definitely looking good. He has place, you know, that turns 2, 3, 4, 5. Probably 6 too. I mean, by the time he gets to that, he'll have some. Ooh, 2 Timberwolves. That's highly unusual. I feel those days. Like, at least most versions I see play 1 or 0.
Yeah, and this makes me believe that Firebat's just playing consistent with his game plan against the field. What you do is you can ban Hunter every single time, and then you don't have to play cards like Flare because you're not really using it to kill off any traps, because most likely Hunter's the only class that'll bring traps. And then you can use that 1 mana slot for cards that probably bring a little bit more utility overall, something like Timberwolves or Scavenging Hyena, etc.
Yeah, I like Hyena a lot in this format. It's very good against Warrior, just because a big minion.
Oh yeah. Not to mention if it ever gets too big, and then they have to use like Shield Slam on it, and you're just fist pumping because you have Hymen to follow it right afterwards.
Yeah, here we see Kento probably recognized that he was facing the threat of a Houndmaster, especially because Firebat didn't do anything. So what card does he have in hand? Just probably a Houndmaster somewhere. So he just goes ahead and uses that weapon to get rid of the only beast Firebat has. So now he can't play the Houndmaster.
Wow, what a rough start. And he just met this wall of Unstable Ghoul, another Naxxramas card that has a lot of interesting synergy with classes like Warrior. And this 1/3's been untouched the entire game so far.
Yeah, and this keeps attacking for one. It doesn't even care about removing the 1/1s because they have to attack into it. They just die to his death rattle. at least Firebat drew the boar, which is going to allow him to make a turn 5 play, which is boar into Houndmaster. But without that, he would have nothing. He wouldn't even be able to play any of the cards in his hand. You know, that's the problem with the Hunter deck. He had 5 cards in hand previously, and he couldn't cast any of them. Even though he had 4 mana, he could cast all of them. He just didn't want to.
Oh, well. Again, has to kind of fight a little bit back for the board, do whatever he can to kind of pull back, but this is one of his ways he can start by doing it. And he also has Buzzard, so he's got ways to kind of chain draw and potentially cycle into some of the more important cards in this deck. But in the meantime, Kento still has picked up some of his best cards to fight back against Hunter. He's got Armor Smiths, he's got ways to continue draws, he's got Sludge Belcher to kind of put any halt to aggression. Looking very good for Kento still.
Yeah. I mean, if you establish, you know, early game with the warrior deck, then the only card you lose to is Savannah Highmane, which is currently not in Firebat's hand. It does have 2 kill commands though. But yeah, what does he do now? Does he just play, you know, a beast and Houndmaster? Probably has to, but he's definitely not happy about it.
Yeah.
Now both his Houndmasters are gone.
And they didn't even pick up any development on the board, really. I like how Kento is just playing this matchup a little more aggressively. Like, Armor Smith is, in the eyes of a lot of Warrior players, one of the higher priority cards to get out, so that way you can start stacking armor early on. But just look at what Kalento's able to do. He's still at a high enough health count. He's continued to dissect the board. And he's the one putting pressure on his opponent, but that is an important draw for Firebat. Savannah Highmane is the card that you want to start picking up value, even if it dies here. At least it's able to fight back some of the board presence.
Yeah, it is going to die, probably. But yeah, even ends pretty good for him. This is the best card in his deck here. He would like to draw it every turn.
I wouldn't complain. Oh man, Kento once again trading a little bit of his health, but it's okay. He's got Armor Smith, and he can draw cards.
Yeah, now he's going to get two small hyenas, but how much does that actually do? You know, they have to both attack into it. Well, he has skill commands, but assuming Kento attacks one with this Ledge Belcher.
Well, it can start turning around as well if Firebat picks up Unleash the Hounds. That's another way to kind of start addressing the board and start to fill up your hand a little bit more effectively.
Yeah, I mean, Kento is not a... You know, he just played Chill's Lamp, so that's better for him, but... Yeah, he's, you know, at 23 life, but Firebat has 10 damage in his hand. And Timberwolf, so...
Okay.
Yeah, here Firebat's gotta be thinking, you know, I just played the Buzzard and hope I draw into something with my small, cheap... Oh, so he does have traps in his deck. Okay, we hadn't seen a Boa trap or a Mad Scientist before.
Oh, that's annoying. Oh man, I really feel for Firebat. Because that is one card off of the one he needed at that moment to kind of start opening up a lot of possibilities. But now this Armor Smith's, again, gaining a lot of health back for Kento, and his health as a resource is starting to balance back up, put him outside of things like kill command range. And now Kento has the board once again to start picking apart, doing some cool stuff, and still even gain some health because he's got a lot of these one-attack minions to start trading in.
Yeah, definitely. And he just plays Grummash here to get rid of the 4/4 bear, which is, you know, pretty good. He's going to clear the board except for the Mad Scientist. Gotta be feeling great about that. But here he chooses to trade the 1/2 taunt over attacking with the Armor Smith. Which, you know, makes sense, considering the 2/2 would just attack. Oh, so he's still playing Flare.
Oh, he does play Flare. Yeah, that's interesting.
So what is he not playing? He has everything. He has, you know, Mad Scientist, Traps, Savannah Highmanes, Flares,
right.
2 Timberwolves. He's playing like 35 cards?
I don't know. Yeah, maybe somehow Firebat's cheating. I don't know. Of course, we're just joking. Firebat cannot actually have more than 30 cards.
Yeah.
By the way,
and wouldn't, even if he could. But
yeah. Good sequencing. Make sure to kill off the Armor Smith before you kill off Grommash. It seems like Firebat still has the the logic going down in his head, but you can definitely tell by his camera that he is not pleased or amused by this situation, because Warrior's in full control and is looking like Kento can 3-0, because there's going to be a big legendary coming out. Ragnaros is one of the best cards against Hunter, because you can just sit back and never activate these traps.
Yeah. I mean, it is very bad sometimes when they have a bunch of Unleash the Hound tokens, but the Warrior deck has a lot of clear, such as, Unstable Gold. I don't think Kento is running Whirlwind, but Depth Spite and stuff like that. So if you can get rid of those small minions, then you're always going to get something good from Ragnaros. Like now, for example, and it would be happy whichever it hits. It's fine with Kento.
PV, he's even got Ironbeak Owl. So I gotta ask the question again, what doesn't this deck have at this point? I don't know.
Yeah, it's probably some card, maybe he doesn't have both.
I don't know. Either way, it looks like we're gonna have to not find out and wait for another series to discover it. Firebat does have Snake Trap. I remember seeing that in the open mulligans. He's gonna have to wait for another series to play that.
That's what he got from Madsen. He's probably only playing Snake Traps, or maybe one Snake Trap, one Freezing Trap.
Sure.
Like that. Oh, that was an interesting match.
It was, because it was so one-sided that I have to kind of go back to a former storyline we had in the next Rambus Release Tournament number 2, where Kento was the only player to have a decisive record going in the group stages. Everyone else was winning their series 3-2 or barely losing 2-3. And Kento was winning 3-0, 3-1. And he had a very positive record, but everyone else got out of group stages like 2 games positive record overall. And once again, off to an excellent start and taking down one of the best players who perform on ladder in Firebat. He's ranked number 2. A pretty good start to the series, and Firebat will have more opportunities to prove it. He will be playing Fake and Sixo for the rest of the day, which, by the way, Fake is going to be coming up against Kento for our next match. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a few minutes and get ourselves settled and according. And when we come back, we'll have more from the VGVN number 3. So stay tuned. Welcome back, everybody, to VGVN3 with Frodan and PVDDR. Our next series is Fake versus Kento, but before we go into the match discussion, I want to remind you guys about the chance to enter to win the Zeus Mini Cyber Power PC. If you go to the link or type in !giveaway, you can find out more about how to win this PC. All you have to do is basically sign up for the newsletter and find out more about what VGVN is. And just to kind of give you a little bit of a brief breakdown while we have a couple of minutes, it's about the Video Game Voters Network, who help combat harmful legislation against video games and voting rights. They promote educational, scientific, artistic benefits of gaming, and joining is free and easy. All you have to do is take a couple minutes, sign up, and use the link, or once again, go to the bottom of the Twitch chat or type in giveaway and find out more information. In the meantime, our next series is Fake versus Kento. It's going to be one of the open bracket players who qualify through the 256-man players and now has an opportunity to challenge the current champion. PV, are you excited to see how Fake's going to do against the reigning champ from VGVN number 2?
Yeah, definitely. And Fake is one of the guys that won the qualifier, but he's also pretty good. I think he was 6th in ladder, so he could definitely be up there with those guys. So it'd be an interesting match.
That's right. I was told here that Fake doesn't have a webcam. We do have his POV, but we don't have the actual recording of his webcam. He's not one of these very popular, famous streamers. He's a guy who just likes to play Hearthstone. He has a good practice group of buddies who help him, but we don't know too much about him other than just a little picture. But if you want to know what he looks like, you can hop on over to Liquid Hearth. He does have a little bit of a face there you can see in the preview. In the meanwhile, let's go to the staging and see what these guys have chosen to ban. Fake is primarily a Shaman player, and he farmed Hunters on his way up to this tournament. So it wouldn't surprise me if he didn't ban Hunter, PV.
Yeah, definitely. And, not only does he not ban Hunter, but he also doesn't have a Hunter deck himself. So he has written that he doesn't think Hunter is that good, and that he's had a positive win percentage against it, and his Shaman deck especially. He mentioned in his article that he had an over 67% win percentage over 100 games. That's pretty huge. He definitely does not fear Hunter.
The two-thirds at a time is pretty good win rate last time I checked, especially against a tier 1 deck that everyone's labeling as the best deck in the game overall. So a great start for Fake to the tournament to be able to have very good win percentages with Shaman. It's a deck that he said that he's played for months and that he's well prepared. And he's even paying homage to Sixo, another member of the tournament who qualified through the open bracket by playing this Shaman deck in particular. Now, Kento isn't going to be playing Hunter to lead things off. He's going to start things with his Token Druid deck that we've come to know and love from Cloud9. Do you have any opinions really quick on how these decks match up before we go into the first game?
Honestly, no. I would actually have to watch the games and see.
All right, well, that's a great segue. Let's just jump to the board and see how these guys stack up. It's a little bit new. It's hard to say if this Token Druid's good against Shaman. The traditional Druid that's mid-range and slower, Shaman used to have an edge over, right? You can efficiently remove, build the board, and Druid doesn't have that much access to AoE, especially if spell power has been removed from their deck list and swipe isn't as easy as way to remove totems. Now that you have to fight a little bit more honestly with minions, maybe that's still more the case, but then how, now who's the actual player building the board? You have a lot of sticky minions. You have cards like Echoing Ooze, Haunted Creeper. It might be a little tricky for Shaman to fight back, but Shaman's also one of these decks where it's very flexible. It can usually do whatever it wants if everything lines up accordingly.
Yeah, it feels like both players have, a decent early game, a decent mid game, and a decent late game, so any of them could win at any stage of the game. So it's going to be up to them to define what the game is about. If someone comes up with a very fast start, for example, then the game would be about the early game. But it's definitely possible that both players have slow hands with cards like Force of Nature, 7 mana guys, all like here, which they have, and then the game would be about the long game.
Yeah, a little bit of rough draws for both these guys, not to have, basically half their hand is going to be sitting there for a while, unless Kento sees an opportunity to use Savage Roar early on, but no need to. He's drawn into some of the other minions that can curve out nicely, although now kind of presenting with an interesting choice because the Harvest Golem is kind of the bully on the board, And as much as he wants to fill out his curve, he has to kind of be mindful not to lose too much, because this Druid is all about momentum. You know, I heard it from StrifeGo itself. You want to try to protect your minions, or if you feel like you're going to lose, you have to kind of cash in as quick as you can.
Yeah, but I don't think he could have played anything else there. He couldn't play Wrath on the Golem. There are just so many better targets, like the Flame Token, you know, a Feral Spirit token. I think just advancing his own board is better than, you know, trying to fight the inevitable, which is that Golem is going to kill your 1/2s.
Yikes. And Feral Spirits is one of the cards you're definitely afraid of. An Innervate draw isn't even that useful, considering that Kento doesn't have many ways to accelerate into a powerful minion. He's kind of in a weird spot right now. Might even be forced to try and push through these Spirit Wolves with something like Force of Nature. Depends on how he kind of evaluates the situation.
Yeah, Innervate in Kalento's deck is a little bit different than in other decks, because in the early game it's very good. Like, if you know, you can Innervate out a Shade turn 1, that's very, very powerful. But at the same time, you don't have as many 7 and 8 drops as the other Druid decks. So sometimes you just draw Innervate late, and, you know, it doesn't do anything. It helps with the combo. It makes, you know, getting to 9 mana easier, but the combo is a late game thing anyway. So you don't often care about, you know, having to wait to get to 9 mana.
Okay, so he is going for the Force. Oh my god, I call it for Savage Roar. I meant that. So Kento was going to go in the Savage Roar play. And this is the best way to kind of address it that we were thinking about earlier. You can pseudo clear the board in a way, kind of like take a lot of the threats off. Shaman will be overloaded. And in the end, this is exactly the opportunity that you wanted to try and fight back for the board position, which is the most crucial thing for this Druid deck.
Yeah, here we see that he uses Wrath instead of using his hero power. So he clearly doesn't care about the 1 life that attacking would cost him, but he wants to make sure he has a play next turn. His deck has 4 very powerful, it has 5 actually, very powerful 5 cost minions. It has Low Tab, it has 2 Spectre Knights and 2 Druid of the Class. So he just wants to make sure he gives himself the best chance to hit 1 next turn. But he basically cycles that Wrath away.
Alright. Now Fake hits a really tough turn here, because it looks like he doesn't have a very clear play. It just seems to be Totem.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't, you know, what would he do? A Lightning Bolt that Golem that doesn't accomplish anything again.
Alright, well, Kento actually picks up a very important card. Ancient of Lore is one of those... it's just another way to turn on the gas once again in the late stages of the game, because a lot of the time you're pushing out almost every card, and you have very few by the late stages for this Druid deck. So having Ancient of Lore is one of the key cards to make sure that you have longevity in the later stages of the game, like you mentioned. Oh, not bad. All right, Kento has Echoing Ooze and Defender of Argus. That's one of the best synergies that you can come to expect with this 2 mana cost card.
Yeah, he drew his combo. Second combo in the deck.
Now, what are the best targets to kind of go along with it?
Oh, sorry, okay, I realized. Last turn when I said Kento cycled his Wrath instead of attacking, he couldn't have attacked, because he had already attacked with the Savage Roar. Because he couldn't have hero power. Sorry about that.
Alright, Kento has Defender of Argus go down on this current board and goes for the guaranteed kill and saves his Echoing Ooze. And it's something in the back of your mind that you want to also make sure not to overextend into Lightning Storm. If he went for Defender of Argus, it seems like he wouldn't be able to pick up a good trade, and then he'd kind of make himself vulnerable for an easy cleanup on his opponent's side. Fake comes up
definitely.
On turn 6 when he has Fire Elemental.
Yeah, at the same time, he doesn't have any great targets. You know, he can kill any of Kalento's creatures, but, you know, just getting the 6/5 in play is going to be pretty good, but the effect's not going to be huge. I guess that's the best you can do with a Fire Elemental in this matchup.
Yeah,
I imagine he's just going to play Fire Elemental, you know, kill the spider, and then attack either the 1/2 or a Spiderling with his own spider.
Yeah, I was about to evaluate whether or not killing Defender of Argus and reducing the amount of targets, but killing off the taunt and starting to work on the token seemed to be a really good compromise as well.
Yeah, I think that's better. Yeah, I think attacking the token is also better because the 1-1, you know, it's gonna be, you're gonna take 1 more damage from the 2-1, but at the cost of removing 1 extra minion. Or
ooh, well, check this out. Kento has a full clear available, and that allows him to start pushing a little bit. But he also has the ability to go for Ancient of Lore, so it's a kind of an interesting choice here.
He chooses to go for Ancient of Lore. Okay, interesting. So he assumes that's going to trade with the Fire Elemental, and that's fine with him. And we're approaching the 9-mana turn, the point where, you know, it's actually dangerous for Fake to leave a bunch of creatures in play, because Kento could just go Force of Nature and Savage Roar. He actually has both in hand.
Yeah, and now that he's evaluated the current situation, he's going to try to effectively give all of his minions taunt, force his opponent to have the responsibilities of cleaning up his board, and in 2 turns he has the 14 damage plus whatever can stick. Not to mention he has direct damage to potentially also seal the deal. So Kento opening up more possibilities by playing it based off his draws. I like it.
Yeah, he has effectively 18 damage in his hand. So if he just uses hero power and swipe this turn, that's already 19. So if Fake doesn't have any taunts, or wait to gain life, but I don't think he runs it. So Kento is basically setting up the win in 2 turns here.
All right, Fake, by the way, has several options at his disposal, but trying to figure out which one's the best to kind of remove everything.
Yeah, it's not looking great. I mean, he's gonna, you know, he's gonna be able to get rid of most of the creatures, but at this point, it doesn't really matter.
Oh my. Well, it seems like Fake's gonna try and use even a little bit of his own health here to try and kill some of these minions off.
Yeah, now Kento, you know, might not even need to swipe. Is it possible that Fake is just, you know, trying to go for the kill next turn? I don't think he will not have enough.
No, I mean, Alakir and Rockbiter is one of your combos, and I feel like you recognize that you need to use one of these Rockbiters now. You still have a lot of damage, and as much as you want to save Alakir for a dream burst, it's kind of optimistic at best to be able to get off that combo for sure.
Kento's gonna basically swipe the board, so removing all pretense of ever dying next turn. And now he just has to wait and kill his opponent with the combo.
Yeah, this is assuming that even if his board clears, his opponent has to play a Taunter, and Alakir cannot come down either because of the overload from the Lightning Bolt. So Fake is in big trouble here.
Yeah, well, Fake is dead. He doesn't know it yet, but
What to do?
even if he, you know, hits a taunt token and then hexes his own Fire Elemental, he'll just do that.
You know what's also somewhat hilarious here? If you hex a minion, it also gets 2 damage off the Savage Roar. So it's like, are you really removing damage off the board here?
Yeah. I mean, right now Fake knows he cannot beat the combo, so he has to see if he can beat, you know, either just Force of Nature or either just Savage Roar. And that's what he's playing. He hopes Kento doesn't have the combo, because if he does, he's just dead. So he would probably play around the second Force of Nature rather than, the first Force of Nature rather than the second Savage Roar. No, he still puts himself dead to Force of Nature here.
There's several ways that he could die here.
Oh yeah,
he did see definitely. A swipe. But like, he hasn't seen Druid of the Claws. He hasn't seen ways to kind of the charges that can do damage. Kento's got this guy covered very easily. And he's going to, again, go on another win streak with his Druid deck that's been doing well for him in the past. And now Kento is up 1-0, still as dominant as ever.
Yeah, Kento 4-0 on the week here.
Okay, well now Fake will have to turn immediately to his Priest deck to fight against Druid. And I know Priest can give this Druid deck a lot of trouble. You can take the trades very effectively early on with things like Zombie Chow and keep healing it. Not to mention, there's always the snowball potential with having something like Undertaker and then constantly drawing cards off of it with something like Northshire Cleric. So this deck is very potent and it's starting to grow a lot in popularity. What do you think about including cards like Baron Rivendare as one of the interesting tech choices for this deck?
I think it's interesting, but it's kind of a win more card. Sometimes it's going to be great when you have Sledge Belchers or Karen Sylvanas, and sometimes it's going to be horrible when you have Zombie Chow. Sometimes it's going to do nothing. It is never going to be, completely dead, because you like having a high toughness minion in Priest. You can attack and hero power it. And it's good with Defender of Argos, which he only runs one of. I don't know, my inclination is that it's not good enough, and that I would rather play a second Defender of Argos. But I can definitely see where it wins you the game, where a Defender wouldn't. Like, such as the Zombie Chow, Baron Rivendell, Alkanite Soul Priest combo, which I think is more of a fancy thing than an actual good thing, but it is pretty cool if it happens.
I can always get behind style points, that's for sure. I hand it out pretty liberally in my broadcasting. Let's go into game number 2 and see if Kento can continue this win streak, or will Fake finally be able to draw first blood on this seemingly unstoppable player, as Kento is the reigning champion and he's still winning. Now, last tournament, I believe his overall record was something along the lines of 17-4, where he was just having an insane win record, over 75%, and it doesn't seem like it's going to be stopping anytime soon.
Yeah, and this is not, 75% on ladder. It's 75% against the best players in the world, where the second best player, had 55%. So it's just way ahead. And it's impressive that he does it with a lot of different decks too. Round 1, he picked up Warrior, 3-0'd. This round started with Druid. It's not like he has one very powerful deck that just beats everything. He's just beating everyone with a lot of different decks. So that's super impressive.
He's also one of the most experienced Hearthstone players. Did you read his interview at all whatsoever, by the way? As he starts off with Innervated Shade, which is much better than Innervated Harvest Golem.
Oh yeah, it's the best possible start for him. I did not. I watched his interview. I did not read one.
Well, he answered a few questions, and one of the questions was, how many games did you play of Hearthstone, Kento? And then the answer was in the 5 digits. He's played tens of thousands of games of Hearthstone. And I think, wait, is it tens of thousands of, does he have like 10,000 wins or 10,000 games? I don't know. Either way, this guy's played an insane amount. So he knows matchups like the back of his hand. And that's partially why he's such a powerful player. Now, immediately introduced with the choice of how he wants to kind of utilize this turn and his mana. Does he use his coin, or does he just kind of keep more of a defensive approach here? Because right now you have to kind of recognize with this Druid deck, are you more of the aggressive player? Are you more of the control player? And it's very rare that you're the control player. A lot of times you're trying to turn on the aggression, but you just have to kind of know when is the key.
Yeah, I think he has to attack that Undertaker now. Because, the Shade is going to grow if he doesn't, but so is the other minion. And, as much as you don't want to lose your trade early on, if he trades for both the Undertaker and the Zombie Chow, that's already good. You did spend an Innervate to play it, so it doesn't feel like it's doing much, but I feel like you have to attack here. You can't let that minion grow. And the problem if he doesn't attack is that, you can attack the Harvest. If he plays an Art Death Rattle minion, attacks the Harvest Golem, then attacks the guy with the Zombie Chow, is just fall too far behind, I think, doing nothing. I think attacking is better.
I must consider.
Yeah, I agree with that analysis. And the best part is it's able to kind of go 2 for 1, and now your opponent's kind of you're really hoping your opponent doesn't have Dark Cultist. So when he sees injured Blade Master, that's going to make Kento pretty happy that he can answer immediately on the board.
Yeah, he can just attack and hero power it. And here we see that Baron Rivendare in Fake's hand, which is so far not going to be good, but could set up a very sweet turn. With this Ledge Belcher, for example. It is good that it's a minion that you can just play, and it's not going to die, because it has 7 toughness. So, and it even kills the 2-1 here. So it's actually going to be pretty good in this game. So maybe I was wrong.
Well, yeah, it's a minion that's standalone. At least that's something nice. Defender of Argus, like compared to Defender of Argus, it's just a 2/3.
Yeah.
Kento gonna recognize that the 3 damage is not worth it compared to the headache that Baron Rivendare can present.
Yeah, and it definitely, look at this curve. Now he plays Ledge Voucher, and Kento has to remove that into Small Ledges before he can attack the Baron again. So unless Kento draws, a swipe or a silence to get rid of that Baron, might be in trouble here.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky. Although he does have a great turn 5. Innervate Ancient Allure is often as good as it gets on turn 5 because you're able to put out a 5/5 body and draw 2 other cards to potentially secure your following turns.
But Fake also has a good turn, which is, assuming that 2/3 guy doesn't die, which is Compulsion to Priestess. He's going to swing the tables by a lot.
Oh, you're right.
I assume the Defender of Argus is not going to suicide itself into this Ledge Voucher.
Where shall I strike?
Okay, so Kento just plays a taunt guy. Does not go for the intervention LR play.
Yeah, it's kind of uncommon to see Druid the Claw go in taunt mode in this deck because you're trying to be aggressive. But given on the board state and also the difficulty that Priest traditionally has against 4-attack minions, I think you can kind of do it. Plus, he knows that it's unlikely that this deck runs something like Holy Fire. If he's seen, the Undertaker, Baron Rivendare combinations, it's most likely that he's cut a lot of the spells in favor of more of a minion-centric position.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Which I think is the most common build right now. I think, if I play against Priest, I would expect it to be the Undertaker build and not the Holy Fire build.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so he did draw a way to deal with the Baron Rivendare.
Yeah.
So now he can play now he can play kill the Baron and then kill this Ledge Voucher. Which still won't be great for him.
Silencing first, though? Because then you can actually use your hero power to clear, and then you can pick a little bit of a better trade this way.
Yeah, that's also possible. Yeah, that's probably a better play, actually. He can just hero power the Baron now and get rid of another minion with his 4/6. Or even go for the face here, but probably not. Yeah, that play is better, I think.
All right, slightly better alternative for Kento. Now, what does he want to kill off? Because there's no Death Rattle minions. Does he want to use this opportunity to snipe, another big minion like either the 3/5 that's out there and give your opponent a hard time? Or you can kind of pick up immediate value, kill off things, or even attack the face, like you said.
Yeah,
and
I think
he does have Force of Nature Savage Roar, so he has to kind of calculate everything.
Yeah, I think he had to kill the one toughness Baron there because, you don't know if you're going to be able to do that next turn because you could just hero power it and heal it back. So this is, a one-time opportunity that is just better than, gaining up on the 4/5, for example.
All right, Fake picks up Undertaker, which still isn't exactly what he needed at the moment, but it's something that he can kind of build up on the board.
Yeah, he does have that Loot Hoarder, so it's going to be at least a 2/3. So here, by not attacking a minion, Kento, I guess, leaves himself vulnerable. Yeah, no, attacking the face is better. You often just want to attack Priest's minions when you can. You just want to kill them when you can because of the hero power nature. So now, for example, he gave Fake the option of killing the first 6 and not losing anything. But it seems like Fake is not going to go for that. He's just going to attack with the 2/3 anyway. So that makes Kento's attack to the face very good. Because you never want to do what your opponent wants you to do. So if the guy wanted to trade the 2/3 for the first 6, Kento doesn't want to do that. So going for the face here just got him, 4 extra damage.
Yeah, especially if he has combo already in hand, it makes him that much more inclined to try and do his best to calculate his damage potential. Speaking of the combo, by the way, Kento is going to innervate that out and try to address the board state because it's getting way out of control and he needs to do as best as he can to clean everything up here.
Yeah, this is never a good position for this particular deck to be in, that you have to use your combo to clear the board. because the deck doesn't have that good of a late game. Its combo is the late game. And if you do that, you know, how are you going to win the game? He has the Ancient of War in his hand right now, which, you know, means he has alternatives if the game goes longer. But he can't be feeling good about using the combo to just clear the board. You basically use it as a swipe. So that can be feeling good for Kento.
Yeah, and you know what? It's kind of cool too because it's clear that your opponent doesn't have something like Northshire Cleric because he could have slotted in next turn. So if you can outpace him in cards, oh man,
ooh, look at
how are you gonna
draws.
outpace him with cards with those draws though? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and you know now the combo is out of the way, and his opponent is still at 26 life, and he doesn't have cards like Ragnaros, cards like Sylvanos. You know he doesn't have a lot of ways to just win the game here.
Okay, so Priest is just going to go back to the drawing board, which is without Baron Rivendare and Zombie Chow combos, considering that 2 of those cards already have been used. You just have to win through the good old-fashioned minion whacking to the face. But Ancient of Lore is now going to be easily addressed. You have Shadow Word Death. You only have one of them, but the good news is that there's not many other targets to use Shadow Word Death on. Meanwhile, it seems like Fake's starting to pick up more ways where he can establish a good board. He's got ways to buff the health. He's got some of the stronger minions that he can heal in place of 4 or 5. Things are starting to look up for him.
Yeah, here, you know, you're pretty happy to use Shadow Word Death here because that's basically the only target you'll ever have. And yeah, he was probably just deciding whether he was going to go for Sylvanas or the Blade Master in addition to the Shadow Word Death. Well, he drew Holy Nova now, so he can actually just attack the guy and Holy Nova both away. But I think you just want to use Shadow Word Death here, because you know that's the only target. So if you don't use it, it's like using it, except, you know, yeah, this is much better.
Oh, definitely. I think so. Now, what do you choose to heal? He goes for the injured Blade Master. Okay.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, it means he can't get, you know, swipe attacked, for example.
Yeah, and I mean, Karen's already pretty resilient because there's another 4 or 5 body, so he kind of has the Sludge Belcher effect of stacking 8 health. But that's something that you're kind of annoyed by. The Silence and Wrath, that's probably the best way to deal with the Karen, even though it is a little card inefficient, because you're not able to kind of get everything. Karen killed off a minion and took another card. But this is another way to just climb back in it. Priest has ways to get a lot of advantage over Druid over the course of time. Thoughtsteel could pick up some really important cards here for Fake, if that's what he decides is the best move.
There are a bunch of very good hits. Not as much in this Druid deck as in other Druid decks, because, you know, at this point you'd really rather hit Sylvanas, Ragnaros, and stuff like that. But precisely because your opponent does not have those cards, you don't need to hit them. You know, you're happy with anything because you know he's not going to have a trump. Did that make any sense?
Yeah. I was taking it in and also analyzing the Fake's play of maybe just dropping Sylvanas because his opponent did use his Keeper of the Grove already, his second Keeper, not to mention. So most likely he can't silence this unless he has another really weird card that surprises him out of the blue. And not to mention it is a 5/5 body that's really intimidating, hard to get rid of.
Yeah, definitely. He could kill it, you know, not the swipe or something, but you know you're going to steal at least a mini golem with that, so it's always going to get some value. Yeah, here we get to the point of the game. Yeah, we get to the point of the game where Priest is doing what Priest wants to do, which is attack minions and heal its own minions, which is when its hero power is the strongest. Because, you know, it's not that good if you're just healing yourself or healing guys that are going to die anyway, but when you get into a spot where your creatures are bigger than your opponent's creatures, it's basically like, you know, playing a new creature every time you use the hero power. Not as strong, but, you know, on a smaller level, it's basically generating good creatures. So that's Fake's gonna be feeling pretty happy about that. I think he might first blood Kento here.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a board clear. He's got ways to establish a strong board afterwards too. I mean, if you have the opportunity to wipe the board and your opponent doesn't have many cards, with this deck, I think you should usually take it. But first, you have the opportunity to Thought Steal, so let's see what you get. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, you have to clear the board here, because the only way you can lose is if Kento has a second copy of the combo. So you don't want to leave him with enough minions that he can actually lethal you. And it's pretty free to clear the board here. You just spend your turn, but you don't lose any creatures, you don't lose any spells that you care much about. And all you miss is doing 9 damage to your opponent, but how's he going to win from there? You don't need this 9 damage now, you just need not to die, and eventually you win.
Well, that's going to be really difficult for Kento to bounce back from. The minions are very durable, and it looks like Kento has picked up a card that's just going to have to cycle in order to deal with it.
Yeah. Wow, he drew a good sequence of cards. He actually gets to kill the Sylvanas here, but I feel like it's too little too late.
Yeah, he needed those removals to be able to allow his minions to push in for more damage. Now he's using his removal just to not take more damage and die. And now from here, Fake just has to draw minions. This Dark Cultist is actually really important, but his deck is filled with so many minions that he's most likely going to be hitting a couple every single turn. Wow, Nurshak started to draw more.
Gonna hit a lot every single turn apparently.
Yep.
Yeah, but at this point, honestly, Fake didn't even need anything. The 4/9 is just the king of the board, because he has enough removal in his hand to kill a 5/5. So I don't think Kento has a way to actually deal with that guy, even if there weren't any other minions.
What just happened? Spectre Knight, one of the best cards to deal to attack the priest with, but not when the priest already has an existing board. I think at this stage, Kento just kind of waiting it out to see, well, one, if there's an opportunity to come back if your opponent gets careless, but two, to also get some intel on what his opponent runs card-wise. He saw things like Baron Rivendare where he's going to be accounting for in the next game. So even though Kento looks like he won't be able to win this game, he's also doing his best to try to prepare for the rest of the series.
Yeah, I mean, if he sees that Defender of Argus, for example, that's already good information. So it could be misleading because Fake only runs one, and if he sees it, he might think, oh, he's playing the Defender of Argus version, and might think he has to. But it's still better to know. But is it better to a point where Fake just shouldn't play it?
Oh, I'm always a fan of hiding information if you don't have to show it.
Yeah.
But it seems like he's getting really close to killing his opponent.
Yeah, he does have a swipe.
Yeah, he's just a couple points here, honestly, and he just calculate just to see if any kind of possibility to. I don't think if he wrath for anything, he would have been able to draw lethal. So, Kento draws the last piece of the combo here, second Savage Roar, but there's no application of it whatsoever. In fact, I'm pretty sure this is a concede as soon as Kento trying to draw his conclusions. So taking a couple of seconds to kind of think back and evaluate, what were some of the key moments you feel like in this game that kind of went wrong for Kento? Was it just too much board presence on, that he had to use his Innervate combo early on?
Yeah, I think so.
Like Ancient of Lore?
The very swingy moment was, I think, when the Cabal Shadow Priest told the 2/3 Defender of Argus, which just swung the board in such a way that it became very hard for Kento to recover, and then it just snowballed because he had to use his card suboptimally after that. Like, the Force of Nature combo, which did not do what it was intended to do in that deck. So I think that's how you beat that Dree deck with Priest. Your early game is often better, and your late game is also better. So all you have to do is make sure you don't die to the combo, and then it becomes very hard to lose the game.
All right, well, Kento is mortal, as it turns out, but his warrior deck has yet to lose in this tournament. And he's done well with it in the previous series against Firebat, but hasn't been tested against Priest. This deck can beat the Priest deck pretty handily, but it also can just sometimes lose if you don't have the right answers at the right time. This deck kind of feels a little bit like Zoo against the Warrior. You're just trying to be really aggressive, and sometimes you're just crossing your fingers your opponent doesn't have Fiery War X.
Yeah, Fiery War X is huge against that deck. Because you were the aggressive deck if you're Priest against Warrior. Most of the time. Sometimes, you play the long game, you thought still some legendaries, and then you win anyway. But you have to assume, you have to kill them relatively quickly. Or at least have a board You can't pass the turn with no board. That's very bad for you. And the weapons just make such good work of making sure that doesn't happen. That I feel like Warrior is favored here. Not by a lot, but I think it definitely is.
All right,
it doesn't have a brawl. So.
Oh, you're right. Oh my goodness, that's something I didn't pick up immediately. Because we kind of assume it's one of those common cards in a lot of the Warrior decks, but Clem doesn't run Brawl. Interesting. Very interesting. Let's see if it comes back to bite him or if it comes into play whatsoever in game number 3. Maybe he doesn't need it. Kento seems to at least have a good enough start with this Warrior deck that it's not really that much of a concern.
Yeah, definitely. Also, I was wondering why Kento didn't pick up Miracle Rogue to beat the Priest deck. It turns out he got banned. So... big strategy of not banning Hunter really paying off, because at least in this match, because it gives him the opportunity to ban the Miracle Rogue deck.
All right,
that's a great hand for Fake.
That is a perfect curve, and I think if you just pick up Power Word Shield, you're just singing happy as long as your opponent doesn't have Fiery War Axe, and it doesn't look like Kento has it.
Yeah. Wow, does he slam that guy? That's so bad, but. I'm sure that if we go over that game in the future, he will wish he had slammed that guy. No. But I don't think it's the right play.
Yeah, that's a call that it's really difficult to make to slam a minion if you're really feeling like your opponent can buff it twice. Yeah.
But to be fair, now he can just slam in and attack with the goal. So that's actually better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is why I was saying, like, if you coin slam, it's like you feel like you're in a really bad spot. I think the Undead Ghoul opens up a lot better possibilities. In the worst case scenario, he has double 1-drop and he trades in, and you still can actually kill off the Undertaker. So I think the Undead Ghoul opens up a little bit better possibilities here.
Yeah, no, that's definitely a lot better. I've not actually seen that in his here.
All right, now Fake is like, well, do I play this and allow my opponent to easily get a board clear of some kind? Is it worth it? I think it is.
He's definitely playing it. He's considering whether he attacks, I think. But I would not. I think you have to play it. You can't just pass the turn. Yeah, that's pretty good for Kento here. He gets value off that land, which he wouldn't on turn 1. And Priest hand is forced here. He has to attack and play Dark Cultist. He doesn't have another option. At least he knows Kalento's already used his coin, so he can't Death Bite the Cultist next turn. So the Cultist is probably going to leave at least a turn, which is really as much as you need him to leave. Because you're going to play another minion next turn.
Yeah, and I like the Cultist a little bit better than, actually a lot better.
Yeah, because he doesn't die to Fury War Axe.
Yes.
Which, he doesn't have, because he didn't play it on turn 1, but he could draw. There's no need to risk it.
Or even execute. Just drop and execute.
Oh, yeah.
And kill off this 4/3.
Which he would have done, since he has 2. It's very easy. He had 1 mana left. That would have been his play. Ooh, Circle of Healing.
Huh.
It's going to be pretty good with that Blade Master. It's going to stop the execute.
Yeah, assuming his opponent doesn't have ability to proc damage easily, the Injured Blade Master, for all intents and purposes, is a very big threat because it's out of execute range for now. Meanwhile, Fake does have a couple of other choices here. Double Dark Cultist is also extremely difficult to deal with because now you have sort of the pseudo guarantee, barring your opponent doesn't have silences, that you're going to be able to get off the buff without it going to waste effectively on the board.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, at this point, I don't know, he plays the Baron Riven there. He utilizes his mana better. The next turn he can play a 3-drop and heal, but he can also do that because he has another 3-drop. So I feel like I would just play the Dark Cultist here, but I think both options are good. He's going to be happy with either option.
Alright, Baron Rivendare is a choice for Fake.
Yeah, if that Dark Cultist dies, this Baron Rivendare is going to be very big. Well, not very big, it's going to be like a 1 infinite, basically, but...
Yeah, 1
It's going to be a lot of toughness. No, it's going to be a 113, because it's going to proc twice.
Oh, you're right. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
That's insane.
We
It
could
is
get
like
a
the-
119 bear in this game. It's possible.
Oh my, that would be absolutely hilarious and a little bit sad that he doesn't have something like Inner Fire to kind of combo it because it just feels a little useless otherwise. But it looks like that's what's going to come down to this 113 Baron Rivendare. What? No, he's got double execute. There we go.
Come on, Kento.
Imagine all the accolade draws and armor gain.
Okay, so Kento is out of executes now. So he can freely play this Blade Master and basically any other big meaning, because it's only Shield Slam. So Kento does have a pretty good hand here. If he plays Ledge Basher, he can just answer with Faceless if he wants to, or just wait to copy his Sylvanas. Both options are good.
Yeah, you might feel like it's not as you might feel like it's a pretty easy play to try to just use your mana card, but really this does kind of pan out to, or this really does apply to the rest of the game of like how you want to order and sequence your cards, because Sludge Belcher is more of a defensive maneuver.
Yeah, but now he doesn't have anything to heal, so the 2 mana would be wasted anyway. So it's basically a choice between which one you want to put into play, and Blood Basher is fine. You know, the only thing it doesn't do is threaten the 1/4. So I think if you play the Blade Master and heal it, then you actually threaten to do something meaningful next turn. So that's, you know, and you actually use your mana too because you heal the 3/4, the 4/3. But this is fine too.
All right, Kento picks up Deathspite, an important card for a lot of the mid-rangey minions of what this priest deck has to offer.
Okay, yeah, generally you want to use the second turn of Deathspite to kill the Sludge Belcher, because then, you know, the 1 damage is going to finish it off. But Kento doesn't have that option now, so he has to basically give up his 5th.
Alright, well now Fake has, again, a second circle of healing, so he can use the first one a little bit more liberally. He can put out an Ancient Blade Master, which will require his opponent to have the 2-card combination of Shield Block, Shield Slam in order to deal with it, because we know the executes have been used. And when you kind of utilize this knowledge of what removal Warrior has at his disposal, combined with the fact his opponent has only 3 cards, I think you're feeling really comfortable to start being a little bit more aggressive to fill up the board here.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, I think his best choice. The problem is that, well, if he plays a Dark Cultist, he's just going to die to the Deathspite, which is definitely not bad. But you know, his Ledge will die as well, small guy. But if you play Circle of Healing, then he won't. So I think that the best play here is just attack the 1/1, play your 2 guys, and play a Circle of Healing.
I can get behind that for sure, and Fake is running out of time. Seems like he is going to go for a variant of that play.
Yeah, so that. Yeah, now the... Well, now the Dark Cultist can't die, yeah, because his Lime stopping the Deathspite from attacking.
Alright, well now Sylvanas seems like this is the best time for her to plop down. There's no guarantee for your opponent to trade into the board, so you're most likely going to get value unless your opponent has Silence. Now Fake draws Akana's Soul Priest, a way you can kind of combo the Circle of Healing, but it's not as useful as you'd think against a classic Warrior, which is often plopping a lot of big threats this stage of the game. So you're not really trying to go for a board wipe. That's actually anti-synergy for you, because you're trying to swarm the board against Warrior.
Yeah, definitely. I think, you know, Warrior's removal is mostly damage based, so Circle of Healing is generally better used as actual healing in this matchup, such as it was, you know, last turn. What does he do now?
Well, you either ignore Sylvanas or you try to immediately pop it, so that way your opponent can't dictate what she's going to do with it.
Yeah, he could play Akanai and, you know, shoot Sylvanas and then finish it off.
If he goes around Sylvanas, this Faceless is going to make Fake pay really badly. And it looks like he is going to go for, well, no, he still has the choice of Alkanai Soul Priest and Hero Power, but Defender of Argus implies he's going to play around it. And this can give an opportunity for Kento to start winning back the board decisively, as Fake was just trying to do his best. He's also hoping that his opponent doesn't have Brawl, by the way. This is another threat that he's potentially putting himself under.
I'm not sure how good this makes his position, though, because Kento can just attack the 4-5 with the Sylvanas, then attack something else, attack the 1-2 with the Death Spike, and that's going to kill the Sylvanas. So if that steals the 4-7, then he will be in a lot of trouble. It could be a 4-10 by the time he steals it.
Oh, right, because the Death Rattle triggers before.
Yeah.
Because the Sylvanas doesn't die at that stage. So, yeah, that's true.
Even not considering the fact that Kento has effectively another Sylvanas in his hand, this could turn out very poorly. He has to hope that Kento steals the 2-3 out of the 4-7.
If he does also overextend a little bit, then Alkanai Soul Priest actually does become kind of relevant, because then you can go for a way to kind of answer your board state.
Yeah, Alkanai the combo against Sylvanas is always a little bit awkward. Okay, so he didn't choose to pop Sylvanas, he chose to keep Sylvanas alive. Which now is, I guess, just going to result in a board clear. Also very sensible. I mean, if you can keep 2 Sylvanas.
Well, this is really difficult for the Priest to deal with, because your late game scaling is much worse than the Warrior, and you need it to kind of build momentum.
Yeah,
in fact,
definitely.
He's really far behind. Like, the Cabal Shadow Priest doesn't allow him to open up many plays, other than maybe potentially taking back the Defender of Argus.
Yeah, dude, the one thing I don't like about Kalento's play is that it's not fantastic against Holy Nova. Because he would just, basically he's saying Holy Nova becomes a board clear now. You just attack the Sylvanas, attack the other, and Holy Nova it all the way.
Well, then you lose your minions, I guess.
Yeah, no, definitely. You're still not in a bad position.
Well, it looks like the 2-5 will get stolen for Fake. Now he can take it back with the Cabal Shadow Priest. But still, the board state has been kind of weathered for Kento. This is kind of exactly what the Warrior wanted, just to stall.
Yeah.
He's got some of his best cards coming up soon in his deck.
Yeah, and, Fake is out of great cards already. Well, he's not out, but, he's gone through... actually, he still has Karen and Sylvanas of his own, so... Those could be his skill conditions, but yeah, game is definitely favoring Kento right now.
Right, and Cabal Shadow Priest has been used, which means cards like Acolyted Pain and Unstable Ghoul can also get value. Wow, he chooses not to play anything after this Sylvanas.
Yeah, no. Really trying to milk it. Yeah, Sylvanas here puts you in a position like damn if you do, damn if you don't, because Fake doesn't want to kill it, clearly, but if he doesn't, Kalento's just going to snipe his creatures one by one. Which is what happened now. So, I mean, Kalento's... I think Fake's best play here is attack the 4-1 to the face, attack the 4-5 into the Sylvanas, and then play Alkanai and finish the 4-1, which is going to get stolen. Yeah, that's exactly what he does. And, it's not actually a bad position for him, considering how the game was 2 turns ago. His opponent had 2 Sylvanas, now the board is clear, and he has the only guy.
Well, for now, until Kento can seize back potentially with whatever he draws.
Oh yeah, until Kento plays one of his 5 cards in hand that, are all decent.
All right, and I kind of like it. Kento already making some moves that are a little unconventional, but he's really trying to maximize the power of his legendary cards. And Fake, of course, doing a good job responding to it. Keeping this Alkanai Soul Priest as a Circle of Healing, as also just his last default option in case anything went wrong with the Sylvanas steals.
Yeah, for sure. So here was this... Alright, go on.
Well, yeah, there's a couple of things that Kento can do. He can play a lot of the smaller minions and try to get as much Acolyte of Pain value and try to draw back. Or he can try to contest immediately what's on the board with like the Sludge Belcher. And I think this is good because you're not really afraid of what this Auchenai can do, because even if Circle of Healing came down, it kills itself. And then you have like, and you're just kind of dealing with the Auchenai itself, and you draw a card. So I think this is okay.
Yeah, you guarantee at least 2 cards from the Acolyte of Pain, which at this point you're very happy to take.
I must consider.
Well, not at least 2, unless if you play Circle, you only get 1, but normal spot. So sure, Fake, what do you do? Do you just go for it?
It looks like you have no other choice. There's no way to keep this Auchenai alive as long as Unstable Ghoul is there, so you can't even get value off of attacking or hero power first. And if this is the case, most likely you're just going to play Sludge Belcher and just kind of have the strongest minion on the board once again.
Yeah. And at least he denies the second card from the Acolyte of Pain this way.
Ooh, Kento draws Shield Block, Shield Slam. And that's a good way to remove the Auchenai. And that is the second one. Wow.
Yeah. And Fake has no hand now. So Kento has the better board and the better hand. The only thing Fake has going for him is that he's a higher life total, but at this point, that doesn't actually matter.
Gosh. You have to heal your opponent to draw cards, but then you open yourself up to
But you do
a
that,
bunch of stuff.
your minion just gets attacked then.
Yeah, it looks like your
I think
ending
he's
turn.
done.
Oh no, this has been so bad for Fake in the past couple of draws, and Kento has some of his best. He's got Ysera off the top, and that is an impossible card for Priest to deal with because it's 4 attack, 12 health. You need Mind Control for that.
Yeah, which I don't think he runs. Well, there is a way to deal with it. Pot Steal, a Shield Slam, and a way to... an Execute, and a way to damage it, but... pretty hard to do, especially since that Sludge Belcher is in the way. So this game is pretty much over now.
Yeah, I don't see a way for Fake to deal with Ysera. She's going to continue to put out damage every single turn and draw cards. And you even... I mean, that's just one of the several legendaries you have to deal with. At least Fake knows his opponent doesn't have Alexstrasza yet. So I guess he still has a few turns to kind of plan out maybe a comeback.
Yeah. And he has a Grommash. Is there? Oh, there's Alexstrasza.
Just
he doesn't know anything.
Oh.
There's the Grommash Ysera's Awakening combo, which hits for a lot of damage.
PV, this has escalated so quickly.
Yeah, the board was clean 2 turns ago, and there's 3 legendary dragons.
Oh man. And, I'm kind of surprised Fake didn't even attack a little bit beforehand to try to remove 1 damage off the board and heal, but it could feel kind of inconsequential at this stage. Kento is going to rebound and take a series lead 2-1 off of his Warrior deck, which has been tried and true. And he's going to use Ysera Awakens. Again, a little bit of an unflashy finish, but at this stage, I'm not expecting much for Kento to go for any kind of spectacular kill.
Yeah. So, okay, yeah, this matchup was, it went about how it should, I think, which is if the Priest deck doesn't get to a very good early lead, it's probably not going to win the late game. Just gets outclassed by cards like Ysera, so it can have been like a big surprise for Fake.
Yeah, no doubt. That Priest deck just sometimes gets completely cut off and then can't do anything from that point on. Meanwhile, Fake is going to turn to his Ramp Druid as his last deck to potentially win this series. And, Ramp Druid against the Warrior deck is all about that late game scaling that we talked about. And it seems like Fake is going to be taking after streamer known as Dog, who recently joined, I believe, Complexity Gaming as a professional Hearthstone player now. So congrats to Dog, by the way, as a kind of cool shout out to him. And another homage as to another deck that Fake is taking and paying the proper respects.
Yeah, and it's a pretty interesting list. It has one Harrison Jones, which should be pretty good against Kalento's Warrior deck, which I don't think we saw in the last field. Also one Big Game Hunter, which, not necessarily great in this matchup. It does kill Ragnaros and Alexstrasza and Grommash sometimes, but it's a card I really like in this kind of Druid deck, because he generally doesn't have good ways to deal with those minions. So it just adds something to the deck that he didn't have before. So it's a pretty good one off to have.
Yeah, for a long time, I felt like BGH was really important in ramp druid decks because if you're playing control matchups, the one thing you're afraid of is if your opponent copies your minion with faceless on, say, like Ragnaros, and how do you answer it back? You have to be able to kill off your own big minions that might get copied. So Big Game Hunter was almost an auto include. But then, nowadays people feel like they can take it out a little bit more liberally. But this is Fake's ability to answer some of the bigger minions that come his way. Game number 4 is about to begin, so let's jump on the board and see if Kento can continue his momentum, or will Fake even it up and send it into game 5 and be able to use maybe innervates or things like Harrison Jones / BGH to try to win this matchup for him. Harrison Jones in the opening hand for Fake, but he's thinking about tossing it back, which kind of surprises me here, PVDDR.
Yeah, I mean, as much as it's a good card, this deck has a lot of late game and not that many early plays, so I think you have to toss it back, hoping that you draw some action, because, what would happen if he tossed those other 2 back and his 2 cards were Sylvanas the Ancient of Lore? His hand would have a 5, a 6, and a 7 cost minion. So I think it's, as much as you want their Harrison Jones, you cannot afford it. If your hand was already early game cards that you were planning on keeping, then you could also keep the Harrison Jones, because that would guarantee, a reasonable curve. But when you have nothing else, I think you can't go for it. It's too risky.
Right, he's shoving for wild growth as best as he can. That's just the dream opening hand. Innervate's great, but the implications in a control matchup of having extra mana is much more powerful. Oh my goodness, turn 3 Ancient of Lore.
Yeah, we're probably going to see that. Especially since the alternative is just hero power attack, then I would definitely a good use of those innervates.
The good news for Kento is he can respond to this. The bad news is his opponent's been able to draw into other powerful cards too, like his second Ancient of Lore, and this is kind of what the Druid can capitalize on. And as a ramp Druid, sometimes you can play even a little bit more aggressively because of it.
Yeah, Kento's going to have to use his coin to get rid of that guy, but that's definitely worth it. And yeah, the issue in this matchup is that, just like that Ancient of Lore, there are a lot of other minions that can only be answered by either Shield Slam or Execute. So, but we've seen Kento play this matchup before, and he came out ahead, so same thing could definitely happen now.
Yes.
Alright, well, now we just start becoming... Now it starts becoming a battle of the big minions as it starts to get up a little bit in the mana count. And this is where going first really does pay off in spades. A lot of people, again, always like, oh, I wish I had coins so that way I can put out something a little earlier and I have an extra card. But in these control matchups, it's really coming down to who can put out a bigger threat, and your opponent has to always respond. But then one deck that's really great at that is Control Warrior, because they can slide into 1 removal and still play a reasonable threat and be able to leverage that. And that's why it's so important sometimes to keep your opponent's armor low, be able to exhaust removal, and try to bait out things so that way you're able to be in a good position for your cards like Scenarios to be the checkmate.
Yeah, definitely. And here we see, he could have wrathed and attacked, and he chose, understandably, chose to draw a card and use his hero power, because he doesn't care about 3 damage to himself nearly as much as he cares about drawing an extra gigantic threat.
Alright, Fake, just starting to pile it in, has to kind of continue to build up a good card count. That's also another really important thing about these control matchups, and why Ancient of Lore just feels like one of the best cards Druid has at his arsenal, because you put out a reasonable threat and you're drawing cards, that way you can pick the removal optimally.
Yeah, definitely. And though, to be fair, he did use 2 cards to draw 2 cards, 2 innervates, but yeah, the next one is just going to be extra cards.
Yeah, and it was also the scenario where if the opponent didn't have the ability to remove it with Slam Execute or Shield Block, Coin Shield Slam, he'd be doing 5 damage a turn and really giving himself a big lead, because whatever smaller minion comes out, whether it was Senjin, Sludge Belcher, the Ancient of Lore would have been able to bully it.
Oh yeah, definitely. No, it's definitely worth it. That was the best possible outcome for Kento, was that he'll block Shield Slam, and you're still fine with that. So yeah, a lot of interesting options here. Both players have pretty stacked hands. do you do here?
Well, as a high priority, generally speaking, I like denying the draw off the Acolytes, so that's most likely going to be attacked. The question becomes, do you want to develop this Ancient of Lore? Do you feel you want to develop something else, whether it's Sylvanas, because Sylvanas comes down second and steals the second body of Karen, or I think Druid of the Claw is a much weaker play than Sylvanas, so I think just Sylvanas or Ancient of Lore.
I like Sylvanas a little bit more, I think, but, you know, this will make your next turn better at the cost of making this turn a little bit worse.
Oh, 2 Karens is very difficult to deal with. Druid needs those Keeper of the Groves in order to answer immediately. And it's not easy to kind of go burn through this board here for the Druid deck.
Those are a lot of, well, there's a way. There are a lot of, 5/5 guys, so Karen is not that fantastic. It's obviously good. It's very hard to deal with, but, Sylvanas actually outmatches Karen, for example.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. And Sylvanas' timing is very key. In fact, you talk to players like Tides of Time, and he says Sylvanas is his card that he values the most in control matchups by far.
Yeah, the thing with Sylvanas is that, there are a lot of games in which you feel like you're winning by a lot, and your opponent plays Sylvanas, and you're like, oh, I guess that's how I could lose. It's just a very annoying card to play against.
All right. Oh, by the way, Fake does have combo, so you just want to keep in mind, do I ever have the ability to kill my opponent? Still kind of a ways away off, but just kind of keep that in the back pocket here for Fake. Which is cool, because, a lot of Ram Druids also cut the combo because they felt like it wasn't doing too much. He's not trying to be aggressive, and you're trying to have to load up on more threats. But I feel like including one copy of the combo keeps your opponent honest, so that way, if they ever get they overextend a little bit too much with their health, you can always just end the game as well.
Yeah, and sometimes, if people have been removing them, you also catch people off guard with your ramp deck. Because if you play against Kolento's Druid, everyone is always keeping their life total in mind. And against this deck, people can't. Because if they just play too conservatively, you're going to start dropping big minions. And they're going to win the board. You're not going to need the combo. So having the combo gives you a different kill condition. Gives you a different way to win the game. Which, in Kolento's deck, is just more of the same way to win the game, basically.
Alright, well, Kalento's going to load up the board, play a lot of his smaller minions. Something I can definitely get behind and try to see if he can rack up his armor.
Yeah. So here, does he... Probably prefers to attack with the axe rather than executing. But he could suicide his Karen and then kill the Sylvanas, since he played a lot of small minions for you to kill. So the worst case scenario would be just stealing a 4/5. So this is not to just to go for the face.
By the way, Kento does have Alexstrasza as well, and that's 14 damage sitting right there, so there's a lot of ways for him to kind of assess the situation, maybe turn aggressive, who knows. And at the moment, we see 21 damage from combo, so Fake's a little bit off lethal. So both players in the next turn will be slightly off of what they want to be to potentially end the game.
Yeah, but I feel like there has to be an attack from Fake here, like to a minion. I don't think he can just attack face and hope to kill his opponent with the combo in the next turn. He could do that. It's not really that dangerous because he can't play Alexstrasza and something else in the same turn, so he's sure he's not gonna die here. So he could just attack face and play a Scenarios, for example. That would be a pretty powerful turn, given a Nation of War. So Fake with a lot of good options here. I think none of his options are actually bad.
Yeah, the problem with the problem with Scenarios though, and something. And attacking the face is that you allow your opponent to draw a lot of cards and gain he
gains a lot of armor. That's the issue, but you can't really prevent that, I don't think. Which is why I think, you know, he should probably not attack phase here.
Yeah.
You know, just don't try to win with the combo. You know, just try to win with the many very powerful minions you have in your hand, as opposed to hoping that the combo gets there, because you don't need it to. You can even use it for removal next turn.
All right, so Kalento's going to gain a lot of armor this turn, and has flexibility with how he uses his legendaries here. Still kind of mindful of Sylvanas in the back of his mind, though.
Yeah, for sure. He does have his own Sylvanas, but that's pretty dangerous to play when your opponent steals it.
Yeah, generally as a rule of thumb, the second Sylvanas is superior to the first because of Death Rattle, not to mention that you can play the second Sylvanas and potentially steal the first Sylvanas if you have a way to remove it. So there's advantage there, but the board is so convoluted to the point where you don't have anything guaranteed, and you might have a really poor trade if Sylvanas ends up going for like a switcheroo here, using Sylvanas.
And Kalento's seen that his opponent has 8 cards in hand, and he can't be feeling very good about it. So I imagine he feels like he has to do something. Otherwise, his opponent is going to play a gigantic minion every turn for the rest of the game.
Ah, that was probably one of the worst targets possible available to Kento, and it seems like he's going to go for an execute on the scenario, so that way he can kind of have a really strong ability to wipe the board. And it hits the Bane body, which is the best target. And Fake does have BGH.
Okay, so sorry. Oh, my stream just, I think I lagged there a bit. It just moved to this game. Moved to this particular turn. And, oh, where did the board go?
It disappeared. Ragnaros made it go poof. He turned up the heat, and Bane couldn't handle it, so he got out of the kitchen. And now Fake can respond immediately with a 7-drop and a BGH. And I feel like that's probably his best course of action. I mean, the Ragnaros is the highest priority, but you still want to evaluate the situation. Think about how much removal has he spent. He did use a Shield Slam. He used an Execute. Does he have anything more? Is playing Ancient of War, is there a better play than this? But I think it's by far his best course of action.
Yeah, it has to be that. It's just so perfect, 7 and 3, and not that this matters much, but it can't possibly get better.
Ooh.
Okay, so Kalenta can get rid of the 5/10, but yeah, he does have Sylvanas to get rid of the next 5/10, so that could potentially be pretty good for Kalenta.
Yeah, I was just thinking about the possibilities you can synergize with Sylvanas and Shield Slamming it. But, of course, Sylvanas and Shield Slam are like 2 removals, like we say all the time. So, unless it's one of your ways to effectively steal the biggest and strongest minion in your opponent's deck, you often want to separate them, unless you feel like a situation's good enough otherwise. Meanwhile, Kento is still sitting on a board where he can kind of use these Armor Smiths to gain a lot of health and Shield Slam to remove it. And even play... a Sylvanas or Unstable Fool.
He could attack the Big Game Hunter as to make, Sylvanas unkillable by hero power.
I have no time for games.
But
yeah, but now the swipe does become the ability to kill it. But then I guess you use up a lot of your opponent's mana, and that paves the way for Alex Straza. Ah, he has Keeper of the Growth. That's another way you can kind of deal with it if you want to play minions. But I think Keeper of the Growth is best served elsewhere. I think...
Well, you can't play Ancient of War here, because it's going to get attacked by Sylvanas and get stolen.
Right. I think this turn you kind of spend some removal of some kind. Whether you use Keeper of the Grove to try and address the Sylvanas, or maybe even kill off the... You can actually wipe the board here.
Yeah, you could just kill Sylvanas, like with swipe and hero power, and then kill the ones. I think that's the best play, because it doesn't add much to his board, but it sets up for a very good turn next turn.
For the wilds.
Well, that's going to be subjective based off what Warrior does. Because Warrior looks like will be dropping the Alexstrasza, barring any kind of other magnificent draw off the top of Kalento's deck. Meanwhile, Fake still has some of the best cards here waiting. He's got Combo, he's got Ancient of War, and Druid of the Claw. But he has to have a way to contest it.
Ooh, that card's huge.
Walker.
He could combo and kill the Alexstrasza.
Yeah, are you afraid of Black Knight?
I think you probably should be. I mean, Kalento doesn't run it, but I think most lists would run it. So he has had a chance to play Black Knight many turns already, and he hasn't played it. So you know that one card he has in hand is not a Black Knight. That unstable goal. But yeah, I don't think I would play around Black Knight now, but it's possible that just comboing to kill the Alexstrasza is better regardless of Black Knight. I don't think so. If you want to stream Black Knight, you should probably just play the Sunwalker.
Okay, well, implies with the Wild Growth that you will play Sunwalker. It's one of the best ways to answer a big giant minion like this because the Divine Shield does so much work.
Yeah. So it's going to make that minion, a 4/13 now, effectively.
Alright, well, what does Kalento pick up here? Needs something to deal with this Sunwalker or else she's going to get a lot of value. Slam is one of the key cards.
Yeah, that's the perfect card. It gets rid of Divine Shield and draws you a Ledge Belcher.
Not bad at all. He's at 33 health, and Shield Block can be used a little bit more liberally, but I think you still want to keep in mind the possibility that your opponent plays combos, so get some good... don't miss the opportunity cost of losing the armor up for 2 versus cycling through.
Yeah, unless you absolutely need to draw something, turning your Shield Block into gaining 3 life, effectively, 3 armor. Because you'd rather just hero power, I think.
Alright, Fake picks up his second Keeper of the Grove, so that gives him the ability to answer this Sludge Belcher. In the back of your mind, you did see something like Ysera, though, and that's... I think you need to keep this Keeper of the Grove and preserve it as long as you can, because you know your opponent runs Ysera. That's the only way you can deal with it, unless you can either kill him, or you want to use Force of Nature / whatever's on the board to remove, and that's not even a guarantee. So... I feel like that's just going to be there as much as you might want to deal with
Yeah, I mean, if he uses the combo here, he could clear the board. But that does spend his entire turn.
Alright, well, it looks like he's going to go for it. Something I can definitely get behind, and he even keeps the Keeper of the Grove at full health here.
Yeah, this is the good thing about this ramp deck, that you can use the combo and know that you're still able to win the game, even though your opponent's a very high life total.
Uh-oh. Was there a slight misplay of some kind? Usually when players are doing that, they're kind of like thinking over, what did I do wrong, perhaps?
I don't know, maybe he's just sad for having to use the combo.
Maybe he felt like he shouldn't have attacked with his head. I don't know. Yeah, maybe he just said that you didn't want to use those cards. By the way, Kalento gets 2 cards that are probably pretty useless, and now is passed and given initiative back over to Fake. And that's got to make you a little hesitant, but at the same time, slightly happy that it looks like Warrior kind of hit dead-end draws here.
Yeah, and what could those draws be? Kalento has 5 mana. Didn't play anything. So he's got to be thinking, this is probably an execute. So he saves that Ancient of War.
Well, now that you don't have combo, it's not like Cat Form is going to be putting on an insane amount of pressure to end the game with, using a combo to combo your opponent into lethal range. But at the same time, you're protected and you kind of reduce your ability to get... If Black Knight was going to come out, it would be coming out on this engine anyways.
Yeah, and he's got to be thinking about Brawl, too. Kalento doesn't have it, we know that, but he doesn't. And so probably doesn't want to play his Vast Minions anymore. So I imagine if Kalento just passes next turn, for example, he would just not commit anything else to the board, he would just attack and pass.
He needs a big minion here. Alright. Lothab is bigger than what he had. Not like Ysera, but, you know, Kalento's also used some of his biggest minions already, too. Ragnaros and Alex Straza come to mind. Two of the biggest legendaries that he has at his disposal.
Yeah, he still has Gromosh and Ysera left. I think those are, you know, his best options. He's used Cairn too.
Well, with Harrison Jones and Ancient of Lore, and even the Keeper of the Grove to silence a minion that can be problematic, whether it's, you know, your Sarah / whatever big minion that he hasn't been able to kill off yet. I think Fake's in a pretty good position here to start taking advantage of this game.
Yeah, definitely. Well, there's Zombie Chow again making an appearance.
Zombie Chow. That old little rascal thinking he's relevant in the control matchup.
Yeah, so things looking pretty good for Fake here. You know, but again, he's got to be terrified of Kalento's 3 cards, which have been in his hand for 2 turns now. You know, probably not thinking unstable goal, because the first thing, you know, most people would just have played an unstable goal out there, you know, because it's a minion, you can. It makes sense not to, because it's just going to get attacked. But when you think, what can my opponent be holding? You're not going to be thinking a minion that he could have played but didn't. You know, you're going to be thinking, oh, it's cards like Brawl, it's cards like Execute.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly got to be Brawl. We're this late into the game. It's been lasting around 20 minutes or so.
Yeah,
and
but
Fake is
Taskmaster also.
Yeah, meticulously calculating. Well, do I want to play a lot of minions on the board, or am I going to trade in and try to be a little bit more defensive? And he is. He's going to play around... Oh, no, I'm just kidding. I thought he was going to use something like Keeper of the Grove here.
Attack!
Uprooted! Oh my goodness.
Okay, that does make you better against Black Knight.
Guess so.
So he is at 11, which is kind of a dangerous life double. You know, Cruel Taskmaster plus Gramash could kill him if only Kalenta, you know, gets rid of that taunt guy. And he still doesn't have leap on the next turn.
What now?
Yeah, Kento can still turn this around. He's got Death Spite, like you mentioned. And it's not easy for the Druid to heal up. Healing Touch has been cycled out a while ago for the Druid deck.
And he's been through both his Ancient of Lores already. You know, one he played very early and better. Not so early, but you know, he doesn't have any anymore.
Oh, but then Harrison Jones becomes an important disarming tool to remove the proc of the Death Bite prematurely, so you can't get the value off of being able to, oh man, in fact, you can go for double value off the Harrison Jones.
Yeah, and that's gonna, you know, clear the board on Kalenta's side, because the Death Bite is gonna trigger, then Bull is gonna trigger when he attacks you with the 2/4, so...
That Death Bite belongs in a museum, and now the board's clear, and all of a sudden, there's just very little ways for Kento to win from this spot, considering that there's still a Taunter, and he doesn't have even a way to activate his Gromosh, and his opponent's sitting at a tantalizing health just above the range for Gromosh to finish.
Yeah, at this point, you know, he's just pretty hopeless. Yeah, again, he's probably trying to see, you know, what happens when he top decks Brawl, which is probably the only card he cares about at this point. And besides that, he can just go ahead and play the Harvest Golem, it's not going to make a difference.
Yeah, it's at least it gives you a 2/1 minion as well in case anything goes wrong. Oh, and Kento gets Gromosh. I mean, he only had 6 cards left or so, but I mean, this is kind of what he was setting up for, and that's why he played Gromosh, by the way, so that way he can actually potentially end the game next turn. But now Fake, it doesn't matter, he's top decking Harvest Golem in the late stages of the game. You're kind of usually sad if you're the control player, you're getting their smaller minions this late, but Warrior is also running out of win conditions. You're just worried about Ysera as the final card, and you even have a way to answer it at the moment.
Yeah, and so if that Harrison Jones hadn't come out, Kalenta would have won this turn.
That's right. If it came out earlier on the Fiery War or something.
Yeah, it's probably pretty disappointing for Kalenta.
Okay, Fake has to also be careful. He's close to fatigue. I don't think it'll come down to the point where he'll get fatigued out of the game, because I believe the last threat remaining in Kalento's deck is, in fact, the Ysera. And he's got a few other small things like another
Zombie
weapon,
Chow.
perhaps. Yeah, Zombie Chow and another weapon. But don't underestimate the power of something like Ysera Awakens to potentially swing the state of the board. And Zombie Chow will keep Warrior alive a little bit longer. And it is a Ysera, so what card Kento draws could be the one impacting the rest of this game. But no, it's a Laughing Sister. That's one of the worst cards you could possibly get.
Yeah, at least, it's probably going to suicide a lot of things into that. You could ignore it and just silence it. But that's pretty dangerous if Kento did draw the thing that deals 5 damage for everything. So
right.
I imagine he's probably just going to... But killing it also makes the board super dangerous, because then you could die to fatigue.
That's true. Do you run out of damage yourself?
I think you just have to kill it, though. No, it's going to leave you with 2 minions in play if you use Wrath and... But then you can't cast Ledge Basher that same turn. So perhaps his plan is just ignoring it.
Okay, well, he's also just saying if you have Brawl, well, good luck and God bless. Hopefully it doesn't land on the wrong side of the coin. But Kento, we know he doesn't have Brawl.
Yeah, even if he plays the board sweeper now, he would be at 2 life, and your opponent would get 3 minions. So he would be able to attack 1, and, maybe just die to the other 2, even if he armors up.
That Sludge Belcher is so huge too, because this allows him from being able to pick up the trades and play defensively. Kalento's going to concede, and the control war goes to the Ramp Druid, and Fake ties it up and sends Kento to the last game and potentially being able to sneak a win in his first opening series of this tournament.
Yeah. Is that Kalento's first loss in the first day, if that happens? He went 3-0 last time, right?
That's right. He was undefeated, in fact, the entire tournament. And now it's kind of coming down to hopefully him being able to win this to keep the consistent streak alive. But Fake's the one trying to upset him from the open bracket and proving his name. Now, it will go down to the Hunter versus the Ramp Druid, which, the Hunter does have the ability to go through these big minions with Hunter's Mark, but there are a lot of taunts that Hunter has to go through, and it's not exactly the easiest if Kento gets a bad start, draws on the wrong side, and then top decks Leopard Gnome when he needs something else.
And Kento only has 1 Hunter's Mark. That's the first Hunter deck I've ever seen that doesn't run 2 Hunter's Marks.
Oh, you're right. Huh.
And that's pretty key for this matchup. He has even less ways to deal with taunts than most.
Well, if he's not banning Hunter, he feels like his opponents might be playing a lot of Hunter themselves, and maybe feels like he can get away with only 1. That's actually a really important note, and that might be the difference maker, but who knows? He's not playing high mains. He's playing a very aggressive Snowball Hunter that's built to kill other Hunters. Snake Trap is amazing in the mirror. You have Undertaker and Leopard Gnome, and he's got a lot of ability to push out damage very quickly. Let's go into Game 5 and see if Kento can close this out, or will Fake be the one to upset the reigning champion?
Yeah, also Kento might be thinking, most of my opponents are going to ban Hunter because that's the default ban. And if they don't, that's because they think they can beat it. So what kind of Hunter deck do I want to beat people who think they're beating Hunter? And maybe he decided that, that's the very aggro version.
All right, well, it gets the good start, has a 1 and 2 drop, and even a Houndmaster kind of added in. Oh, Fake does have a Wild Growth, though, and that's an excellent start considering that he has Harvest Golem to kind of continue to push it out. So all of a sudden, maybe things can kind of turn for the Druid. He's got a very good start.
Yeah, he does have a good growth for Golem Keeper to grow. If that Death Spinner was Undertaker, then his game would be a lot different, but as it is, the moment he plays a big taunt guy, Kento is just not going to have a lot of things to do.
That's right.
No, he does have 2 Houndmasters, but...
Kento also doesn't have high mains, which is often a very important card against Druid. Wow, he's
Wow,
gonna seek for a card off Web Spinner, and he gets Silverback Patriarch.
You found one. Wow, that play I did not expect. I assumed he was going to go for the face and play Flare and eventually hunt a Creeper.
That card's actually pretty annoying to deal with. Oh, but Fake picks up Innervate, so he can kind of kill off the beasts immediately and claim board dominance. This is starting to look pretty bad for Kento.
Yeah, I think it just play Keeper here. I mean, this deck has a lot of expensive minions, so having Innervate in your hand, is not that bad. You don't have to use it immediately. Like, just playing Force of Nature or Druid of the Claw here. You could play the Druid and attack the 1/4. That would certainly not be bad.
What to do?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if you play the Druid, you deny the ability to use Houndmaster. But the Keeper in the Grove, of course, like you said, plays more on the curve.
Safeguard the land.
Yeah, and Houndmaster is not going to be that effective. It's going to be good, obviously, but... Yeah, maybe playing the Druid was a better play just because of Houndmaster. Also, your Druid is not threatened because it's going to be a 4/3, and your opponent's going to have 2 1/1s, so it would die to the bone. Yeah, I don't know. Druid also pretty important as a taunter, so not, using that early on definitely gives you a good advantage.
All right, speaking of advantage, after this Houndmaster drops, Fake does have the ability to kind of push through, even with something like Savage Roar and Stabilize. And I think if Kalento's late game has been, effectively sacrificed, so that way he can have a stronger early game, and he's not having a good board presence whatsoever against what Fake's able to consistently put out, he's going to be hitting some real big stopgaps unless he draws something like Buzzard Unleash. And even then, does he have enough ability to push through without his high mains?
Yeah, I mean, how? And with only one Hunter's Mark, his opponent plays a 4/6 and a 5/10. How good are those Unleash tokens going to be? You're going to draw a bunch of cards, but you have nothing to draw into. Those cards are just bigger than anything that is in your deck. So, yeah, I have to imagine Kento did not have this matchup in mind when he constructed his Hunter deck.
Does Fake want to use Savage Roar here? That is the question at the moment. All right, Drew the Claw seems to be what he chooses instead. Savage Roar allows you to basically kill off a lot of what's going on. Oh my, he's going to open himself up to Unleash the Hounds.
Yeah, it seems so.
Wow, very ballsy play.
Yeah, it's not great for him if Kento has Unleash, because his follow-up is, it's just going to be Harvest Golem.
Fake could feel like has the option to be the aggressor. I'm also so he's keeping his combo together. So this to finish my thought. Also, I wonder if really that use of Innervate was kind of appropriate, considering that he might be drawing into some of his bigger minions. Like if he picks up Scenarios or something equivalent to that, then he's starting to hit some of his bigger minion curves where he might want to use Innervate earlier on. It's still not the best mana use or mana turns right now, because he's gonna be on 6 and there's still a lot of cards that he'd want to play that's cost 7 and 9.
Yeah, at the same time, he doesn't know Kento doesn't have a good late game, because we know that if he just doesn't die, he's just gonna win the game.
True.
Because Kento doesn't have any high mains, but he doesn't know that. So maybe he thinks has to be somewhat aggressive, whereas we know if he just blows the board with taunts, he's just gonna win.
All right, Fake draws into a 6-mana minion though, so it pays off. And Sylvanas will be the biggest minion on the board by a large margin. Kento can use Houndmaster number 2, by the way, and start drawing and cycling through with flares, but he needs to kind of find something else. It's not going to be a cycle for Jaime. It's going to be a cycle for cards like Leopardome and Undertaker, and we're talking about some of the top decks that this Hunter's capable of when you don't have the draws. Kalento's under a lot of stress. He realizes that this situation's pretty dire.
It has to be killing Kalento that he's effectively playing with one less card this entire match, and he hasn't had a window to use that flare yet. You know, generally when you draw a flare, the first thing you want to do is just get rid of it. But it seems like he might not have an opportunity to use it again. So he's basically playing with, you know, 2 less cards than his opponent has way less options because of how those cards have constrained his mana.
All right, well, maybe he can get some damage with the bow, but... Oh, a Keeper of the Grove for Fake. And that can disarm the 3/4 Haunted Creeper that's been Houndmastered. And that allows him to basically kill off the rest of this board here.
Yeah, definitely. Can still follow it up with Harvest Golem.
I mean, you leave up a 1/2, but I mean, everything else seems pretty decent from this point on. And Fake, again, still has the combo. He's getting closer to turn 9. And if he can kind of put out these sticky minions, all of a sudden this Ramp Druid has the possibility to kill off your opponent.
Yeah, ooh, he's not going to go for the silence. Is he going to silence the Mad Scientist instead? Or is he going to shoot it? Yeah, but chooses to silence the Mad Scientist. That's very interesting.
Okay.
That might put, you know,
He really has no respect for
dangerous life total. Yeah, and for his life total.
That is true.
I mean, Kalento has 11 damage in play right now.
Oh, you're right. We're forgetting about how much damage he can kind of push back at his opponent, which might be what he needs to do in this scenario.
Yeah, likely.
You're not going to win the trading war. You're not going to win the late game. And he's got Leroy in hand, too.
Ooh, but he did choose to attack his opponent's minion instead of going for the face. That's also very interesting. Because if I was Kalento, I would be thinking, how am I going to win this game? I'm just going to, you know, try to burst my opponent out. But he thinks, him attacking his opponent's minion here means he thinks he can still win a fair fight. So, you know, he's not desperate yet, from his point of view. Which, if I was him, I would be. But...
Well, it's not over till it's over, and this Druid is left top decking as well. Druid of the Claw comes into the hand of Fake. And maybe we start seeing him just be a little bit more frantic. Maybe if he feels desperate enough to kind of remove what's on the board, he uses cards like Force of Nature, but I still feel like he's in control of this game.
Yeah. I mean, that definitely looks better for him, I think, but he could still very easily lose.
I think you can take an opportunity to steal the Undertaker if you use Sylvanas to crash in and use Druid the Claw to charge here. And that could be a good opportunity for you to start taking away your opponent's tools. In fact, this is what he's gonna do.
Do you want to steal the Undertaker or the... Oh, he gets Angry Chicken.
Oh,
okay.
No. That is the... I mean, I guess it's something for the Buzzard, but that's probably the worst thing. Imagine if it was King Crush or something to give him some damage.
It is feasible that stealing the webs could have stolen the web spinner. Just attack differently.
Well, I guess you deny a draw, but you take a little bit more damage. And I think you're at 18 health. You kind of want to prioritize health.
Yeah, no, I don't think you could have stolen... Well...
Well, Kalento's web spinner really laid an egg here. Angry Chicken is probably the worst draw he probably could have gotten other than Captain's Parrot.
Yeah, especially since his 2 Houndmasters are gone, so he can't even pump it. You know, I have lost to a pumped up Angry Chicken. It was not fun.
That's terrible. I'm sorry, man.
Yeah.
I don't see a way for Kento to get out of this. He's going to get the Leroy damage in now, but now there's full combo from Fake, and the Force of Nature Savage Roar patience has paid off for our German player who's been coming from the open bracket, and he's going to upset Kento 3-2 and jump out to a 1-0 overall record in the group.
Yeah, I can't even count how much damage that's going to be. It's going to be a lot of damage.
Yes. Let's see.
Oh, he actually doesn't get the full
10 plus 10, so that's or plus 20. I think that's like 30 damage-ish. All right, so Kento is gonna start off to he's gonna start off 3-0, but then follows it up with a defeat, so he's evened up at 1 apiece. And Fake, if he continues up this momentum, might be advancing in first place in this group if he can take out one other player and then be in a good position to. And what an intense series. You know, it started off where we thought Kento was going to kind of roll with his momentum and continue to push through. But in the end, Fake was able to win with this Ramp Druid and show off his control skills. Well played.
Yeah, very interesting. I think a lot of this tournament is going to hinge on whether Kento can defeat the Ramp Druids with his own Druid deck. Because, you know, most other players seem to be playing the Ramp Druid variant. And, you know, those decks are probably not going to get banned, so they will meet at some point. And whether Kalento's version is superior or not is going to define a lot of how those games go.
Excellent observation. It also depends a little bit on how the rest of his group does, which we'll be seeing after a quick break. Firebat versus Sixo is the next match lined up. So when we return, more action and more Hearthstone here at VGVN at number 3 with Frodan and PBDDR. We'll be right back. All right, we're back with more action here at VGVN3 with Firebat versus Sixo. The first time we'll see Sixo play today. And Sixo this time is an invite player and not a person coming through the open bracket. He qualified twice for the previous 2 tournaments, and I think he's the only player who's been in all 3 tournaments so far. So Vincent, Kento, and Hype will have 2 appearances each. But everyone else will be their first time. So Sixo is kind of the old guard here. He's the geezer, so to speak, PV. And he's the one where he's yet to break out of the group stages, and he's come so close every single time. He's been in 3rd place both times.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely happy to see him getting an invite here.
Yeah, I think we're going to go to the match ceremonies, by the way, and show you guys the bands real quick. We want to remind you also about the opportunity to win the Zeus Mini Cyber Power PC in the link. Just type giveaway in the chat and you can get all the info about how to sign up for the newsletter and find out more about the Video Game Voters Network and what they're all about. All their activism to make sure that video games are properly represented in the United States and the Supreme Court. So check out the link in the Twitch chat, or Twitch chat and the Twitch profile as well. Excuse me. All right, so it looks like we have Hunter bans on both sides. Firebat, of course, we saw him earlier banning Hunter, but Sixo this time will respect the Hunter a little bit more. As much as his Shaman was good against Hunter in the open bracket, maybe Sixo comes in with a different game plan, or maybe he wanted to ban another class and felt like, well, you know, maybe his class he didn't bring it, and since he didn't bring the class I was planning to ban, I'd ban Hunter anyways, just by sheer power level.
Yeah, definitely surprised at the Hunter ban here, because, you know, his other two decks are Druid and Miracle Rogue, which they don't necessarily have to fear Hunter even if he loses with his Shaman. But Haillock, on the other hand, is good against both those decks. So if the Shaman deck goes, I'm not sure how Sixo is going to be feeling against Firebat's Handlock deck.
Right, it could backfire, but at this point, I'm willing to trust Sixo because it feels like his knowledge of Hearthstone has just grown the more I see him. Just as a small little side story, I met Sixo when he was just first learning how to play Hearthstone. He lives actually like 10-15 minutes away from me. He lives in Berlin, I believe, or close to Berlin, that is. And I've seen him at the Meltdowns. I've seen him come to Fight Night, and every time I meet him, his knowledge of Hearthstone, his experience has grown leaps and bounds, and it seems like he's finally evolved into a much stronger player than he was months ago when we were just filming those seasons. And now he's bringing his own Shaman deck, which seems to be one of the most copied lists, short of the Seed Giant version that you see sometimes forming ladder, and for good reason. It's been very solid, it's very versatile, and it's capable of taking wins off of any deck. Even the Miracle Rogue, as much as you feel like it's a good matchup for the Rogue player, and Firebat made a great choice, you can't underestimate what this Shaman deck can do with some of the burst.
Yeah, definitely. And I like that Sixo is just not afraid to challenge, you know, conventions. Because everyone's been saying, since I started playing Hearthstone, people have been telling me, oh, Shaman is not that great because Hunter beats it. And it just got ingrained into my mind that Shaman had a bad matchup against Hunter, and I assume that's the same for a lot of people. But then Sixo was like, no, I actually think I have a good matchup. So he just played that, and he proved that he was, you know, he was right. And other people have been copying him, and suddenly, you know, the convention is, you start thinking, maybe what I thought is not right anymore. Maybe this guy's right. So I wonder what else he's right about. And it's very, very interesting player to watch because he's not afraid to challenge things. I like that.
I think so too. Game number one's about to begin, and Firebat wants to rebound immediately. He's down 0-1 in the groups. Not over yet, though. Has to kind of take down Sixo in order to advance. And thankfully this time we have Firebat throughout the entire series as the VODs were able to kind of recover. And a pretty decent start for Firebat. He's got some good cards going on in his opening mulligans. He's got Auctioneer. He's on the coin. He gets an extra card. And so by all means, it seems like sunny weather ahead for our Copenhagen Wolves player. Excuse me. Trying to out my own words here.
Not a great hand for Sixo, but, you know, still could just has 2 Flaming Tokanos to make use of that hero power. So, still go well for him.
Alright. Firebat has stuff to do, which is often the most important thing against Shaman and a lot of other decks. That way you're not just allowing them to build the board. In fact, Firebat's going to take a more aggressive stance. Uses SI7 agent to deny the ability to kind of build any semblance of board presence for their Shaman. I like it.
Yeah, and it's gonna kill. Ooh, that's huge.
Wow.
Yeah, it's gonna kill this totem and every single totem thereafter because you can just keep attacking it. Whereas if he just doesn't play it, you know, Sixo would have, you know, 2 totems next turn, then 3 totems, and then those Defender Focuses and Flame totems would start to get powerful.
An insta-call of Hex. Oh man, and Sixo recognizes that, well, there's a little bit of damage still being put my way, but at least it's not a 4 damage Cold Blood. And now like Firebat's trying to obviously make his opponent pay for hexing his minion. And as a result, neither players are getting optimal value on their cards. This is kind of amusing situations where both players are trying to make it uncomfortable and optimize value, and yet we have like this awkward situation where a 2-1 Hexed Frog is adding pressure on the Shaman. What is going on here?
Yeah, I guess he just wants to kill those totems very badly, and he knows 2-1 is enough to hit a totem every turn, and if it's the 1-1 totem, he can just kill with the dagger from the hero power. So that would explain why he doesn't particularly care that it's not +4, since he's just going to use it to attack a no-2 every turn anyway. But that backfires now when he fights with a 2-4.
Yeah. Well, at least he didn't hex the already hexed frog to make it a 0-1 again. That would have been very humorous if that ever became the scenario. I mean, it makes sense, granted that Sixo didn't want to play Feral Spirits to get challenged. SI7 would have killed whatever totem he had. And with double Flametongue Totem in hand, he prioritized having the board presence. But Miracle Rogues has the cards to continue to put out these 3/3 minions, 2/4 minions, ways to harass and effectively pick apart Sixo's board every single turn. And he's going to use his second hex. I mean, this is how much he values his Flametongue Totem and Feral Spirit's value.
Yeah, definitely very, very interesting play. And he did it very quickly, so it's probably something, at least the first time, he had already thought through. Most people would just pause and be appalled at, without even consider using hacks on his opponent's 3-3 at that point. He just did it immediately. Didn't even, flinch.
Okay, now what's important is Sixo also picked up Lotheb, a card that can deny the Auctioneer from going off, and that allows him a little bit of wiggle room, so that way he used both of his hexes, so he can't answer the Auctioneer directly, but now he actually has a minion to shut down a turn and potentially be able to set up a strong board. So the Lotheb to come out, start trading and being a little bit effective, and put some pressure back. This is what Sixo's been looking for, but at the same time, he wasn't happy that a 5/5 minion was able to stick.
Yeah, generally you want to wait for them to play Auctioneer, then you can play Lotheb and neither their turn, but we're approaching the point where Firebat can just play Auctioneer and a lot of spells in the same turn, so you kind of have to preemptively play the Lotheb there, and especially considering your alternatives aren't great.
Okay, well, Firebat has a handful of spells in Gadsand Auctioneer. And he doesn't have Blade Flare. Like, he doesn't have cards that are super duper effective against what Shaman has yet. Eviscerate to kind of take out this totem, plus allow his Lotheb to push through, feels...
Oh, he has a deadly poison,
yeah.
So he could just have attacked it. But now he gets to attack the totem as well.
It feels bad, but it gets the job done.
Yeah, it's what he had to do. Definitely not what he wanted to do, but it was his only possible thing. Did he just jam all here there? Attack for 6? It's not impressive, but...
I think so. I'm trying to think, because the alternative play is obviously to load up the board and play Manatide Totem and basically try to win, but like, you don't have forever against the Miracle Rogue, and the Alakir is uncontested. Unfortunately, I think it can just die easily. Oh, and Sap has been drawn too. That's pretty unfortunate for Sixo.
Yeah, no, as far as, big minions to get Sap, that's one of the ones you care the least about because he does have charge, so...
He doesn't have to Sap it anymore. He can just kill it.
Yeah.
Oh, no. In fact, he's got, like, the more he draws, the worse it gets for Sixo because he's got so many answers. And this has been 5 cards already this turn, with potential for more, and that is bad news because Alakir is one of the finishers that Shaman relies on.
Yeah, at least he can Earthshock that guy, so it'll only be a 4/3 no abilities. I guess he can finish it off with the Fire Elemental now.
Yeah, put another threat. And 2 Eviscerates have been used, so a Spell Power Eviscerate can effectively one-shot this Fire Elemental. Sixo is just, again, applying as much pressure as possible and trying to make Miracle's life uncomfortable. But there is Gadsand number 2, and this allows Firebat to start pushing through once again. And the circus continues.
Yeah, and he knows Sixo is out of hexes, so by sapping the Fire Elemental, he does give him the chance to basically just do the same thing again. Just hit it with a spell and then finish her off with the Fire Elemental. Ooh, he drew the Conceal, but he doesn't have mana to cast it. That's unfortunate.
Alright, well, Sixo can still remove this Gadsand number 2, its Flametongue Totem.
Yeah. Which is better than just playing Doomhammer and taking 8 damage. Ooh, Defender finally doesn't start playing
makes
something.
sense too.
Yeah, I guess he's just worried he might die next turn. You know, he doesn't know. Firebat actually doesn't have Shadow Step or Leroy. So, you know, he can do a whole total of 5 damage this turn if he casts all his spells. But Sixo might be thinking.
This is going to be painful. A backstab and Fan of Knives is going to clear the board. Are you kidding me? That's so crazy how much this Miracle Rogue deck's been able to weather the storm and still not even use Blade Flurry Sixo. He's just like, is this for real? Am I dreaming?
Yeah, now he's, you know, finally out of ways to clear the board. He could play the Doomhammer and attack the Azure Drake twice, but that's a lot of damage he takes.
No, that play is exclusively reserved for Reynad. He did that one time and everyone was like, whoa, that's way too much damage. And that was after like a really epic game in the Well Played Cup.
Yeah, now Firebat, he could just... Ooh, he doesn't even have to Deadly Poison anymore. I was going to say he could just Armor Deadly Poison and Blade Fury everything away. But by drawing Azure Drake, just clears it all if it's for 1. So I guess by drawing the Van Cleef... Oh, never mind.
Whoa, get that extra damage in, why not?
I wonder if it might have been better to just play a big Van Cleef and conceal it.
Well, either way, the consequence is about the same. It's very difficult to come back from this position.
Yeah, at this point, you know, you just don't care much what you do. You know you're gonna win anyway, so you don't worry much. Yeah. Sixo also knows.
Alright. Well, Sixo's just kind of... He actually has the Resident Super Face right now on him. But he's just going to kind of pass this as soon as he just sees Lyria's confirmation. And Miracle is favored against Shaman because of those ability to draw and get those clears that you just witnessed. And it's just difficult to kind of climb back from that position whatsoever. Meanwhile, we'll see Sixo immediately queue up his own Miracle Rogue. I'm trying to look at differences immediately, and I see a few. Sinister Strikes instead of the Cold Blood, and it seems like he's going to only run 1 Drake, and that makes him play a little bit quicker. He can sneak into damage in other ways, and I'm kind of curious to see if Sinister Strike's going to pay off, because it allows him to push through the taunts, it allows him to get the damage and enable the combos, but a lot of the times, the complaints from Miracle Rogue players is that Sinister Strike sometimes falls victim to the same reason why you have double conceals or double blade flurries. Like, it's just a little bit excessive spells and you might have dead draws.
Yeah, I mean, it's only good when you're going to win the game. Otherwise, it just basically does nothing. And he runs 2 of them. That's pretty unusual. Also, that Firebat's got to be feeling pretty well about that, because if your opponent can pick any deck and he chooses the exact same deck you were playing, that probably means his other deck is not as good as 50-50 against your deck. So if he can only manage to beat Sixo's Rogue in the mirror, he'll probably just win the series 3-0.
Also important to note, I think Game 2 is about to begin, so let's find out how Sixo responds immediately. Can he out-Miracle the Miracle player? And when the meta game does revolve around bans, Miracle is one of the best decks still, because it keeps a lot of slow decks accountable. Now, the mirror can often come down to just the race damage, but I think it really does depend on how some of the draws pan out for both these players and how they recognize win conditions quicker and being able to turn it on. Like, for example, Van Cleef is in the hand of Firebat. That might be the only way you can close out this game. And Firebat might realistically have to all in at a certain point on this card.
Yeah. Interestingly, he kept Azure Drake.
I wouldn't love Azure Drake in the mirror. It's so good. Because on turn 5, if you play Gadget Stand, you pretty much draw maybe 1 or 2 cards. Maybe 3 cards at most if you're really lucky and have the combination. But then Azure Drake kind of gets the job done, puts a 4/4 and draws a card anyways. Not to mention the spell power's a threat. Your opponent's gonna have to remove it. And then the following turn you might have something like Gadget Stand anyways. It's like a really good filler on a turn where you're not often very comfortable just dropping the Gadget Stand Auctioneer.
Yeah, no, it's certainly a very good card to play in turn 5. I just wonder what it says about, you know, how they think this matchup goes. I think it's clear from the way both players are playing that they don't think having an early advantage is that relevant. Because Sixo could have just coined an SX7 agent, for example. He chose not to. So he thinks that coin, that playing for more of a late game, or at least medium late game, is more important than getting an early board advantage, which makes sense and would make keeping Azure Drake consistent with the whole way of thinking.
Yeah, I think a lot has to do with how in tune you are with the current metagame. By the way, big Van Cleef coming up for Firebat.
Yeah.
It does depend on like things of that you're just trying to calculate what your opponent has. Is it a metagame where double sap's relevant, where double Farseer is relevant? And then that kind of calculates with, do you want to be slightly more aggressive? Because there are players who do exactly what you said. They coin SI7 to the face, and they play aggressive and try to get into every point of damage. But then if they're running Farseers, that damage could be kind of negligible.
You drew the sap. That's pretty huge.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, not only Farseer, but if your opponent just plays Deadly Poison, you basically wasted your coin.
Well, speaking of wasting cards,
Yeah.
Firebat just lost his Shadow Step, but he still has a turn 5 play, and even if that was poor, he still kind of rebounds. And now Azure Drake evens up the card count, puts a 4-4 on the board, and he still has ways he can follow up with his Van Cleef.
Yeah, for sure. People often think you sap a Van Cleef is like you got rid of it, but it could just come down as a 6/6 2 turns later. It's not like it was killed.
Right.
Okay, so that's a pretty huge turn for Sixo, I think, because he got rid of his opponent's guy and put him in play. But it's just going to dash to the Deadly Poison here. But that's generally what I think you want to do.
Well, he has Conceal as a much better play on the Gadget Stand Auctioneer rather than play the removal game.
Oh, yeah.
And it doesn't have any indication that he's going to lose his Gadget Stand. Oh, he draws Shiv so he can keep the draws going.
Yeah, he can. Luckily for Sixo, he has low tab, so he can stop that next turn. But this is probably the reason why he's just doing all of those things on his own turn. Like, I feel like without Max Ramos, if low tab wasn't a card, he would just pass the turn here. He wouldn't use perhaps Shiv, because there's no benefit to doing it now, but he's doing it to play around low tab, so that even if Sixo has low tab, he can still, he will have gotten some value out of those cards already.
Excellent observation. I think that's exactly the case. Not to mention that your following turn most likely involves playing some of the 3 drops. So you're just kind of insistent on making sure they get the value now. And now we see that Sixo's kind of has a healthy board. He's starting to rack in some damage, by the way, too. He's got Synergy Strike and Eviscerate. If he just pairs together Leroy, we could be looking at a way for Sixo to kill in the next 2 turns.
Is he just going to gem Sinister Strike there? Use his mana a little bit more? Yeah, probably not.
I think you just count mana. If you draw Leroy next turn, can you use Eviscerate and Sinister Strike? And I think the answer is yes if you coin. That gives you the extra mana because you can also Blade Flurry as well. So he's just calculating his damage, just in case. But it seems like it won't matter because now Firebat's killed off Lotheb, so his damage has been limited, and he's been healing up a little bit as well.
Azure Drake. Yeah, pretty good card here. You were right.
That is, if he gets another way to Blade Flurry and get value, that's actually insanely powerful here.
It is, yeah. Luckily he has that coin, so he could just Blade Flurry everything for 4. And that would put him in a very good position at 29 life with 2 minions in play, and his opponent, will have taken 7. That's pretty good for him.
Excellent. It's still a little empty because look at how many weak and fragile cards he'll have left. He has Eviscerate and Sinister Strike and Preparation.
Yeah, that is true.
He's going to be left at tap-docking Leroy, but still I think it's a good deal here.
And his opponent does have ways to clear the board. Like, he has Phantom Knives with Palnos, and if he draws Blade Flurry, he has 2 Deadly Poisons to go with that. So, we could definitely see a sort of comeback here, even if the board is cleared.
I mean, he does have an alternative of weaponing up and using the Deadly Poison and playing a little bit slower. But I'm of the train where it's like you try to be aggressive in this matchup. You try to cash in value, get the spell power in while you can, and put the onus on your opponent to be able to clear here.
Yeah, interesting that he chose to use Preparation and not Coin, because that would allow him to also play Sinister Strike, which will hit for 1 more damage now than it will likely hit next turn. So pretty interesting play here. Also, the Coin... Well, he'll get to 8 mana anyway, and yeah. It doesn't really matter if he draws Leroy.
Okay, Firebat doesn't have Blade Flurry, but he's got ways to kind of draw and deal with the board.
I mean, he can deal with the... you know, he doesn't really want to sap any of his opponents, guys.
Yeah. Either sap targets are suboptimal.
Yeah.
And Sixo's like, is that Eviscerate? No, it's just sap.
Yeah, it's got to be feeling pretty good for Sixo here to get his Drake sapped.
Yep.
His opponent did drop a 6/6 Enclave.
I mean, it's disappointing because if the Drake didn't get sapped, that's actually lethal right there because he had a 5 damage Eviscerate.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. He would rather it lived.
Oh, he gets Conceal.
Conceal.
Oh man, he has double Eviscerate here off the top, and Sixo's going to close it out with spells only. No Leroy necessary.
Yeah, no, Sinister Strike for you. Maybe a preview of what's going to happen next month already. When Leroy costs 1 more mana.
Could be. Firebat will have to turn to one of his other decks. Whether his Ramp Druid or his Warlock deck, which we didn't see before. And it is going to be Handlock, which has been a strong counter to Miracle Rogue for a long time because of the board pressure it puts out. It's cool that we see a lot of the Handlocks start to rotate Lord Jaraxxus back into the lineup. That was a card for a while, PV, where people felt like it was just too slow. There's just way too much combo and burst potential. But now that Naxxramas has slowed down Hearthstone considerably with cards like Sludge Belcher and Lotheb, maybe Jaraxxus can have a bigger impact.
Yeah, it could definitely have a big impact. And also, I think here, Sixo's Sinister Strikes could actually be very key. Because Miracle Rogue's plan, you know, they just usually drop to a somewhat low life total and they play a bunch of taunts. And, you know, if he can deal, you know, 8 more damage through not attacking a normal Miracle Rogue, that's pretty huge. It has to be something Firebat has to keep in mind.
Yeah, that's an excellent point, and it might come into play here in Game 3. Let's get it started. And, you know, Sixo, I kind of want to just once again cast my lot in this guy's department because he's been part of all 3 tournaments. And it's just be heartbreaking to see him go to drop in the group stages once again, where it's like this guy has yet to have a breakout tournament performance to win something. And a lot of people who've been watching his stream and following his legend runs also want to see him do well here.
Yeah, so just going back to Lord Jaraxxus, how do you think it matches up against Alexstrasza? Because they're kind of the same thing in that they bring your life total to 15, but you know, they occupy the same slot. You never see people running both of them, but sometimes you see Alexstrasza, sometimes you see Jaraxxus, sometimes you see nothing. How do you think they match up against each other?
I personally like Jaraxxus a little bit more because winning with him is slightly more satisfying. But and also because I feel like a lot of times Alexstrasza feels just like an 8 mana or 9 mana giant in a lot of cases. Handlock can whittle your opponent down. And a lot of times the damage done offensively by Alexstrasza is kind of negligible, and then healing yourself up is kind of the same impact anyways. But I do recognize the opportunity you get with Alexstrasza to put your opponent within Leroy range of combos, so I'm not against it, but I personally like Jaraxxus. I think it's just a little bit more flexible.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Here we go.
I haven't actually tried the deck with Jaraxxus. I'll probably have to.
Oh, you must. And if I encourage you to try one, you should do it in a Void Caller deck because it is just awesome if for some reason the Void Caller dies and you have a 3/15 on the field.
Yeah, that seems pretty interesting. Pretty hard to beat if you manage to taunt it up.
No 4 mana cost minion for Firebat. This is pretty bad to have a lot of passivity against a Miracle Rogue player.
Yeah, no, the Miracle Rogue player is also not doing anything. I mean, his opponent is at 20. He's at 22 already from like hero powers and stuff, but.
Ooh, chooses to go for Lotheb. Meanwhile, he's got a lot of cheap spells they can combine and make his opponent's life difficult.
He can guarantee, you know, he can play all those 5 spells the turn he plays the action here. So even if he doesn't have conceal, it guarantees a. Ooh, that was good. Guarantees a bunch of card drawing.
Sure. You get a backstab. You get a backstab. All right. Viscerate. Or Shiv to draw more cards as well. All
Shiv
is
wants
possible.
To finish it off with the dagger. Yes. Yeah. He can also shadow stab back his own action here if he feels like he hasn't drawn enough cards this turn.
Here we go.
Which,
Yeah, but he's got a couple of cards I can cycle through, but that's always one of the big debates that Miracle players kind of struggle with. Firebat picks up the Mountain Giant, though, and now he can kind of answer the Auctioneer as well, so this is starting to kind of shore up here for him.
yeah, I wonder if the Lothab should have attacked the 5/4 just to prevent Shadow Flame from happening. Because clearly his plan is to next turn eviscerate the 5/4 and then attack with Lothab, but that leaves him vulnerable to a Shadow Flame, which, you know, Firebat does have. It might not play this turn because he wants to play the Giant, but...
I wonder.
Does he? I mean, he's hesitating. I feel like putting out a Giant is usually preferable, but is there an alternative play that we're not seeing because the Giant blinded us? I don't think so, but maybe there's something else.
I like Shadow Flame a little bit more, honestly. Oh, yeah, that is good too. You know, he gets to kill, Soulfire the Actioneer and kill the, yeah. So he gets to read the board anyway. That is probably better than just playing Shadow Flame here.
Does lose a Shenzhen, which can be kind of painful considering that's one of your taunters to be able to survive against Leroy Burst. But Handlock's at 17. And there's 2 Eviscerates and a Sinister Strike. So that's 14 damage. Right. Not to mention there's also cards like Blade Flurry in the deck as well. And SI7 can even go to the face. So there's a lot of damage that Sixo has. He has to plan this out. Make sure he can kind of maximize everything. Also on the flip side, his opponent just used Power Overwhelming, so his opponent and Soulfire. So his opponent's burst is also contracted a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. Ooh, chooses to go for the more passive controlish play. You know, probably means he's just trying to win with Leroy here, which is tough against Handlock.
Yeah, I mean, as much as it's just a dream to go off with spells, and if you had infinite mana, you could lethal him. The realistic point is that he might have Faceless, he might have more ways to follow us up, and you would be sitting at 20 health, or lower than 20 health here, and then just be at a impossible wall to kill through. So Sixo just goes for removal. It's the safer play, and I don't blame him for it whatsoever.
But how are you gonna win now?
The same way you always win every night, Pinky. Try and use Leroy and Shadow Step.
Yeah, I guess he does still have 2 saps in his deck. I think he has to. I mean, there's one.
Well, see what you pick up with Azure Drake. You even have a little bit of spell power to AoE.
Yeah, he might be holding that for a turn where he can play, you know, Fin of Knives and Sinister Strike, but feels like it's just better to use him now.
Oh, alright, well, still no possibility to pick up something like Blade Flurry, but at least now, Sludge Belcher has been appropriately disposed of. Tossed in the dumpster. Recycled, so that way he's not any more toxic pollution.
Yeah, and importantly, he still keeps his sap. So, you know, if he does draw a Leroy.
Firebat still has Lothab, which the timing of Lothab might be critical in how he kind of fights back against potential lethal. Leroy looks like it's going to go for a Shadow Flame play and try to clear his opponent's board. But still, it's like a situation where if Sixo pairs together the right cards, he could still win this.
Yeah, I mean, he would have won if he had drawn Leroy. He can Leroy, Shadow Step, Sap, Sinister Strike, that's 15.
Right. I mean, this stage, it's Firebat's kind of worried about how he's gonna win.
Yeah, I mean, he probably... Is he Hellfire Mortal Coil Giant here? Nope. Okay.
Alright, well, he's gonna do what he can to start fighting back for board position.
Yeah, at the expense of a lot of life. But yeah. I mean, he knows next turn he can play, you know, assuming Sixo hits him for a lot, he can just play Molten Giant, copy Molten Giant, and play some Fury Protect. Well, play, you know, get 3 big taunt guys.
Hey.
By playing Molten Giant, some Fury, and then copying the taunt Molten Giant.
Oh my. Sixo saying it's Leroy or bust still.
Yeah. Doesn't give him the chance to, you know, play 2 taunted Giants here. Rather than he had a higher life total. Did draw out for Shrink the Vanquish, but it was not that big to begin with.
Yeah, it's basically deal 2 damage. Not really that effective. So, are you gonna try to go for more of the assumption your opponent doesn't have Leroy by now, and then you can play like Twilight Drake back again, and then the Siphon Soul, or do you feel like there's an onus to pressure with something like Molten Giant and Taunt, and then feel like you just leave it up to whether or not your opponent has second sap?
I think I like the Siphon Soul play here. Because even if your opponent has Leroy, he has to have 2 Shadow Stabs to kill you.
Okay, well, Drake first, so you get the extra health.
Yeah. It does make it a little bit harder to cast your Molten Giant, but at the same time, you know, that's because you're at a high life total, so definitely worth it.
Alright, well, it might be time to cycle out this Blood Mage for Sixo.
Yeah.
Try to draw Leroy. It's basically come down to this, where he's at an impasse.
Conceal the Blood Mage.
Oh, man. Do you attack into
Here we go.
your opponent with Deadly Poison? Do you leave it up in case you have Blade Fury? These are all like these small micro decisions where it's like kind of impossible to always be 100% sure, but it does come down to experience on, and as well as playing the percentages on how many cards are left in your deck.
Yeah, but now Firebat will have access to 2 taunt minions, and he only has 1 sap left in his deck.
Ah, you're right.
So even if he does draw Leroy, that won't be enough.
So many possibilities.
It does draw larger axes, but I don't think they'll be making an appearance.
Shields up.
I mean, maybe if Sixo tries to YOLO, but I don't know if that's going to be the case. SI7 agent is not it. And Sixo might have to trade in. He sees a Molten Giant, so he's inclined to play Sinister Strike a little bit quicker, because it's not like there's... I mean, he probably doesn't have a second Molten Giant.
Yeah, and even if he does, you know, it's turn 10. How likely is that to matter?
Blade Flurry? Hold on. Ah, he needed that spell power, though,
Here
from...
we go.
Yeah, why is
that
the Sinister
spell
Strike
power.
still blinking?
Ah, it's just, you know, Hearthstone teasing you, saying, look what you could have had.
This guy's toast.
Okay, that was good. That was a very good turn. As you know, as far as things go, he managed to
good
still
as
live
good
himself.
can get. Soulfire off the top, though, is lethal for Firebat, and he knows this, so there's a way for him to kind of get the damage necessary.
Okay, that's probably
Wow.
good. Yeah.
Oh my goodness, that is devastating. Sixo has no way from this point on, I think. But he has Gadget Auctioneer, only a few cards remaining in his deck. I can't think of any other threats, though.
No,
that
it
would
won't be
actually
enough.
seriously do anything.
Almost out of cards.
But I like how he played this game.
Yeah.
You know, he gave himself the best chance to win when, you know, the game seemed overwhelmingly against him.
Well, when Leroy is in the last 2 or 3 cards of your deck, this is kind of what happens if you make your game plan oriented around him as a finisher. Firebat will go up 2-1, and Sixo will have to go to his Ramp Druid, featuring Kel'Thuzad as a cameo.
Yeah,
and we'll see if whether or not he can use his control deck to outpace that of the Handlock. Now, whoa! Let's talk a little bit about some of the card choices here. Sixo has double Nourish.
yeah, that's pretty different. He also has a big game hunter as well, which is going to be very, very good against his Handlock opponent. He does not have Black Knight, which surprises me. I think he chose it to go for 2 Sunwalkers instead of 1 and a Black Knight, which would have been good in this matchup. But yeah, both decks somewhat similar in that they want to just play undercosted huge minions.
Yeah, and he's got Farseers instead of Harvest Golems, and I think they just bring a lot of utility with a lot of the bigger health minions. It gives you the ability to heal up, not only yourself, of course, but your important minions as well. It's flexible, and let's see if Sixo is able to use these cards to his benefit. And in the late game situations, Nourish are amazing, but you only can dream to get the Wild Growth Nourish start. That's one of the best ways for the Druid to get things going. Game 4 begins, and let's see what these guys have. Sixo pushes everything other than BGH. He knows it's Handlock, so that's a great keep already, but probably wants to look for something like Wild Growth to also accompany that.
Yeah, and here I think the early game from the Druid deck is probably gonna decide how this game is gonna be played, because the Handlock does everything the same every single time, and Druid has some very explosive draws with Innervate, Wild Growth, and even Nourish. So he will be dictating the pace of this game. And I think, if the game goes for very long without the Druid deck getting an advantage, Handlock's gotta be favored because the hero power, hero power is just so good. And you have Siphon Soul, which is, hard removal that our deck doesn't have. And your guys are a little bit bigger. 8/8s are a little bit bigger than, 4/5s and stuff. But yeah, the match could definitely go either way, since both decks kind of do similar things.
Every single Magic player that I ever talked to always sits in disbelief when I describe to them the first time the Warlock hero power in Hearthstone. They're like, "Are you serious?" They're like, "What? You just pay?" Because I forgot the name of the card equivalent in Magic. As BGH, by the way, shuts down this Mountain Giant as expected.
Yeah, there's Greed. There's a card
Greed. That's right. You pay 2 life and draw a card.
Yeah, it's a card that costs 4 to play. Warlock already starts with that in play. So. Yeah, the hero power is definitely very good, and this deck is constructed very well around the hero power. But there's one of those, relatively fast starts from Sixo. He had, plays on turn 3 and 4, and then played an Innervate 5/5. So Firebat is, with his back on the wall here.
And now you just always mull over whether or not you should play around any kind of AoE that your opponent has, whether it's something like Hellfire. Not really Shadow Flame in this scenario because the trades would be pretty poor, but still, you have to kind of be careful about it. Sixo chooses to hold back, which turns out might still be punishing because Firebat can go for the clear here.
Yeah, which he probably will. I mean, it's best play before. He was probably thinking whether he wanted to play Ancient Watcher or use Hero Power this turn. Chooses to go for Ancient Watcher. Feels like he doesn't need more cards and just wants to add something that he can Shadow Flame away to the board without using more mana. But I think if I was with a drawn card, I'm very greedy.
I mean, it's just play style. It comes down to you have flexibility with Ironbeak Owl and silencing it. Most likely, it seems like Firebat's going to answer this threat with Siphon Soul for sure.
Yeah, it's not going to get much better than, a 5/10. He does have other ways to deal with it. He could Owl it, and then Power Overwhelming to 1/2 and attack into it.
Mm-hmm.
That would kill it. He could also Faceless Manipulator it, get his own 5/10, and then taunt his guy attack and Soulfire. This might be the best play.
Huh.
So he does have the whole combo in hand. He has Leroy, Faceless, and Power Overwhelming, and Soulfire, so he might not want to part with those cards.
Yeah, that's 20 damage already, or 24, excuse me.
Yeah.
That might be the countdown for when Firebat can win this game and even up his score in the series. Now, Sixo, on the meanwhile, this Druid deck, if you play the traditional mid-range, it struggled against Handlock because it doesn't have many ways to deal with the mass board clear. And so you're kind of dependent on these single target killers like Black Knight and BGH. After all, your premium removal spells like Swipe can only take out half a giant. So Sixo needs to rely on the board. But there's cards like that can always be the X factor. Cards like Faceless Manipulator, cards like Ragnaros, which always seems to turn to dies, depends on who's controlling it. And, I really kind of want to say that Firebat's favored, but I'm always kind of saying that conditionally because I feel like the Druid can do a lot of cool stuff too.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, his hand, he does have Ragnaros and Faceless Manipulator, so he's going to put up a fight in the late game at least. Unlike some other versions of Druid that if you get outclassed by big minions, you just lose. This one he actually has ways to win.
All right. Well.
Ooh, healing the 1/2. That's pretty interesting because now it forces his opponent to attack it with a 5/5 instead of just using his hero power.
Right. And then he baits out maybe Keeper of the Grove for 2 damage or, Wrath instead or something else that can be taken away from his future Twilight Drakes or future other cards that he doesn't want to have those removal spells or minions on.
It could clear the board with 2 swipes here.
All right, well, let's just turn that into a reality. Why not?
Yeah. Probably attack face here. No, chooses to attack the minion. Okay.
He does not want to enable Molten Giants. Ooh, Firebat gets another kind of giant. Doesn't really need to have Molten to activate this.
Yeah. And just one more mana and he wins the game.
I think Firebat's also keeping a count of what if my opponent has combo, but I don't think you can. Do you Soul Fire because you're afraid of combo? You have a lot to lose. Oh, he taps into Lotheb, which Lotheb would have been the better thing. Like if he tapped first, he could have played Lotheb to deny the combo. Oh man, that's
yeah. He changed his mind. I mean, he was gonna go for. Yeah, he could have won this game. So maybe Sixo would have just played Farseer instead. Oh, okay.
Well,
so
let's see. Leroy.
Yeah,
and
now
Faceless is only 20 damage. Oh gosh. All right. Now, how does Sixo deal with this? Does he have to use Faceless on his own, on his opponent's Ragnaros and then rely on it?
Yeah. He can't even taunt it up because of the Lotheb.
Oh, but he got Sludge Belcher. That's an important card too. Just needs to hit the Ragnaros, or maybe the other minion too. Just hit something, not the face. Oh, and he snipes the other Rag. This is some crucial moments. Rag once again coming down to these handlock control wars.
Yeah, and now, that's looking pretty good for Sixo. Yeah, for Firebat, unfortunately, that, obviously he knows he should hero power before playing his spells, but he wasn't going to hero power. He just changed his mind after he played the Giant, which might just cost him the game, unfortunately.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I mean, he's not out of it yet. He's still going to play a bunch of minions and you hope Ragnaros doesn't hit something great. But, does he hero power now and risk immediately dying? Oh. Guess not. He's going to gain 3. Yeah, if you're going to gain 3, you gotta hero power here.
Yeah, this is just a tricky situation where, like, he could have set himself up. Could have been in a situation where he'd been lethal. But now it's kind of just flipped and reversed. And Firebat gave up some of his best tools in the late game as the handlock. And he's still at the mercy of Ragnaros. Now back over to Sixo. Is there a way for him to guarantee himself to be able to go for like a 50-50 win here? I don't think so.
I think safest play here would probably be Sunwalker, Farseer, Mark. It would be the play that's probably less likely to get him dead, but I don't think he needs to do all of that. You know, yeah, just killing that and Mark is
All right, well,
pretty good.
he's still vulnerable to Molten Giant Shadow Flame. And this is still in the back of his mind. Meanwhile, Ragnaros will still do what he pleases, and he hits the Sludge Belcher. Oh, and
Ooh,
oh my
there's the
god,
Molten
Firebat
Giant.
picks up a Molten Giant. That allows him to go for a Shadow Flame play.
Yeah, and those Leroy tokens. Oh, he wants to keep the Molten Giant. He's just gonna attack his opponent's creatures.
Fair enough. Also works as well. It's a little scary against combo, but I guess at this stage you just want to go for the win here. You keep the Molten Giant as opposed to having just a 1/2 token and a 3/3. I can get behind that.
Well, but you also got a Leroy. You lost the Leroy,
That's true.
and his opponent would be at 6 last life. So I can see marriage to both plays. Could also have used his Hero Power to draw an extra card and make the Giant cost 0 since he had 1 left mana. But doesn't want to go too far below.
Wow, tough moments for Firebat. He can kill off this Farseer and pop the bubble, make the Giant live, but
He has to
it's
do
still
that, I
slim
think.
pickings.
I think I would be tempted to Hero Power here.
Yeah.
At this point, you're not worried about dying to burst, especially since your opponent has already played 2 swipes. I think you should just try to draw, better cards. He needs a
think
Siphon
so.
Soul now.
Yeah, I think you bring up a good point. There's not a lot of direct damage that Firebat has to worry about. It's still about the combo. Like, do you have... Oh my god, second Molten Giant. Oh wow. Well, that's a card that's kind of useless here. You're just worried about Force of Nature and Savage Roar, but you're at such low health, I think it's kind of inconsequential. Either
Yeah,
way,
I mean-
it's coming down to the point where Sixo just has to draw one more point of damage here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure this turn he wished he had Hero Power last turn. If he could do it twice this turn, he would have. Yeah, I mean, you died to Force of Nature anyway here. Not even the combo, just Force of Nature.
You're Sixo, do you feel like you have to set up the biggest wall you can, or do you play Sylvanas on the chance that your
setting
opponent
the
can't have
biggest-
to burst through?
If you play Sylvanas, you'll be at 3rd. Well, 12. Yeah, you can play. I think Sylvanas is fine.
Yeah, that's still 2 taunts he has to push through. It's not
Yeah.
easy.
And Drake doesn't even kill a Taunter if it comes to that.
Right. Firebat picks up Soulfire. That allows him to push through 1 taunt.
Yeah, I mean, he can kill both taunts, but then his opponent is going to get a Sylvanas, and he'll have no cards. His opponent still has 2 cards left.
Well, his opponent has actually lethal at this stage. You just have to actually kill off as much as you can.
Yeah, he has to Hero Power here.
Oh,
Ooh.
man! That stinks. Firebat won't be able to win this game. And Draxus is 1 mana off from being able to be played and heal back up to 15.
Yeah, this keeps trying. Yeah, so close.
And if there's one statement that kind of describes Firebat's situation, it's definitely not enough mana here. The series is tied up, and we're going to Game 5. Sixo will face against Firebat's Hunter deck, I believe. Oh no, Hunter was banned, that's right, Druid deck. And Druid ramp will be the choice for Firebat, and we're going to have kind of a mirror match, but there are some card differentials between these 2 players.
Yeah, we can see that Sixo actually doesn't even run the combo. So, like, unlike, most versions have 1 of each piece, but Sixo has 0.
Yeah, and that's because, and he's able to fit in a lot of quality minions too. Just look at his list. I mean, he has Nourish, and he has the normal list of threats that you've come to expect, and a little more juice. He's got Kel'Thuzad, which can give a lot of his cards like Sunwalker, like Sylvanas, insane value. And I mean, he's well tooled for the late game. And in these Druid mirrors, in terms of how they stack up class versus class, usually the slower one has the upper advantage. And I feel like with this in mind, Sixo might be the one who can take this, because he's also got Faceless Manipulator, a card that's really good in the mirrors. But look for cards like Black Knight and BGH to still be very swingy. And Firebat, of course, still has burst potential in his deck. Game 5 is about to begin. Can Firebat win this series and climb back into the group, or is he going to go down 0-2 and Sixo gets his first and much needed win? All right, wild growth for Firebat off the bat. Important.
Zombie Chow.
Zombie Chow. Okay. Sixo has Nourish and Innervate. Oh my goodness, he's got Nourish and double Innervate.
Is that going to be a turn 1 Nourish?
You're just
thinking
top
about
decking,
it.
Then. You're just top decking and wrecking. But I say go for it.
Yeah, you can even attack too.
Oh, absolutely. Oh man. Now Firebat's just like, well, I guess Wild Growth's a lot weaker in this position.
But at the same time, his opponent has 1 card in hand. So, you know, it's not very threatening here. He's going to have 4 mana, but what's he going to do next turn? Just hero power again, the same thing he would do with 2 mana. And probably the same for, you know, many other turns.
Well, you can Wrath and cycle for 1. Well, this is an interesting message. Six was like, well, what do I go from here? I guess the good news is that whatever he draws in the next couple of turns, most likely he can play. And then now Firebat's making up some of that lost ground.
Yeah, he does have his own Innervate in coin, so...
Wow.
Oh, that was perfect. But Firebat's
gonna top deck Black Knight.
That would be great. He can play the Ancient now. Or he could just cycle his rep also.
Okay. And, you know, Firebat's still kind of comfortable. Look at his hand. And Innervate allows him to smoothen out his curves so beautifully. Turn 5 is an Ancient. Turn 6 is Sunwalker. Turn 7 is an Ancient. And 6 is going to be drawing 1 card a turn to deal with this.
But I feel like, you know, at this point, choosing to go for the Wrath, he's choosing to place more value in cards than maybe you need to. Because your opponent is already so low on cards that, you know, you don't need more things. The way you can lose here is if your opponent starts top decking minions and you just fall too far behind on board. And Firebat's last turn didn't actually, you know, improve his board position much. I feel like playing a minion would have been better. You know, you don't get immediate value from the Wrath, but you just suicide the Zombie Child to get rid of the Divine Shield. And at this point, tempo is more important than cards.
Well,
I mean,
here's a tempo play for you. A 5-10 on turn 5.
But yeah, he's definitely still in a great position. It's close.
Oh, Sixo just used his Keeper the Grove effect too. And this is where I think you bring up really valid points to his turn 1 play, where now it's just like, he just doesn't have anything. Now, of course, Sixo had no intel on what kind of deck Firebat had. Maybe his opponent was playing something like the Fast Token Druid, and he needed to get aggressive with his mana ramp so that way he can answer threats. But now he's kind of made a misread of Judgment, and look at Firebat's hand! He's got double Ancient of Lords. This is like absolutely dominance from one player over the other.
Yeah, which is weird. Over such similar decks, we have such different draws. But yeah, I mean, you know, there are 4/7 mana cards in each deck, and one player drew 0, the other drew all 4. So definitely not looking good.
Okay, well,
yeah, you know, he's gonna have to go through so many hoops just to get rid of that card. And little does he know that his opponent is gonna play, you know, other similar cards for the next 3 turns.
well, Firebat feels really confident. And you know what? I mean, why not just play another Ancient? I guess
Yeah.
he's hoping for no Black Knight. Oh, well, Sixo gets a good response to that.
Yeah, still lives a 5/5 there. You know, low tab is not going to do much here, just another 5/5 in a sea of 5/5s.
Well, this has become definitely one comical game, as Sixo thought he had a great start, but by no means has it been able to pay off for him whatsoever. He's staring down an insanely powerful board. The fact is, he's going to have to keep trading unfavorably, and his opponent's going to continue to climb up in the card count.
Yeah. And the problem with Sixo's start was not that it was bad, but it was that his opponent also had a pretty good start. And at that point, you know, you were kind of all in on a plan that didn't work, whereas your opponent, you know, matched your start and still had more think.
Oh, man.
Yeah, this is not pretty.
No.
Zero
You have
cards
children
in there.
around you, cover your eyes. This is just brutal.
I mean, he's fighting, you know, he's killing minions every turn, but at some point he's gonna draw a card that doesn't do anything, and then it'll be over.
Yeah, this is the scene from 300 where you knew Leonidas and his men are gonna die, and they just barely keep holding off, and they cut away from the scene as soon as you know they're about to lose. And that's gonna be the moment the Sixo concedes.
So should we just cut away?
Oh gosh, cut back to the band screen because, well,
I have no time.
he's got Sylvanas, but now interestingly enough, I think Savage Roar might allow Firebat to end this game here.
Yeah.
Oh, or does Swipe allow him? No, it doesn't matter. He's still able to kind of answer Keep of the Grove immediately on the Sylvanas, play a big taunt. And Sixo, you can see the disappointment on his face with how the dream hand of using Nourish and being able to have Nourish as one of these trump cards to try and win against Druid if it's slower, but he took the gamble and it didn't pay off, and Firebat will be taking the series and move up to 1-1 here.
Alright, yeah. That's unfortunately for Sixo, but he'll still win. So at this point, anyone could make it out of that group.
Alright, so now Sixo is going to be on a mission. He says, if I can beat Fake, then the group blows wide open like you mentioned, because then all of a sudden everybody's 1-1. But in fact, I was kind of misspeaking a little bit earlier. Our next series looks to be Kento versus Sixo, so he's gonna have to go up against Kento and potentially put him on an advance or elimination. So a very important series for Sixo. Or for Kento, it'll be the last of the day for him, and this is an opportunity for Sixo to potentially swing the future of how Group A shapes up.
Yeah, definitely. Should be an interesting game.
All right, cool. So guys, before we go to break, I want to remind you guys about your chance to win the Zeus mini PC you see in the bottom right on the overlay. Go to vgvn.onenationsofgamer.com to find out more information, or type giveaway in the chat. Go to the bottom of the Twitch channel and find out more about how to win. Also, YouTube VODs are being uploaded by One Nation of Gamers Productions, youtube.com/One Nation of Gamers. Type in YouTube in the chat to find out more info. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, more action for VGVN number 3. See you soon. Welcome back, everybody, to VGVN number 3. Our next series will be Kento versus Sixo, a battle of 2 streamers in the group. And now we're introduced with an interesting turning point for Kento, who, at the start of the day, we thought maybe he looked into a prime position to be dominant once again. But if he wins the series convincingly, I believe he'll be at a very high chance to go through unless Firebat matches that. In the meantime, Fake is still sitting 1-0, and we'll catch up with him later. And then Sixo is still searching for his first win, as he is a guy who's been around for 3 tournaments and yet has to advance to the bracket stages. Here casting along with me has been PVDDR, who's been doing a stellar job so far in his first Hearthstone cast. How you been enjoying the game so far, man?
Hey, they're pretty good. The level of the players is, very, very high. The decks are interesting. I'm really liking it.
All right, and now we go into our 4th series of the day. Let's see what Kento and Sixo are able to do. Kento seems intent on not banning Hunter and maybe doing something else. And
But
maybe
Sixo doesn't have handlock, so why would Kento ban now? That's why he banned the previous 2 games.
he bans Shaman.
Ooh, nice.
Okay.
So just to bring up last game a little bit, people have been saying, that turn 1 interface play was bad and etc. It wasn't great, but I don't know what else Sixo could have done. Maybe that was just the best he could do with the cards he had. If it didn't turn out okay, it doesn't mean it was a bad play. So I think people maybe have been too harsh on him because it didn't work out. But it's not like he could, mulligan that interface for, some Ancient of Wars or something. Those were the cards he had. So I think it was a reasonable play. It just didn't pan out the way the game played. But people have been too hard on him, I think.
It's definitely easy to say in hindsight for sure, but a lot of players would have made the same exact play Sixo did, given the shoes and the situation, with everything on the line for the series. That was game 5, so like it, love the balls on the kid, and hopefully he can carry it over to this game in this series. Warrior vs. Druid is about to begin. We've seen this matchup several times. Once it went good for Kento, and once it didn't. And it kind of depends a little bit on the list. And when he's going to see Ramp Druid again, as the game's about to show the opening mulligans, he's going to also kind of struggle. He's like, is it going to be the aggressive Druid? Is it going to be Ramp? And if it is Ramp, what kind of tech is he running?
Yeah. I feel like I still have to give the edge to Ramp Druid here. Just like I did game 1, but I wouldn't put past Kento to just win very easily again. Yeah, this deck, it has even more late game units. It doesn't have scenarios, but it does have Ragnar's and Kel'Thuzad, which the previous guys, not all of them played. So, yeah, it should be an interesting game. It will definitely be decided in the late game. Or if the Druid deck can, conceivably get a big minion early with its acceleration. But early game cards not as important unless they're accelerating into late game cards. Like Armor Smith, for example, for Kento. A good card, obviously, you much rather have it on turn 2 than on turn 10, but not as game-breaking as it is against a lot of matchups. To a point where I feel, is Kento just going to go into aggressive here? Because it's conceivable that you save that coin. You're playing a 1/4 that doesn't do a lot, but if he's just going to play on task mastering it or just being the aggressor here, this play would make sense.
Yeah, he's not sure, again, what kind of deck this is from his opponent, but I think with the slow start, 2 hero power passes, and again, nothing until turn 5, which will confirm once more if whether or not this is an aggressive or slower Druid. That can give Kento finally an ability to kind of ease up on the pace.
Okay, yeah, so no turn 5 taunt, which would maybe have been able to put a stop at Kento's aggressive plans. This does not do that. It just gets attacked by that fight and die. Kento is wondering whether he can just attack face, finish that guy with. I think that's worse. But also just ignore it, and wait. There's definitely a chance Sixo has a 5-drop, but he didn't play it because of the adapt spy. And the 2/4 is not super threatening, so there's definitely a chance that it's correct to just ignore it and leave the death spy there and just attack face with your 2 minions and pass the turn.
Yeah, and also something to factor into Colento's decisions over the next few turns is the fact that he has Alex Straszla and Grommash in tandem. So damage rush is not as high as a priority. And he's
Yeah,
got
definitely.
a win condition here. Saving the Death Spite might be a way for him to kind of get that proc.
Yeah, so he does save that. And, you know, Death Spite also pretty good against Sunwalker in this circumstance. Which, you know, could be what's coming next turn.
That's true. Good call. And this
Yeah,
gives
so
the
by
ability
saving-
for Clint to respond.
Yeah, by saving that Death Spite trigger, he can also just place his Manipulator Dad. Which is a pretty decent play. You could also play Sylvanas.
Yeah,
I think I
double
like
keeper was
Faceless a
used.
little bit more. Yeah, but playing Sylvanas here just exposes it to, you know, swipe attack. Which does do a lot of damage to your opponent, but doesn't actually accomplish much. Especially since, as you mentioned, you have Alex Straszla. The question is whether he minds burning, let's say, the Face Manipulator on an inferior minion. But it's not really that inferior. So it will lose the Divine Shield. So yeah, that's the big issue, I think. Because the Death Spite is going to take off the Divine Shield from your minion, and you really don't want that to happen. So it would just basically be copying your 4-5, so I think Sylvanas is the best play here.
I think so too. I think if your opponent also has Black Knight, then you can get punished and lose his Faceless. Versus if you have Sylvanas and your opponent chooses to ignore it, you can also play Faceless on it. Looks like Colento's opting to go for this play though and open himself up slightly, but also save Sylvanas for more reactive play. He can Sylvanas and execute the next turn whenever a minion comes out and have maybe the strongest minion on the board. If an Ancient of War, for example, comes out here.
Ooh, that's interesting. He doesn't attack, so he opts to preserve his Divine Shield over killing his opponent's minion. Pretty interesting. Maybe he is waiting for that Grommash to come out before, you know, killing the Death Spite.
I think so. I think you play consistent to what's in your hand. And this is just a flexibility sometimes that Warriors gain through Naxxramas where they can be a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, and maybe he was thinking, you know, oh, if my opponent just plays a 7-drop minion, which is probably what's going to happen since the deck is full of them, he can't even hero power to take my Divine Shield away.
Alright, well, Colento's opting to finally play Sylvanas and set it up so he can have a strong board. And even though he can't use his Grommash immediately, at least now he has 10 damage and he's putting on good pressure. And whatever Sixo is most likely going to drop, whether it is Ragnaros, whether it is other big creatures, Sylvanas is threatening to take it.
Yeah, definitely. I find the patience from Colento this game with that weapon very impressive this game.
What to do?
I mean, we had a lot of chances to use it, you know, use it well. It's not just wasting it, to use it to kill relevant things, and chose not to until he set up a point where, you know, he could use the Death Rattle trigger, not Death Rattle, the 1 damage trigger, combo with Execute to get rid of a bigger minion. That was, I think, very, very smart.
And now Sixo has a lot of cards, but does he have the ability to kind of hold off on what his opponents can do here? Oh my, slam off the top for Colento. So now he has 2 routes where he can decisively take, whether he wants to put on pressure or he can try to go for removal games and slow play it just a little bit longer.
Yeah, he's pretty comfortable with whatever happens here, I think.
Okay.
Like, he still has a taunt guy to protect his Sylvanas. You know, something bad that could happen is swipe Big Game Hunter. That would actually, you know, be the worst possible scenario. It will kill his entire board.
Uh-oh. I think that's exactly what the doctor ordered. Considering that Sixo has been waiting. Oh, well, looks like
That's almost as good.
almost as good, I guess.
Yeah, even then, Kento, still has the Alexstrasza, and now he knows his opponent doesn't have Big Game Hunter, because he would have played that instead of the Faceless, I think. Just to hit himself for a lot of damage rather than healing his opponent.
Yeah, he's not afraid of any kind of combo. He knows he's just still going to threaten lethal and force his opponent to have BGH or some way to remove this, whether it's a lucky Ragnaros shot. And I don't believe Sixo runs Ragnaros. Oh, he does. Just kidding. It was Firebat who doesn't run Ragnaros.
Yeah. Well, it's still not lethal because he can still hero power, putting himself at 9. So, but yeah. Still a pretty good position to be in. So if this guy dies, if Alexstrasza dies, then I think Kento would be in trouble.
Ooh, double Belchers. Okay, Kento can push through the first body of one of these Belchers, but also has the ability to kind of cycle through, see what he gets off the slam/seal block. Oh
okay,
my,
so
another card that's difficult to deal with for Druid.
Yeah, there's the rest of his game plan now. Now, even if Alexstrasza dies, okay, has 2 alternatives now to win the game.
Well, that mana curve did not work out for him, but at least he still has stuff to do.
Yeah, it's still pretty good. He gets rid of both his opponent's creatures. And, plays a Taunter that trying to protect. Well, he could armor up or play the taunt. Generally, you want to armor up when you have that option, but I feel like since he's being the aggressor here, I would probably play the goal. He doesn't protect his Alexstrasza against Good Claw because of the goals. He's just going to get attacked by the 2 minions and the passive, and then the Alexstrasza will take 1 damage anyway. But you still get rid of all your opponent's board even if he does do that, so it's still good for you.
Well, good for you is kind of subjective if you're Sixo, because what can you do here? Doesn't have his
good for
BGH
Kento, I meant.
Oh, okay, sorry, I misheard you. Sixo, by the way, still has cards like Health in his deck, which often is one of your ways to trump control matchups. But it seems like he's holding cards where it might not be as impactful. I want to say he's holding something like Nourish, maybe a Wild Growth. And those situational cards can help you draw. Oh, it is Wild Growth. Those can help you draw, but they do use up some of your mana, which could be extremely valuable at this stage of the game.
Yeah, definitely. Ooh, Mark of the Wild. Okay. It will keep both his Stompers alive.
Alright, well, in the big picture of things, now Kento, I think he's also wondering if he has the luxury of playing Ysera and not worrying about combo, but now that he's drawn Execute, I think he's okay.
Yeah.
Ysera,
So I think if he hadn't drawn Execute, the Karen doesn't actually do anything to stop the combo. So he would probably still go for Ysera anyway. I think it's better than hero power.
Emerald Drake, not bad. It's just another big minion.
Yeah, for sure. That's what you need in this spot,
I guess.
Yeah, it's not going to win the game immediately like, some of the others would maybe, but you're definitely not sad.
Alright, Sixo used both of his keepers. He's got only Ancient of War to hold off. Now we know Sixo doesn't have combo, but Kento has already seen one ramp druid that has run it, so he's just going to play kind of respectful to it to a certain degree, as much as he can.
Yeah, I mean, right now there's nothing he can do other than just armor up and play minions. So if his opponent has the combo, he is just bad.
Yeah, with that in mind, the question becomes, do you attack into this Ancient of War?
What now?
And if so, what's the reasoning behind here? Are you afraid of some kind of Savage Roar of some kind?
Yeah, I mean, attacking it would just make it easier to kill next turn. but it also make it easier for your opponent to feel your Zera. So, by not attacking now, he basically misses 4 damage next turn. But I don't think he cares that much about that, especially since he drew the Nightmare. So.
Whoa. Ragnaros makes an appearance, and Sixo can make it so that 50-50 targets are pretty good. He also has to kind of consider, is this an opportunity for him to kind of push, make it difficult for an opponent to deal with Ragnaros and win the game. But I think you wanted to hit either Ysera or this Emerald Drake.
I mean, Kolento's non-attack now is looking pretty good, because he might force his opponent to attack Ysera instead of just attacking himself. No.
Okay.
No. But now you get a free thing if it hits Ysera.
Ysera can stay alive, and now Kolento is going to find out if it hits the Drake, which is the best target in that scenario, because you can remove it off the board and not have to worry about it.
Oh, he drew Shield Slam, which, he could use Nightmare to finish off that 5/10.
Yeah, I think so. Not to mention that it might absorb a Ragnaros shot, too.
Oh yeah, it stays alive, huh? It's not like power overwhelming.
Nope. It dies at the beginning of your turn, so
but
there's
also
opportunities for you to kind of make it resilient.
Yeah, it's also worse, though, because you don't get the Death Rattle. Like, the 4/5 can't attack, right?
Oh, I believe you're correct. So then the 4/5 is just has a bunch of Z's coming out. Laughing Sister is not a great card to draw, but it is a card which the Warrior doesn't really have much of left. Hopefully this Acolyte can get a few. Meanwhile, Sixo, of course, wants to do his best to try and just not die, because no matter which target Ragnaros hits, he's staring at lethal damage. So he needs a way to kind of get a taunter up in the face. Otherwise, this is game for him.
Well, he's not staring at lethal damage if the 4/5 can't attack.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Brain fart.
But he has no good targets here, because, it doesn't kill Ysera. If it kills the 9/5, then he's actually dead.
My eyes are open.
But yeah, it doesn't kill Ysera. One guy is just gonna die anyway. One guy, you draw a card when he dies, and Kolento is at more than 8 life. So there's no perfect hit here.
Alright, well, the hit to the face is also optimal. Oh,
Ooh, that was the worst.
Yeah, that's not good.
Oh,
Oh,
so
and it
that's
turns
game.
out you actually can attack with Bane. So, we were a little bit mistaken in the judgment there, but those technicalities you don't see very often. Ragnaros and Nightmare interactions. Kolento wins game 1 against the Ramp Druid, and as much as that was a very quick pace early on, it slowed down to some intense decisions that these guys had to come down to make. And now we'll see if Sixo can use his Miracle Rogue to even up the series. All right, so Miracle Rogue kind of in response to the Control Warrior is a little tough, but I think Sixo's willing to take that over maybe his Hunter, because it seems like the Warrior deck is one of the best responses to the Hunter deck. So it could be just the less choice, or the deck that's stronger against Warrior and less suboptimal versus your opponent. Now let's go into game 2 quickly and see if Sixo can kind of rebound here. And if he loses this series overall, that's really bad. I don't feel like Sixo can advance easily unless the rest of his group mates also go 1-2, and then there's like this weird tie scenario. So this is kind of a situation where if he's going to lose, he also has to win some games here to give himself the best chance to advance.
Yeah, definitely. And it's interesting, you see a lot of people banning Hunter, but off the times Hunter wasn't banned, he was never picked. So, there was always people's last decks. People have had the option to pick Hunter, they never did. I think that shows that people really came well prepared for Hunter in this tournament. No one actually wants to play Hunter against any of those decks.
Oh, I think so. By the way, Kolento's opening hand seems to be kind of reasonable. He's got turns 2 to 5 pretty much settled out, if everything goes according to plan, that is. So it's up to Sixo to see if he can do anything, right? In the previous time we saw Miracle versus Warrior, there was just way too much health, way too much stalling that the Warrior was able to do, and Firebat was unable to accomplish anything whatsoever against Kolento.
Yeah, and again, we can't see the Miracle player's hand. Probably something Kento does to his opponent. And yeah, a reasonably, fast start for Warrior deck, which is playing minions in turn 1 and 2. Ooh, and again, we see, people not worrying that they're giving Acolyte thing a lot of value because you can't really help it anyway. So, might as well just get it over with. It doesn't matter if they draw 2 cards.
Do what you gotta do. And Kento picking up a good collection of cards that allows him to respond. Sludge Belcher, one of the big MVP cards against Rogue. It's partially, it's the primary reason why Rogues absolutely want to run 2 saps now because of the double life that provides such a big nuisance to this Rogue deck from being able to combo their opponents. And then Kento also has some life gain. He's got shield block in case things get too tight. Tries to gain some armor. He can taunt up. And it seems like he's got some good comfort zone this early game here against Sixo.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the only thing he doesn't have is pressure, but it doesn't look like he really needs it right now.
Yeah, pressure against Miracle Rogue can be very valuable. You see decks like Zoo and Priest able to, and Handlock even, because you just get so much strong and dense minions early on. That is really difficult for them to deal with. But another way that you can kind of answer Miracle Rogue is also Loatheb, and Kento doesn't have it. And his opponent looks like it's going off this turn. Ooh, sad.
Yeah.
And
that guy's concealed. Yeah, that looks like a dream hand from Sixo.
Alright, well, he can't do anything, so he's just going to have to play this and pass.
Yeah, but he's got to be thinking that, his window's gone here.
Right, because now the Warrior can never actually utilize any of these taunt minions and his weapon to leverage. It's most likely going to be clears, and his opponent can dictate the momentum of the board. Whatever comes out, he most likely can answer with spells, and then when the mana comes for him to burst and he draws the right Leroy combination, he can end the game.
Yeah, and here we see that he healed the 4/4 instead of healing himself, which is basically 1 more health. Because if the 4/4 was a 4/1, he would just get attacked by, Sixo would get himself attacked by the Death Spite. That would have cleared the 4/1 too. So good play by him.
Ooh. Alright, well, Armorsmith coming in, the hand, which could be a valuable card. And Kelento's still sitting at a reasonable health. 28 isn't the most secure compared to where you like to be in the Warriors, into the high 30s and mid 40s. And Sixo is gonna start just loading up the board with whatever way he knows how.
Yeah, but we see that even though he cast a lot of things with the gadgets, Kento still has as many cards as he does. If he can stabilize the board.
Yeah, he is starting to stabilize with some of the pickups that he has. Death Bite, Shield Slam.
Yeah, definitely. That's a board clear. And one interesting thing, though, about this matchup is that he only runs, I guess Kento runs another taunter, but, it doesn't have as many high toughness taunts as the Druid matchup, so you can be more liberal with your saps. Like, if he was playing against Druid, for example, he would probably have to save both his saps for a late game, but now he can still win with just 1. I mean, Kento could still get bursted out because that's the only taunt he has. Yeah, he's going to clear the board here.
Oh my.
Or not.
Get the Armorsmith down now. Don't let your opponent build up something. It's tricky. It's not as clear as just like, well, let's just take off the power of the board. Always have to be mindful of what your opponent can do.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, chooses to use Shield Slam over using his hero power, which probably means, he thinks he's going to be using his mana a lot over the next few turns and won't have time to cast Shield Slam.
Right. Whether it's, because next turn he can't Sludge Belcher, Armorsmith, and Shield Block, or Ragnaros.
That's right, Shield Block, not Shield Slam, yeah.
Right. Yeah, he can't use all those options over the next 2 turns, it looks like. In which case, he might have to just resort to using it now because he won't have the opportunity later to gain the life. So good observation. Meanwhile, Kento does see 2 more minions popping out. It's just like the whack-a-mole game, basically, for this warrior. Just slowly try to just...
The whack-a-mole game?
Yeah, you know, in the arcade games at Chuck E. Cheese and Dave & Buster's where the little hedgehogs pop open the boxes with holes in it and you have like a mallet, you try to swat it down as fast as you can.
Oh, sure, I know that. Okay.
Yeah. I don't know what the equivalent is in Brazil, but that's really popular in the U.S. At least if you're under 14, so most of the chat can relate, right?
Yeah, so Sixo managed to stick a meter for 1 turn. Let's see what he does with that. Probably nothing, but, you know. We have to remember, Sixo is also running 2 Sinister Strikes. So he has potentially more burst than other Miracle Road decks.
So many options.
I guess he doesn't run Cold Blood, so...
That is something to be said, that Sinister Strike is limited damage, though, compared to having repetitive damage through minions that can kind of attack multiple turns over. So, once again, there is a very finite amount, and Kento can put Sixo in an awkward position where he might not have enough damage to win the game. That's why killing off something like Elmersmith is a high priority for Sixo, definitely.
Ooh, okay, so no more saps in Sixo's deck. But he does have a lot of power in play already, so... Oh, that was huge. That's gonna make sure Kento doesn't die this turn for sure.
Yeah, that's an excellent draw.
So he does have a lot of options here. You know, he could Fairy War Wax, Taskmaster the 4/4. He could play low tap. I don't know how many cards Sixo has. You know, maybe he doesn't even care if he draws more cards.
Yeah, he's so thin on the rest of his deck. I have to assume it's less than 8. Oh, he's got 6, I think, from that quick glance. Which means he is running out of cards, and he is going to have to win. I don't believe we've seen things like his Blade Flurry, obviously Leroy Double Shadow Step. We did see his Van Cleef and Azure Drake, though.
Yeah. So again, you know, Kento can just eventually play another taunt guy, and then it would be really hard for him to win without a sap.
Yep, no more saps. I believe Sixo used both of his eviscerates, although I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that. Sixo needs to kind of do something too because he's afraid of potential faceless on this Grommash. It's not like you could ignore it and hopefully hold out for damage. And as far as I know, most of his minions have been exhausted, so the remainder of his deck, or his hand rather, is most likely spells in this scenario, with maybe a Thanos.
Yeah. Not a huge minion there. Yeah, I mean, assuming he has used both eviscerates. And how much damage can he deal with? 18? 4 with 2 Sinister Strikes?
You're gonna Blade Flurry or Phantom Knives to clear us at the very ends. Get the damage in now. But this is where Senjin Shieldmaster is actually like so powerful for the warrior because you've already used both saps and used a lot of removal.
Yeah, maybe just want to use the fact that he had 2 minions already in play, so he only gets 1 minion now. Not as bad as Leroy.
Oh wait, does he have preparation to kind of put the last damage? Oh my goodness, I think he has it! Because he's got double, does he have double Sinister Strike? No, he's got Eviscerate number 2. Oh wow. Does he have any ability to use the Sinister Strike here? He does!
Wow.
Wow! Kento ends up dropping here by 1 damage overkill. And, you know, it was a little miscalculation on our end, but Sixo had the second Eviscerate, and the preparation allowed him to stretch for it. What an explosive end to that game.
Okay. That's pretty cool. For Sixo, I guess. Lento's probably not happy about it.
Kento rolled his eyes, obviously, just like, oh my god. Why did I introduce this deck on stream?
Yeah, that was the last possible turn too, because next turn there was just, a 3-5 taunt coming up and a hero power, and, he probably knew that if he didn't lose that game that moment, he would just not lose it anymore. Even to like a board clear.
Well, you know what? That game left me a little speechless. Let's go into game 3 and see if Kento can rebound with this aggressive token druid deck. Look for cards like Spectral Knight and Lotheb to pull a lot of weight. Maybe even some early game damage if Miracle Rogue doesn't draw the cards. But Sixo seemed to have the magic formula last turn. And if that wasn't the turn he won, it probably wouldn't have been a turn. It probably wouldn't have ever happened because Ascension Shieldmaster was there, lots of damage being pushed out, and it just looked like from that point Kento was going to run away with it.
Yeah, and Kento, his next deck is also Miracle Rogue, right?
I believe so.
So he has to feel like he's favored in his matchup, or he would just have gone for the mirror instead.
Yeah, I think this deck is pretty good against what Miracle can do. You have so many minions, you're going to be taking you're going to be pushing a lot of damage. Miracle is going to use their health, the resource to trade. And then everything's so sticky that the effects of Fan of Knives and other AoE, like Blade Flurry, are not as powerful as it used to be.
Yeah, I mean, if you ever stick Spectral Knight with a Defender of Argos, you probably just win the game, but... Oh, okay, I was expecting him to hit the other 1-2 and Blade Flurry them both away, but it seems like his plan is just, kill a guy every 2 turns. That's not gonna work.
Kento also playing around cards like Betrayal, putting it in the middle.
Probably setting up Defender of Argos.
Yeah, that's probably what he's actually doing.
It would be fun though. Or that Hunter one, 5 damage.
Oh, the explosive shot, right. Or Cone of Cold from Mage, which isn't out of the realm of possibility. We saw it last VGVN, Cone of Cold.
Oh yeah, Hype played it, right?
Yeah. Oh, hey, speaking of Defender.
Yeah. Those Uzus are getting, that knife is grinding those Uzus so slowly. It's a 2-mana minion, it's gonna take 4 turns.
But I like Defender on Spectral Knight so much more, PV, because Spectral Knight is already giving such a series of problems to the Rogue. I mean, of course, it's hard to pass this up, but gosh.
I was just saying, how long it's taking Sixo to get rid of, that Ooze that came down turn 2. He's already attacked it 3 times, and there's still an Ooze left.
That's right. How much damage has this 2-mana cost creature done to the Rogue already? Something around 6
8 now, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, now that he got pumped, I think 8. And it's still there. It hasn't even gone away yet. But yeah, you do bring up an interesting point. Like, do you go for the immediate value of Argus now and just establish a great board? Or do you hold it for a Spectral Knight? And like Kento chose to go for it. Clearly he doesn't think he needs to taunt Spectral Knight to win. He thinks he can just play a normal game and win.
I mean, let's be real. Spectral Knight is problematic already on its own, and Miracle Rogue spending cards. Preparation has been used. That's 2 spells. And you can still kill off a minion while being... Ooh, nope, second Eviscerate.
Yeah, it's always a great feeling when the preparation, just so they can cast Eviscerate or SI7. In this case, he actually used the mana because it had double Eviscerate, but... You're never sad about seeing that.
Oh, Kento picks up a board clear.
Yeah. And still at 30 life, denying his opponent off a board seems much better than playing that Spectral Knight, which will just get killed anyway. Either of his 5-drops will just get double attacked. So, now that it has this swipe, that's not going to happen.
Alright, Sixo running on fumes, only has a few cards in hand. Probably will be looking for his Gadget's Hand if he doesn't have it already. In the meantime, Kento's got the anti-Miracle Rogue card. That's what people said. Lotheb was a Miracle Killer, but they also forgot about Spectral Knight because this card cannot be dealt with whatsoever unless you have minions on the board already existing to trade.
Yeah, that's pretty annoying. Kinda hate it. So at least he's not gonna get pumped up right now.
Oh my goodness.
So if he ever draws the second Defender of Argos, that's gonna be really hard to get through.
Wow, and with Druid the Claw next turn, that's 12 damage. So if his opponent doesn't taunt up or heal, or deal with the minions on board, this is Kento's ability to just seal the game away. Now, Sixo has shown preparation, so we're in for a series of draws, but what could he draw here to effectively take out the board? I mean, the Gadget's Hand can trade, but that's still only one of these knights down.
Yeah, he could play double Deadly Poison, Thomas, and Blade Flurry. That would, you know, be his best shot, I think. But not happening.
Oh man. He has to kind of use all of his resources to dig. He's using Shadow Step on his SI7 to push out a little bit more. Backstabbing his own Gadget's Hand. I mean, desperate times calls for desperate measures.
Yeah, I mean, I will believe he can get rid of those Spectral Knights, but what do we have left? You know, he's going to use all his resources to get rid of them, and just going to lose to Druids of the Claw. But we've seen Kento being, you know, burst out of the game from what seemed like a pretty good position already. So, probably not going to try not to underestimate burst potential.
Alright, well, Kento still short a little bit, but now the Gadget's Hand has been dealt with, and he saw his opponent use his Shadow Step, so he can kind of calculate that into his burst. I mean, I just say go for it. Your opponent has shown no ability to kind of deal with this efficiently. You still have another charger to back it up.
Yeah.
Sixo looking like he's going to be on his last turn here.
Yeah, I mean, he's still vulnerable to Deadly Poison Blade Flurry because the Taunt stayed alive. But he does have another taunt, so Sixo would have to do that and play a Farseer in the same turn. I feel like if he didn't have that Druid of the Claw in hand, he would probably not have gone for the face here. He would probably have killed the Taunt. But since he does, I think it's pretty safe.
Wow, Shadow Stepping Thanos, because you just don't have any other cards. I wonder if he's holding like Lotheb or Azure Drake, and he felt like he needed something else. Huh? Deadly Poison? Maybe a Blade Flurry. Alright, well, he clears the board, and I guess he accomplishes what he needed to do 2-3 turns ago, but now Kento just has game-ending damage right here, and if it wasn't enough, he shuts down Gadget's Hand. Yeah. Alright, so Kento jumps up 2-1. Sixo now has to go to his last deck, which I believe it's his Hunter deck, correct?
Yep. Kento chose to bench Shaman instead of Hunter.
Okay. So quickly analyzing this Hunter, because we don't see it too often in VGVN. It's kind of an anomaly that people don't ban it. Kento, one of the few players who do. And now we see that it's going to be kind of what you would expect on the ladder, right? Something similar to just having Undertakers, having a lot of snowball, but he takes after what Kento does, and he's cutting a high main so that he can have a very aggressive start.
Yeah, and he plays one Leopard Gnome, which is very unusual, I guess, because either you are on the Leopard Gnome plan or you aren't. And it seems like he is in the Leopard Gnome plan, but still doesn't think it's good enough to play it as a 2-off. You know, he would rather play 2 Flares, even though he's banning Hunter a lot. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, that is kind of curious. Although, again, you don't know if Sixo wants to ban Hunter, or he's just banning Hunter because something else didn't come up. For example, in the previous VGVN, he used to prioritize banning Priest, I believe, against his classes, because it was good against his Shaman, and I believe he was running a few other classes that were kind of susceptible to it. So maybe he has another game plan, and he's banning Hunter. He's expecting he'll play Hunter eventually, if his opponent doesn't really have it. So maybe he's just keeping this into account. Either way, game 4 is about to begin. Sixo's in a do or die situation. If you lose here 1-3, I think there is a very little chance that he is able to advance, because the tiebreakers would not go in his favor. He needs the best score possible in his series in order to advance with a losing record.
Yeah, he would need someone to go 3-0 to begin with, and then, you know, be the best tiebreakers up the 1-2s.
All
Yeah,
right.
a reasonable hand for Kento. Has a 2/3 and a 4-drop.
Ah, the card that strikes fear in millions of Hearthstone players' hearts, at least currently. Undertaker, whoa, but Keeper of the Grove and Innervate is probably the best start you can to an aggressive deck.
Yeah. I remember when I was playing Aggro Rogue and when Druid opponents did that, I just wanted to concede the game right then. It was such a huge beating. Like, I was going to kill. Not the same with Hunters. Hunter has, better minions, but the guy's just going to kill the next 2 minions he plays anyway. It's such a huge tempo swing.
Yeah, the card is a 3-for-1 too, not to mention. So most likely against these aggro decks, you're able to use Keeper of the Grove to be very efficient, and you don't feel like you lose that many cards at all by using Innervate. Now, Kento introduced with an interesting choice here because I read up on an article written by Savitz, who analyzed this deck, PV, and he says against Hunter, you have to recognize when you're going to be aggressive and when you're going to be defensive. And sometimes you get to push for damage because you can outpace the Hunter with something like Savage Roar, and if you have it in hand, keep it in mind. So Kento thought about it, and he ended up going for the attack, but I encourage new players to also read that article and think about the similar situations.
Yeah, and there's also the fact that he has another Keeper. Next turn, he could potentially silence it and attack it. But the thing is, I don't think he actually fears any trap here. Because Freeze Trap is just going to bounce the 2/2, and is going to come back and, still good at 6 mana. And Explosive Trap would just deal 2 damage to Harvest Golem. So I think he's fine with killing that guy.
Yeah, not a bad compromise whatsoever. Just pay a little bit extra and you get a 3rd Keeper of the Grove. Although you do lose a little bit board presence, but I think you're okay with that. And now Houndmaster has been dropped on an empty board. That feels good as a Druid player. You recognize your opponent is losing momentum.
Yeah, there are many scenarios in Hearthstone in which you realize the game is going to go your way, such as we had before. Someone having 7 mana and playing an empty Black Knight or an empty Lopeb or something in a turn where they didn't do anything. So their hand's so bad they don't have anything. And this is one of those situations. He played turn 4 Houndmaster on absolutely nothing, and you have to be feeling pretty good because if that's the best he can do, then I'm in pretty good shape.
Well, this is the best thing Sixo definitely could have done on turn 5, which is Unleash with the Buzzard. And now it allows him to draw 3 cards, hopefully pick up some of the better ways to combo it, while being able to fill up his hand and cycle through. He coins and flares.
Ooh, so to kill that Shade.
Yeah, that's actually really cool. To take out a really important card in the Druid's arsenal.
We're probably... are we going to see the Keeper of the Grove again? Yes, Kento doesn't know that his opponent doesn't have high mange, so he's probably saving it for that. Probably just wants to hero power it and not play the 2/4 here.
Yeah, I think you want to save that last Keeper just in case. Because next turn, also, if you use Keeper now and then next turn he drops a high main, you are very sad.
Yeah, also the fact that he played the Houndmaster, in turn 4, doesn't necessarily mean that, but could mean he has a second Houndmaster. It's one of the cards that, would make him way more likely that he just dropped that in turn 4.
Right.
So you might want to leave it there to...
Yeah, good observation, good observation. Now, we know Sixo doesn't have Houndmaster. He has Animal Companion. Oof, and he rolls a Huffer. That's not very good. Will it be 2 Huffers? Oh no! Well, I guess you do damage. But unfortunately, it doesn't actually work out in this scenario because Kento can trade, and he's got some heals to kind of rebound here.
Yeah, definitely. And if it comes to that, he can always keep it, but again, I don't think he's going to do that. I would imagine, he could not use the swipe, just play a minion and attack it with the hero power, but then he would take 4 more damage, he would drop to 14. And that might be too low. I think at this point, yeah, you just swipe it and, preserve your life total a little bit.
Yeah,
at the expense of not advancing your board as much.
He's also got Ancient of Lore to heal up and Loatheb to shut down spells. So he's got some good utility out of these cards, other than just big fat 5/5s. And Sixo going for a trap. Oh, he wants to push out damage, so it's like he's just gonna stay very aggressive. I mean, this is what the deck was supposed to do anyways, push out lots of damage.
Oh, never mind.
Well, set up the explosive trap. That's interesting. I can understand if you wanted to play around Defender of Argus, but wow. And Kento is also going to draw cards immediately.
Yeah. And pass the turn. Doesn't want to attack into that trap and give his opponent another ball charge. Sixers play kind of telegraphs explosive trap. Otherwise, that attack is just very bad. But it would be interesting if he did that with something that wasn't explosive trap, and then Kento just played around it the whole game.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. What if this is not explosive trap and it's freezing for Sixo, and we don't know that? And
what if
perhaps
it's trap?
Right, it could be something that's completely off, and he just wants to stall for as long as he can. Meanwhile, Sixo's hand looks like it's pretty weak, and once again, without high mains, without a lot of the beasts that scale into late compared to what we saw in the previous editions of Midrange Hunter, it kind of has some weak boards that it can fill up the state of the board with. Kill command on the Ancient of Lore is good, I guess, if you're Kento, because it effectively gained 5 health anyways. But still, like in the state of things, Kento needs to stop taking damage soon.
Yeah, though he does get to play, a minion and Defender of Argus this turn. So we can just the blending a bit. So now he checks, he knows it's not Snake Trap and not Reading Trap. So it's gotta be explosive.
Explosive is the only solution, considering Snipe did not activate when you played Ancient of Lore.
Chooses not to trigger it again.
Oh man, this turn's gonna be insane, by the way. You're gonna put out 3 Taunters.
Yeah.
Whoa. Defender of Argus looked a little bit tilted by that decision.
That was really doing work for Kento. I mean, we've seen it, it was very good. It did a lot of damage against Rogue, and that's not the first time it copies a taunt. So I see a lot of people questioning whether it's actually good in the deck. I think it's very good. It goes very well with the whole Savage Roar plan, and if you manage to Argus it up, that's great. But you don't have to. It's too good as 2/1s.
Speaking of Savage Roar, that is a potential finisher for the next turn.
Yeah, for sure. Ooh. Lyra coming out usually means someone's dying.
That's an excellent way to phrase it. Alright, and Sixo has another trap, and hopefully this discourages any kind of force of nature from being able to end the game. Oh my goodness. Double Savage Roar. Wrath your minion for 1, I guess?
Yeah, you have to. At this point, you have to be thinking he's just gonna kill you.
Okay, Shades.
Yeah, probably has to pass here. Play Shade and pass. Because if he attacks into that Explosive Trap, he will lose his Taunter, and then Bo will be able to hit him. If he plays a Shade, it grows to a 3/3, then the 2 Savage Roars. Is it actually lethal? No, it's still not lethal.
I believe it will be if you hero power, because you'll have 5 plus the 12. Plus the 4, which is 9, plus the 12. Actually, that's more than enough. In fact, he's gonna go for the Keep of the Grove. Day Next Rammus might be a little bit too slow, considering his opponent might still have Flare. So this is slightly more sticky.
Yeah. Well, but if he has Flare, he still has to attack it. No, for that to matter. Ooh, okay, so no double Savage Roar.
Lotheb Denial. Alright, so how much damage does Kento have now? Wait. 2, 4, he's got 8, he's got 13 damage.
Well, assuming that 1/1 doesn't die to Explosive Trap, which we know it will.
Right. He's got 13 damage by my count, I think. Or does he have more? I can't count right now. Wait, is it 14?
No, he doesn't.
Okay, sorry. I'm counting the 1/1 body as an extra thing.
Well, yeah, it would be 14 if if that trap is nothing, if that trap doesn't exist, he had 14.
Okay, well, Kelento's just gonna swipe and move on.
What does this no attack from Kento mean? What is he hoping to draw? Because every turn that passes, he's just going to take one more damage than he gains with his 0 power. And that trap is not going to waste. Now he's going to draw a flare. So what's he looking for?
Oh my, Hunter's Mark to try to deny any ability. But still, Savage Roar with Force of Nature could still end it. This is coming down to the wire because Kelento's at such low health. He's at 7 HP.
Yeah. I'm very curious about what Kelento's train of thought is, what he's waiting for. Because this is going to happen anyway. So he could have just dealt 2 damage last turn, for example. He just needs 2 damage.
That's a good point. Eventually you have to end the game by attacking the face. You can't just use spells. Yeah,
now his safe from kill command too. His opponent needs a beast and a kill command.
Uh-oh.
Well,
it might be that case if he has the beast. No, it's a final trap.
Okay,
and it
so
looks
Kento
to be
wins.
explosive trap.
Kento is so relieved. You just see he's like, oh.
Yeah.
It's a very tense game.
And now the Savage Roars, the Force of Nature is the insurance, and Kento will win this series 3-1 and still be in the running to advance in this group. And Sixo looks like he might be dropping out of the tournament yet again in the group stages. It's still not determined 100%, but I believe it's going to be really difficult to kind of climb back from his spot.
So a good point about not attacking and not running into that trap is that maybe he has another one of those traps in his hand. So by not attacking, you prevent him from playing it. I mean, that could be a possibility, definitely. So, it still ended up having to attack into both of them.
All right, so Kento finishes his group 8-4, which makes it highly... Actually, now that he's won 8-4, I believe he's guaranteed to advance either in second or first place. Depends on how Fake wraps up his tournament, because now his record will be very positive. So Kento secures top 4, as far as I know, and I'll be corrected if I'll let you guys know if I'm corrected. And then we'll have the rest of the group finished out with Sixo, Fake, and Firebat playing out their last couple of matches. PV, what's our next series coming up?
Let me check. So it should be Fake versus Firebat.
All right. Well, Fake versus Firebat is coming up next. We're going to take a few minutes to kind of reset ourselves for our next series. In the meantime, check out the link that you see at the bottom of the screen to enter for your chance to win the Zeus Mini. Type in giveaway or go to the bottom of the Twitch channel and find out more information about this PC that's going to be given away at the end of the series of tournaments. Do that while we take 5 minutes, I believe, and when we come back, we'll have more action here at VGVN number 3. Welcome back, everybody, to VGVN3 Group A as we get ready for Fake versus Firebat. Two players who've made a name for themselves on ladder for a long time, and Firebat finally getting an invite to one of these tournaments and not having to qualify through. Now, Firebat's 1-1. If he wins the series, he is as good as his position could be to win the second place spot in this group, and Kento would be in first if Sixo goes on to beat Fake. Now, if he loses, then I think Fake is guaranteed to go into the next round, and then Firebat versus Sixo will be sort of a consolation match for pride and honor. And PV has been doing a great job giving me some analysis and commentary on the side, and I think our next series is going to be a fun one because I want to see how these guys kind of stack up. They seem to have somewhat similar deck lists, and I want to see how it pans out. When I say similar deck lists, I mean by the Ramp Druid. But Ramp Druid has been like the big, interesting X factor here because a lot of people, by the way, have been kind of writing off Druid and Next Rammus, saying it's one of the weaker classes. But people keep bringing it back, and I feel like a lot of people introduced some versatile options to it, and overall seems like a good choice in the current metagame.
Yeah, I mean, every single player in this group has a has a Druid deck, which can't be said by any other deck, I think.
All right, so I think PV is actually having a little bit of a connection issue with sound, so maybe we'll try to get him on real quick. I'm just like waiting to see if he's here or not. PV, are you there?
I am. You can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Sorry, this is like the complete awkward moment because I think the sound on my end, I can't hear you very clearly. I think you're just cutting out here and there. Let's go to the ban screen, by the way, and can you talk a little bit about the ban process for me so that way I can calibrate my audio and hear what you're saying?
Okay, so we see that Fake also did not ban Hunter, also ban Handlock, which is a trend we've been seeing in this tournament, I think. Players are just very well prepared for Hunter, and Fake doesn't even run that. And Firebat banned Fake's Shaman, which, is, I think, what he considers his Hunter counter. So maybe the Innervate, like the Druid deck is also, pretty good against Hunter. Yeah, overall, does not seem like a great tournament for Hunters. Makes you question, how much the Buzzard nerf really was needed, but at least in terms of power level.
Well, it's different, it's a different kind of settings where you're able to ban out a class and able to build your decks in a certain way that can get away with playing in a tournament versus playing on ladder. In ladder, definitely. You have to account for a wider range of possibilities, and you have to be held a little bit more accountable versus in tournaments, you can play really greedy decks like what we saw Sixo did, and to a certain extent what this Ramp Druid represents.
Yeah, I also think that it's not really about there being a best deck, because there's usually going to be a best deck, and whether it's Hunter or Handlock or Control Warrior, that's going to happen regardless. But Hunter was a very bad deck to have as a best deck, because it's so oppressive. So if Hunter is the best deck and the most widely played deck, there's certain decks that you just can't play. Handlock is bad to play on ladder, Freeze May is bad to play on ladder. And the games are just sometimes not fun with Hunter. So even though I don't think it's overwhelmingly powerful, it certainly can be beaten, as those players are showing us. I think it's good that they nerfed it. I like that. I don't want Hunter to be the most powerful deck.
All right, that I can get behind. Game number one's about to begin between these two Ramp Druids, and neither of them really showed to be the slower one. In fact, if there's any slight edge in list, it's the fact that Fake has Harrison Jones and Firebat doesn't, so Firebat doesn't have, I guess, a more useless card in this current matchup. But that might never even be a factor whatsoever.
Yeah, this matchup is, again, it's going to be, decided about either, I think, the very early game or the very late game. Either you're going to come up with a huge minion pretty early and get an insurmountable advantage, or it's going to get to a point where everyone's going to cast all the cards in their hands.
Yeah, it can be a lot about these tempo swings with cards like Innervate. It can be about early game wild growths. Doesn't really seem to be the case here, but we do have double Innervate on both ends to kind of match each other's big attempt to capture the tempo in their favor. And one thing that does come into play, though, is also longevity and being able to have good card advantage with stuff like Ancient of Lore. Because most likely you're going to be having your waves of minion crash into each other and trading a lot. And through that, you often have to have a little bit of the extra edge, and that's what Ancient of Lore is able to provide, which often leads players to sometimes keep it if they feel like they already have a good starting hand already. And Ancient of Lore is often a card where they think about maybe even having from the beginning, so that way they have an edge.
Wow, this play was pretty unexpected. You know, he had the chance to innervate or innervate incline and just play a minion. He instead chose to attack the Senjin guy, and he doesn't have a swipe. Level. Yeah.
So
that is pretty interesting.
Okay. Well, now I mean, it's going to be a little bit more susceptible to Druid of the Claw. I was wondering if he's going to save his Innervate for one of the Ancients, but I don't think he can afford to take it that long.
Yeah, he can save Decline from the Ancients, which is, you know, pretty similar. Still lets you play them in different turns as opposed to having both stuck in your hand.
All right, well, Fake also kind of caught an impasse. Does he want to build the board a little bit, or does he want to kind of ramp up for the future turns?
Yeah, the problem is that building the board a little bit is not actually building the board much. You know, are you going to play a Keeper and silence that or deal 2 damage to that? Like, I don't think that accomplishes much. So just hero powering it. He could trade both his guys for his opponent's Druid of the Claw.
Oh man, this is kind of funny because neither player wants to kind of dedicate their board clear and just say you should attack into me so that way I can pick up a better trade. But Firebat, I mean, he's the one who already did it in the first place, and now his curve is looking really good. He's got turns 5 through 7 locked up with strong, powerful drops. Fake did pick up a good minion himself in Sunwalker, but with things like Ancient of Lore, you can almost expect Firebat to pull far ahead if Fake can't do anything in response.
Yeah, and he has the Keeper for the Sunwalker. So even then, it's not going to be fantastic. Yeah, and I had the choice of playing, you know, I could play Sledge Belcher, he could play Keeper. Could even play Keeper Wrath or Keeper Hero Power if he wants to. He really drops Sledge Belcher, okay. I guess he's not interested in silencing that Sunwalker. Because if you wait a turn, the Divine Shield will be gone, and silencing it will lose a lot of its appeal. So you kind of either silence it immediately, or you just save your Keeper for later. Yes, you save it for later. It's a good thing too, because Fake drews Ledge Belcher, which is also a good target.
Yeah, I think you don't want to sacrifice too much of your own board just so you can deal basically 1 damage on the board. The taunt isn't really the big factor. It's the idea that the Sunwalker can get a lot of value off the Divine Shield. So it makes total sense, and Firebat's kind of just going to go with it. Plus, he also has great curve in the next couple of turns, and you don't want to miss this opportunity to play Sludge Belcher versus in future turns. You might not be able to.
Well, it ended up being 3 damage, not 1 damage, because he wasn't able to attack into a 3-power guy and use the Divine Shield for that. But yeah, definitely reasonable to save your Keeper. He's gonna be good now. So now he's probably just gonna play the 7-drop. Ooh.
Oh, wait, I forgot about Black Knight. Firebat has Black Knight. That's an insane swing in this matchup.
Yeah, is it better than Harrison Jones?
Oh, it's much better. There is absolutely no Harrison Jones can get value in this matchup. So Black Knight is, in that case, infinitely better, because something over nothing is actually undefined.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Fake picks up Sentient Shield Master, and you know, he needs to kind of find ways to keep his board relevant. Because there's one way, I mean, the way you can also beat someone like Ancient of Lore is that you take control of the board and never sees the momentum away. And then even if they have card advantage, the board's just too big for them to fight back. And that's what something like Scenarios can do. But it's still kind of a situation where you have to be very careful.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it doesn't matter how many cards you have in your hand if you can only cast one spell a turn. Which is what's going to happen now, you know, for next couple turns, he's probably just going to cast one big guy a turn. His opponent has 4 minions in play. So imagine he does have something like Black Knight now, that would be an insanely huge swing.
Alright, is it time to plop down the +2/+2 and give yourselves
I think
16 worth of stats on top of this 5/8 body?
Yeah, definitely. You don't even lose, you know, you have to throw 2 guys at that Ancient of War, but you only lose 1. You know, the keeper stays alive, that's pretty good.
Alright, well, he's putting on pressure. Keep in mind, Fake does have Force of Nature and Savage Roar in his deck, and he has one of the combo pieces already. So, Firebat has to kind of keep this in mind. I think he recognizes that Fake also uses a very similar deck list to he does. It's been popularized by you know, players like Dog and other people who have been taking it on the streams, and at least in the West, that is. And now Firebat has to kind of be careful not to be careless and just die here.
Yeah, Black Knight is a very nice way to, you know, get tempo back, because even though you're only playing, you know, he played 2 spells here, but you're only playing 1 spell, it effectively counts as 2. So it's definitely a good start, but he is going to take a lot of damage here. You know, he could drop down to 9 life, minus 1 from the hero power, and his opponent does have Force of Nature.
What to do?
Yeah, that's right. With Force of Nature and hero power, that's 15 damage. So,
yeah, and he's not close to threatening lethal himself, because, well, first he doesn't have it, but if he did, his opponent has a taunt guy. So your Fake has to be thinking, do I want to kill that 4/5 and kind of play it safe, or do I just going to go for the throat here?
I think if you kill off the 4/5, but then play 2 5-drops, I think you're still in just as dominant position to potentially end it.
Yeah, probably. So, actually, you know, now he could get comboed, and he's going to lose his 3 guys.
Yeah, this is where I think Force of Nature Savage Roar could be made a case for.
Yeah, he would still keep it to 2. You know, he still has lethal because of the Sledge Belcher, but yeah, so it's not a concern for him.
Okay, so I guess not playing around it. This keeps Firebat alive, barely, I think, at the moment.
Yeah, but doesn't win the game. You know, he's gonna trade for the 2 5/4 guys, probably. And he's gonna take 6 and be a really low life. 7 effectively. Yeah, it looks like, you know, even though Firebat has a lot more cards in hand, the board at this point is just too overwhelming. You know, he has Swipe, Force of Nature, Savage Roar, Sunwalker, and he's not gonna have the chance to play those cards.
Yeah, Scenario is having a big impact, hitting 4 minions for +2/+2, and I mean, that in itself shored up a lot of the, or it upgraded basically a lot of the smaller minions into more powerful versions. It's a 5/7 engine, it's a 3/4 slime. Just really insanely powerful. Trading the Force of Nature, so that way he can get more durability out of his minions, and not having to trade both of his 5 attack creatures here. Or even his, or any, if he just wants to use his health, he's perfectly fine with that.
Yeah, he has, you know, still 2 taunters left. So, yeah, there's not much the Firebat can do, unfortunately. Being at 2 life, he has to clear the whole board.
Well, I think he needs a little bit of help off the top of his deck.
I don't think there is anything that he could draw off the top of his deck. You know, he has to combo here, But then how does he finish off the last minion? You know, he can't attack it with his head because he would go to 1 and die to the hero power.
You're right, because then his opponent can just kill him off at this point. Even if he clears the board, he's at 1 HP. Is there any defense line he can set up?
I don't think so. If he goes Sunwalker, you know, that just takes 2 guys. Yeah.
I don't think so. You're right. And, you know, just like we were saying, as much as sometimes this card advantage could be the one that drags out late game, it sometimes goes into a threat versus threat fatigue war. I think Fake recognized an opportunity where he could build up his board enough and win, despite not having some of the key cards that helps dictate the entire match, like Ancient of War. And now Firebat will go to his Miracle Rogue deck, which is usually a good response because this deck from the Ramp Druid is often too slow to keep up with the pace of which the Miracle Rogue is able to set early on.
Yeah, you have a lot of taunts, so if you go to the late game, you have a really good chance of overloading their sap to just play 3 taunts over the course of the game, and that's really good for you. But at the same time, you put almost no pressure on them unless their draw is great, so it just gives them time to do whatever they want, and you don't want to do that with Miracle Rogue. They're going to draw their entire deck, they will find the 2 saps, and they'll probably beat you if you don't have any sort of pressure.
Okay, well, Firebat needs to win this series, but so does Fake. Both of them, their tournament advancing, to advance in the tournament depends on how they perform the series and also the record that they have. So Fake up 1-0, see if he continues his momentum. And he is the open bracket player, kind of upsetting. We still have not yet seen, I believe, an open bracket player advancing to the top 4, at least not yet. So maybe Fake can be the first one who does it.
Yeah, that'd be cool. So yeah, is there any difference? No, yeah, he does run 1 Cold Blood, does not run Sinister Strike like Sixo did. So his build is pretty conventional.
Oh,
well,
never mind. A little bit of a mistake on our end. Our apologies. It's going to be Hunter versus Ramp Druid, not the Miracle versus Ramp Druid.
Which is a little bit weird because I don't think this matchup is good for Hunter. What do you think about it?
Well, I think Hunter can beat anything, that's for sure.
Oh yeah, it definitely can, but is it likely? There's so many taunts. You know, they play taunts into 4, 5, 6, 7. And you know, you only have 2 Hunter's Marks. 1 Hunter's Mark if you were Kento. But
I don't know if I like it or not. I know part of the reason why Ramp Druid was coming out because of like a lot of aggressive hunters were coming out, and you know, they were cutting a lot of their late game out, so you just have to stall them.
Yeah,
I'm not sure. I honestly haven't played enough of the Ramp Druid to know.
Yeah, at least when I played it, I played from the Hunter side. It did not look good. But he does have the high mains, which, you know, allow you to fight them a little bit in the late game. But even then, so many taunts. Really annoying to deal with.
All right, well, Fake's hand's starting to really look pretty decent in terms of being able to push out things in the next couple of turns.
Okay, so he's choosing to, you know, go for the board clear, basically.
Yep.
At the cost of taking 4 damage instead of just playing the Showmaster. Which I can definitely respect.
Yeah, I mean, it's as if it was a huffer anyways. You just take the damage, you clear the board. Now you're clear for something on turn 5. You deny Houndmaster. Feels like a good overall turn.
Yeah, and you know, your 2-1 is probably good against whichever trap that is. And you have the Innervate to play a 5-10 next turn if you want to. Although he did just draw Hunter's Mark.
It's going to be Snake Trap. Now, that's one card where you're not sure if the Harvest Golem's actually kind of good against it. As the 1/1s can kind of take it out effectively and then start picking apart your board. Not to mention the synergy with Timberwolf.
So he misses. So he only has 2 Snake Traps in his deck. Yeah, if he plays the 5-10 now, it's just going to have Hunter's Marked, which would be pretty annoying. But he's still at a healthy life total. Okay, chooses to go for the one that's better against Hunter's Mark. And a little bit worse
my.
against Skill Command.
Another couple of cards which are useful against what Hunter can usually throw at you. And Coin High Main seems to me like a pretty good deal, assuming your opponent doesn't have an ability to immediately respond to it. And the fact that it can kind of go uncontested on the board is extremely strong. Use Hunter's Mark now to establish dominance and deny your opponent an ability to use Keeper of the Grove to silence your High Main and then let it die.
Ooh, which he did draw. So yeah, the gambit pays off for Fake. You know, he got rid of the Hunter's Mark on his 5/5 instead of his 5/10, so that's pretty good for him. Though he actually needs to wait an extra turn to play the 5/10 here. Can't just gambit now. Will we be Senjin or Keeper?
All right, well, he's going to try to address the High Main now, so that way next turn, if he plays Ancient of Lore, it's going to be a lot stronger and resilient, so that way you can't get the draws off High Main if it is buzzard. And not to mention, it's going to also sacrifice into it.
Yeah, definitely. And now he's in a little bit of trouble. Though he has to hope he doesn't have another Hunter's Mark here. Because if Firebat has another one to clear the 5/10 for nothing, then that might be a lot of trouble for Firebat. Sorry, for Fake. We're just playing that Timberwolf. You're not worried about swipe it out, just wants to get rid of the 2/4.
Oh man, another Keeper of the Grove, so that way you can snipe that 7/2, which might be of a higher priority than placing a taunt, because a taunt can easily be pushed through at this state.
Oh, he takes 13 if he does that. I don't think he can afford to.
Oh, wow. All right, and
So he's
you
gonna go
said
to
13 plus the Stone Tusk boar, right?
Well, that's lethal, but
all right, so that's not going to pay off whatsoever, and Fake, as much as he tried to set up a resilient wall of taunts, ends up dropping, as the Hunter was able to take too much dominance, and the High Main was just too big of a threat.
okay, interesting. So yeah, again we see a situation where someone has a lot of very good cards in hand and just dies before they can cast them, which is going to be a problem with this Dre deck from time to time. It runs a lot of very expensive cards. Sometimes it just doesn't get it on play.
Yeah, I think at that stage, as we go into the next game very quickly, is that you have to kind of weigh your options. What's more likely? Does he have the extra damage to kill me, or does he have the second Hunter's Mark? And I think I kind of side with you, that I feel like the second Hunter's Mark is less likely here.
And then it's not even the extra damage. Like, what if you go to 2 life? He just passes the turn and he hero powers you next turn. You can't taunt through that. So that play was basically conceding the game, I feel.
Yeah, sure. I mean, your hand was too slow, I guess, to be able to keep up with the Hunter. But there's a deck that can be really fast, and it is this one from the Priest. And if the Priest can kind of get out a lot of creatures early on to kind of take out the Hunter's threats and heal it up, whether it's using Zombie Chows, Dark Cultists, etc., then you can give Hunters a big run for their money early game to establish the board position, and they can't do much from that point on. But it seems like Fake has kind of like an awkward, clunky hand, because a lot of things are vulnerable to some of these early creatures.
Yeah, at the same time, he does get to Power Word Shield his 2/1 if he wants to, and then, play a North Shrine Cleric. It's not a bad situation to be in. And Firebat's hand is also kind of slow. It's going to depend a lot on what he gets from that animal. I guess, yeah, everything is a little bit decent from the Animal Companion.
Okay. Well, Huffer allows a snipe on the Cleric, which is pretty valuable, honestly.
Yeah.
If Cleric stays up, the way I like to phrase it is that Priest has a life tap every single turn, except they heal with it instead of hurt themselves.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a key card in the Priest deck. So we see the Fake picked up a Thought Still, and we knew he had that. It's not a card that all Undertaker versions use. Some people have been just shying away from that. They think they'd rather have more minions, but apparently Fake thinks his late game is still, more important. Maybe if that's for this particular tournament, where he thinks he might get paired against, a lot of control warrior and stuff like that, or maybe he just thinks it's a good ladder card. I know I does like it more than most people, so perhaps I'm just wrong in that.
Do you go for the bamboozle of Snake Trap and Starving Buzzard here? Most priest decks have stopped using a lot of stuff like Pyromancer.
Yeah, I think you could. That Buzzard is not going to do anything else. It's really telegraphed now. So it's very possible that we see, just an Arcanite pass from Fake. Not hoping to snipe the Buzzard next turn instead of just attacking into it. But we'll see. Maybe he thinks it's a bluff. What would you do here? Would you just... I think I would just play Arcanine, not attack the Buzzard. That still gives him, the chance to get some value from it. He could play two beasts or something next turn. But that's, I think, better than triggering the Snake Trap.
I know if I was a Maz, I'd thought Steel Flare at the moment. Oh my god, Stampeding Kodo. He has it in his hand for the Baron Rivendare, which just came down, and he draws a card. Well,
yeah.
And he's also eliminated one flare from his deck to potentially being thought stolen. Oh man, what a good start for Firebat.
Yeah, that did not go well for Fake. Yeah, he's probably just waiting to snipe it. He's not going to attack a creature now. He's just going to snipe the Buzzard on turn 6 with Arcanine. But then it already have done its job. It's going to have drawn 2 cards already.
Yeah, and it's already kind of past the point where you're not really too afraid of losing it. Plus, you still get 1/1s to fight back against the board.
Yeah, definitely.
All right. And you have the high main, which is the most important aspect of it.
Yeah, and a second one in your hand. So both players with a lot of late game cards in their hands, Thutot Steel for one, and high main and Leroy for the other. So I think he has to play Arcanine and snipe the 2/1 here. What can he do if he just attacks? This is what you said. You still get the snakes even if you don't draw cards. It would be glorious if it just wasn't Snake Trap. So just, well, I guess he would have triggered any other by now since he attacked face. But a really cool opportunity is to play around those traps and just bluff something else.
Well, gosh, this is so annoying for Fake. Like, how do you deal? The Snake Trap is just such a problem. You want to snipe this Buzzard, but now you're going to be completely wrecked by this high main, and high main number 2 is going to also be a problem.
Maybe you just race, just attack face here. Just ignore his guys.
I hate racing against hunters.
Oh yeah, it's not very easy.
Oh, he has Hunter's Mark too to attack, to basically snipe whatever this Dark Cultist can even buff. He's got double high main. Oh my goodness, this game has gotten way out of control, PV.
Yeah. It's not looking good. Okay, he chooses to, deal with the... He's just gonna leave the Arcanine there?
Alright.
Yeah, now he could get his board clear by double circle.
That's true. I mean, the idea of using the Hunter's Mark there was that he would keep his high main as healthy as possible, so that way it's difficult for his opponent to remove. Firebat is so ahead and he feels comfortable that he's just basically snacking and kind of rehydrating at this point. In fact, I think I've seen him pick up 4 different beverages in the past 5 minutes.
Power source. But yeah,
I don't even think he's sponsored by any of those.
But even if he has 2 circles, he still doesn't kill one group of small tokens from the high main.
Right.
So he would need, a Power Word Shield plus double circle, or a double circle and a Holy Nova.
Well, I guess he's gonna get a full unleash, I guess. 7 or 6 minions on his board.
pretty cool. Given that taste their own medicine. Unfortunately, not going to be enough here, I don't think. Because it's not going to do anything to those two Savannah Jaimes that are there.
No. And there's Leroy waiting in the hand of Firebat, ready to be put into the game and end this third game and send it into fourth.
Yeah, here, you know, probably just trading off. No, just going for the face. Okay. Feels like he cannot beat any sort of damage spell anyway, so might as well try to win the game. It's a very reasonable approach.
Sure. But, you know, he's got him covered. He just needed that one extra damage. Ooh, I like it. Firebat searching for another way to win. Yes, kill him with more doggies. Please do it.
You know his one, though, because he used hero power before Flare.
Right.
So he would never do that if he didn't have the game on. Could have been better executed.
All right, there you go. Fake's going to drop his pre-stack. Firebat wins 2 in a row with Hunter. And now you're starting to go back and wonder, did Fake kind of make a mistake here not banning the Hunter?
It's possible. I mean, you know, he did get his Shaman deck banned, which was, from what I read from him, his main counter to Hunter. I think he didn't expect the Druid deck to lose to Hunter. I didn't either. And maybe now that he did, he just has out of options.
Well, he's down to one option, and I believe the fourth game will be coming up in just a second as we're loading up the overlay for you nice people to see what the current series is, because some people are tuning in, wondering what's going on here. Why is it a black screen? But I believe the Shaman deck that Fake has brought, he's posted it several times, whether it's through on forums or through his own messages or his interviews, saying that he felt like it's pretty decent. But now that it's been banned, he has to rely on his Warlock, which I believe his Warlock deck is a handlock, and that's going to be rough stuff against Hunter.
Oh yeah, that's a really bad matchup. Yeah, I don't know what he's going to do here. And then here we have his Priest tech showing, but that's, you know, bugged from last round.
Yeah, the overlays still haven't updated yet, but we know what happened. We just watched it. Let's go to game 4 and see if Faye can do the unthinkable and win handlock versus Hunter. Seems a little bit unlikely, but at the same time, it's not completely unwinnable. It's just very unwinnable.
Very bad.
All right, so we're actually trying to figure out our current situation here because I think there's a little bit of a rearrangement issue of making sure that our games are played in the correct order and the overlays are set. So just bear with us, guys. We're taking a minute or two to kind of set the record straight and make sure that game number 4 is going to be coming up. So hang tight, guys. We'll be back in a couple minutes. All right, guys, we're back, and it looks like we have everything sorted out. And the last thing is, the last game rather, will be Handlock versus Hunter. We have everything pretty much in line, but the score is going to be a little bit buggy here. It's going to be 2-1 in favor of Fake. That's what it says. But Firebat's the one who's currently up 2-1, and Firebat just has to win one more in order to potentially secure his spot in second place. It depends if Fake is able to beat Sixo. So, PV, I hope you're back. I think we're getting ready to go into the fourth game and find out if Firebat can close it out here, or will Fake be able to secure first place in the group?
Dude, does he secure first place?
Or sorry, top two, rather. Maybe not first place, but...
okay, yeah, he has to, yeah.
He wins the head-to-head with Kento, I know that. Because he beat Kento. So I kind of use that knowledge with like, maybe he advances in first place, and then he has the head-to-head advantage over Kento.
Oh, okay, I see.
Well, it's going to be tricky. Because let's break down a little bit of why this matchup might be hard. For anybody who's just not getting who's not playing a lot and doesn't get a lot of the experience on ladder for Handlock versus Hunter, the problem is that Handlock often drains its own health to life tap, and that helps Hunter. And your big threats can be easily dealt with. Not to mention that if you get to the point where Molten Giants are a factor, Hunter has reach over the course of a few turns to use direct damage to end the game. So it's a little tricky for Handlock, very tricky in fact, to try and secure a good enough board to fight back, but it's not impossible.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest issue really is that you rely on big taunt minions to win the late game. But then the Hunter can just kill you through that. You know, their hero power is just so powerful against you, and kill command also is so much damage. But this is a good start. You know, having early creatures, I think, is important for Fake. You know, as opposed to normal matchups, you just want a hero power on turns 2 and 3 with Warlock. I feel like, you know, he basically just wants to draw minions here and try to establish some board control while he's already, while he's still at a high life total.
Okay, and you know, Fake can't really... I mean, he mulliganed away the Mountain Giant because he knows that he's going to be playing his cards a little bit more aggressively. It's not like he's going to have the luxury of tapping. Oh, this is bad news for Fake. His opponent got Leok. He can go for trades. He's also got Buzzard and Unleash. And Firebat also picked up the Beast, which is a 9/7 card that has a weird death rattle effect that many people don't often see because no one uses this card.
That's a cool name, though.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, at this point, you know, what does Firebat need? He has Hunter's Mark already, he has, you know, Unleash and Buzzard, which comes to that, and he has the Beast. I can't imagine him needing anything else.
Well, Fake probably discarded the best possible selection there. Mountain Giant was going to be sitting dead for at least another 5-6 turns.
Yeah, definitely the best use for Mountain Giant in this matchup, just discarding to Soulfire. So what does he do here? If he silences the Watcher, it will be able to attack, so you don't want to do that. At the same time, you don't want to spend Hunter's Mark on a small guy. You know, comparatively small. For many decks, it would be a big guy, but for this deck, it's, you know, kind of small. So we might see it. I think we might see Fake winning this game.
Well, let's hold off our judgments until we see what happens when you Unleash and Buzzard, and you have Timberwolf. And basically, there's just a huge wave of non-stop doggies raining down on your parade. Because every single minion that builds up on the Handlock side is another dog, 2/1 dog that's going to be coming down. And Fake is going to be struggling because it's going to be a situation where he doesn't want to tap too much. Maybe once or twice throughout the course of this game. But then he's not going to be having that many cards left compared to Hunter, who's going to have a full hand.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's definitely not good for him, but you know, this is a pretty good position to be in for the Warlock deck by turn 6. You know, at 28 life with a better board. You can't hope for much more than that. It's still probably not enough, but you know, it's one of her best bats, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. All right,
you know,
well, it's time.
Yeah,
Prepare
4 cards
yourself,
is a
Fake.
lot.
Prepare yourself, Fake. This won't happen too many more times, we promise you that. All right, still has one Hunter's Mark. Kill Command is also a very important card to grab early on. Or maybe not early on, excuse me, as the time goes on, but the earlier you have it, it gives you more flexibility.
Yeah, just gonna Hunter's Mark that now because his opponent can't even play a big dude if he draws one. You know, can't play Mold Giant, certainly can't play Mountain Giant. I might as well just go for it.
Okay, well, now Handlock's top decking, and you're going to be attacking into some of these minions on board.
Yeah, and the board's kind of even, except one person has 7 cards in hand. 8.
Yeah, that's a pretty big exception, I guess.
Lab totals are similar.
Wow, I guess they're almost dead even in that department.
So yeah, definitely not looking good for Fake here.
At least I guess it's like what you're saying. He is winning on board, but for how much longer? When Firebat pops like high mains down, it's just gonna be lights out. There's actually no way to deal with something like this.
Yeah. Do you think we're even gonna see the Beast? I don't think so.
I think you do if you're gonna win. If you have like only 5 damage you're missing and you have Kill Command on the turn, drop the Beast and then Kill Command. Just please. Just for me, Firebat.
Yeah, at this point, you know, he could play Savannah High Main, he could play Kill Command. Both players are definitely fine. Who chooses to trade? Interesting. That's rewarded because his opponent draws Shadow Flame, which would kind of clear the board, but yeah, Fortunate Drake also not really the best card.
No, not at all. It's a 2 health creature. It dies to Mad Scientist.
Yeah. I was going to trade with the 4/3. There's that, but... Maybe it's going to get Shadow Flamed?
Is there a possibility for that? I don't know.
But it's only 2 toughness, means you can't even hero power into power overwhelming to at least clear the board, like attack the hyena. And if it was 3 toughness, you would be able to do that.
Oh, you should attack face before you do that, Fake.
Yeah, probably. He's just out of it.
Yeah, I think he's kind of resigned himself that, I can't win this. Gosh. But small steps like that, you never know. Could be the difference, but it's, again, highly unlikely. Oh, I love it.
The Beast.
Please do it, Firebat. No. Oh, come on. No, he looked at the webcam like, oh my god, should we do it? Oh, come on, dude. Don't be like that. Yes! Yes, do it! No!
What a tease.
Come on. Alright. I am subtracting as many style points as I can from Firebat right now.
Well, those are pretty decent draws. Not gonna help much, but yeah.
No. And now we'll never see the legendary card, the Beast, played yet again in competitive play. Fake drops the series, and he had a really tough matchup against Hunter with his handlock, that's for sure. And that was a pretty textbook reason why. Even if you get a great start, the problem is you just can't win, especially if your opponent has the ability to put out threat after threat like that, and keep up the damage.
I mean, Blizzard Unleash is basically you spending 4 turns of hero powering, except they don't take any damage. It costs 3 less mana, and they put 4 guys in play. So it's really a big discrepancy.
Man, Firebat is such a tease. Oh my goodness. Oh well, I guess Fake will have to go back and see if he can advance by defeating Sixo. Now, Fake, I believe, has to have a strong series this game. It can't be 3-2. If it's 3-2, he loses the... Well, actually, it's actually kind of weird, because if the match scores is tied, you go to head-to-head, right? And Firebat wins, unless you have a very decisive game score. Either way, we'll figure out administratively and let you guys know after the break, after we get reported on the current situation. So what we're going to do is take a few minutes and get more information. You guys, in the meantime, should check out this cool chance to win the Zeus Mini in the bottom right of the overlay. Go to the link, type giveaway in the chat, type YouTube in the chat, and also find out the VODs. and do all your research and fact finding while we get ready for our last series of Group A, Fake versus Sixo. Be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the last series of Group A for VGVN3. Our last series will feature Fake versus Sixo. And Sixo can't advance, as you can see that there's two players already with a 2-1 record. Fake still can, though, as long as he 3-0 Sixo. So while Sixo can't advance, he can play the spoiler. But he just needs to win one game, and then Fake all of a sudden will be unable to. Not to mention, if Sixo wins decisively 3-0, then he moves up to third place and once again falls one standing short of being able to advance to the next group. Kind of unfortunate for our German players here. Now, Fake did lose the head-to-head to Firebat, so if he wins 3-1, he's going to have... he won't be able to have a better record than Firebat, and because of that, he won't advance. So it's 3-0 or nothing for our open bracket player.
Yeah, I wonder, did they know that by the time they played?
Yes, the admins informed them at the time, and so Fake was aware. It's basically pick the first deck and your only deck that you need to 3-0 with. It's not like, well, I can pace myself and see what he's playing. It's, I have to see the classes that he has and pick the best class that can probably 3-0 with it.
Yeah, I would suspect him to pick Shaman for that. It seems to be the deck he has the most, affinity with. But he might just get banned because Sixo is also a Shaman player himself. So they're the two guys who seem to value Shaman more than other people. So I would imagine they're going to ban each other out.
All right, well, let's see what these guys have chosen. What Sixo has banned from Fake and taken away. And it is the Priest. And, we were saying in the previous tournament, Sixo didn't want to play against Priest against his previous lineup. And once again, he's chosen to ban Priest, which seemed to take a higher priority over the classes like Hunter. And in the meantime, just ban Hunter if it kind of comes up and there is no Priest.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, neither player banned the other player's Shaman. I was mistaken. But Fake did choose his Shaman deck to hope to 3-0.
Yeah, it's his deck that he's played the most games with. He's grinded thousands on the ladder. He's also banned the Miracle Rogue from Sixo, so he's denied possibly his worst matchup in his opinion. Game 1's about to begin. Let's see if Fake can 3-0 or will Sixo spoil the dreams of Fake, being the first open bracket player to advance to the top 4. And kind of keep it as the invited players are the ones advancing. Firebat and Kento currently sit in first and second as of right now.
Okay, decent hands. I suppose it has a big game 100 that doesn't do anything, but has a wild growth, which is probably the card you want the most, so it kind of balances it out.
Yeah, unfortunately, BGH is quite... I don't want to say useless, but I mean, it is a 4-2 minion, but it doesn't have many practical uses for its battle cry unless there's like a fire elemental that's being buffed by Defender of Argus or the Flame Tongue Totem.
Yeah, it'll probably just come out on turn 5. This is a 4-2 minion, I would imagine. Or turn 4 when he has 5 mana.
I wonder.
Yeah, he's thinking about whether he coins up Feral Spirit and he chooses to go for that. He chooses the aggression here. You know, knowing that next turn he's only going to be able to play one of his removal spells.
Well, Sixo has a really nice ramp into his following turns. And he has he doesn't even have to necessarily play the ramp of the mana crystals because he's already so far ahead. Maybe he wants to start drawing cards and be able to keep up with the value of Shaman.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, he definitely doesn't need more mana now. So he's playing this game, you know, setting up a lot for late game. He's going early board presence to make sure he has better turns ahead of him, which is fine. His opponent is not pressuring him at all. And look at this hand, it's pretty stacked. So he's gonna drop like a very, very good card every turn for the next 4 turns at least.
Yeah, how about that? Ancient of Lore off the top, draw more cards, ramp up, and get a card advantage over your opponent. Yeah, that sounds like a good game plan to me.
Draw all the cards.
Okay,
and that's a good one to. This is a good one to play because, you know, you got to think your opponent has a Hex or even your Earthshock. So you don't want to just throw Sunwalker up there, for example, which you might want to do against a different opponent, a different deck. Now, this is just a 5/5. You can't get Earthshock reliably, and if they Hex it, you don't care because the other guys are all better.
Yeah, I was gonna say that I think the Shaman should just kind of progress as according to schedule. Don't be too swayed by what's currently on the board. Ancient of Lore will get value no matter how you kind of cut the cookie. So just kind of let him do with what he can. In the meantime, you still have a lot of good value minions. Fire Elemental can kill off this 5/3. You have Doomhammer and you have Rockbiter, so that is a 1-win condition that's in your back pocket. And from here, maybe Fake can kind of cleverly build the board while taking down the threats. Although he is going to need something like Hex, like you mentioned, in order to take down some of these bigger cards like Kel'Thuzad and Sylvanas.
Yeah, I imagine it's gotta be Fire Elemental here, leading to 5/3, I think. Yeah, it doesn't really have any alternatives. You know, if that guy stays in play for a turn and is able to attack unopposed through like a taunt, then that's gonna bring him really close to Doomhammer Rockbiter range. You know, if he draws a Hex this turn, for example, for whatever taunt Sixo plays, but he was gonna play 2. So he has to Hex and Earthshock to be able to get 6 damage in.
That's right, and Fake has big problems on his hands if he doesn't deal with this board. There's Kel'Thuzad who can bring back Sludge Belchers and trade in, kill off whatever he does. But Fake has so many spells and cards in his hands, there's gotta be a way he can effectively deal with what's currently here.
Doesn't seem like he can. I mean, they're all spells, but you're not very good at this spot. We might see the Defender of Argus on the Fire Elemental. Probably not. We're probably just going to see another Fire Elemental this turn. You know, an attack and a Fire Elemental, and maybe, you know, Lightning Bolt to finish off the guy that's getting Fire Elemental.
You feel like you can use... Do you feel like it's too wasteful of your way to win if you use Doomhammer and Rockbiter here? As a way to clear some of the health, and then use one of your removals like Lightning Bolt to kind of push through and clear the board?
I don't think it's too wasteful. I feel like, you know, you could think that ship has already sailed, kind of. You're still gonna get a Doomhammer for next turn anyway, it's not like it goes away. But yeah, I think Fake's play is better. You know, he's gonna lose a Fire Elemental here. Good. Yeah, chooses to deal 1 damage, over deal 1 damage to his opponent. Definitely a sensible choice. Really how many 4-part guys he has in play, in hand.
Yep. This is just the first of... This is first of all a test to see what his opponent has. If he has Hex, then it's just go on Sylvanas. It doesn't go on, obviously, Ancient of War. If he has Earthshock, obviously, it doesn't go down on his other creatures as well. He's just trying to see what his opponent has. He's not really expecting Kel'Thuzad to survive by any means, but if he does, well, then Shaman's in for a world of hurt, considering the follow-up plays to Kel'Thuzad are also extremely powerful, considering their bodies are insanely strong.
Yeah, not only do you keep Kel'Thuzad, but also it means you can't answer any of the other guys, so unless that card dies now, it's probably game over. It is gonna die now, though, I imagine. You know, Lightning Storm plus an attack, or something similar.
Okay. So he's gonna use his own health here, instead of maybe using another spell. Keep his mana as high as he can, now that he's used Doomhammer.
Yeah, very reasonable too. But at this point, it's looking very hard, like, how are you gonna win the game? So you do have a lot of, you know, you still have that Earthshock, that's gonna be super good. And you still have 2 Hexes in your deck that you can just draw. But...
Right. The way that Shaman is supposed to kind of operate is to use cards like Hex to gain a lot of board presence. You use Hex, you attack the creature, you totem up, and Druid's going to have a little bit of a tricky, you know, way to deal with a big board. And then if they plop down something like Sunwalker, it easily just gets Flame Tongue Totem out of the game, and then Shaman's just able to outvalue you. But the exact opposite's been happening. It's like Fake has to kind of constantly try and fight even cards, or even a little inefficiently, in order to deal with some of these minions, and Sixo's the one getting the better of his opponent. Like, I mean, his opponent's Fake's at 10 health, because he had to keep using his health as a resource here.
Yeah, and also he hasn't been able to use his hero power at all. And I feel like the Shaman hero power is better than the Druid's hero power in this matchup, but, you know, no one's been using them, so it doesn't matter that it's better. You know, he has all those cards like Flame Tongue Totem and Defender Pargas that, you know, he just needs specific situations for them to be good, and just haven't came up. He has had those cards in his hand since the beginning of the game.
Yeah, this is quite unfortunate for Fake. Now, I'm trying to think of a way for him to pull out of this game. He still has the damage, but his opponent's at 26 health. So I don't see a clear way for him to get out of the woods just yet. Hex has been finally acquired, but again, Hex is, I mean, his board's not able to support a strong push after Hex, other than just a Defender of Argus, which is kind of small.
Yeah, you could also, you know, play Flame Tongue Totem, but that's, you know, that's 2 more damage now than Defender of Argus, but next turn is already the same amount of damage. At least Defender of Argus prevents your 1/1 guy from being attacked by hero power.
My shield for Argon.
Yeah, I like this play. It's, you leave yourself ahead on board, at least.
Alright. Fake hesitating before he uses his 3rd charge, or his 5th charge, rather. But pretty much kind of concedes that it's just optimal to kind of get as much damage as in now.
Ooh, that's pretty good. I can cast 2 big minions. You know, it breaks, you know, one of the issues he was having was that even though he has all those great cards, he could only cast 1 a turn, and if you let him cast 2.
Well,
But
Fake still has ways to kind of go for trades. Let's see, how much damage does he have, in fact, right now? He has Earthshock, Rock Fighter. Oh my goodness, with Lightning Bolt.
Oh, is that lethal?
And Defender of Argus. I think
It
that's
is
enough
lethal.
because he's got exact mana to do it. Wow, that Lightning
Yeah,
Bolt
it
was a
is lethal.
big draw for Fake here. Wow. Well, it doesn't. Actually, it didn't really matter because he still had. He didn't even need to use the Lightning Bolt. Just kidding. We weren't even counting the damage. Ha! And Sixo ends up losing the game despite the fact that he had a lot of health. And it comes down to it that the Shaman still has the burst, and that's why Doomhammer is one of the most important cards.
Yeah, I guess we were so focused on, you know, the game state that we didn't stop to realize that he could actually deal 20 damage out of nowhere.
Wow, surprising. And you know what? That's kind of what Shaman's good at doing against the Druid. And I guess that's a little bit our fault for not keeping track of the damage, but you know, props to Fake for being able to do that and now pulls out an important win. Now, it's going up against Hunter, a deck where people said that it's supposed to be very one-sided for Hunter, and that was before a lot of the evolution of what's happened so far. That was when Hunter was still playing high mains and Shaman can get value off of Hex. But now there's a lot of smaller minions, and so it feels like you're slightly more dependent on cards like Lightning Storm and Earthshock as opposed to, you know, Hex for the high mains and getting momentum that way. I don't know how exactly Sixo Shaman stacks against this new age Hunter. So let's jump in the board and see directly if Fake's able to translate his ladder and an open bracket success to this tournament right here.
Yeah, I think both players think that Shaman is favored here. But maybe depending on this version, you know, because of this particular version of Hunter, that's not the case.
Yeah, you're looking for Earthshock, your Death Rattle minions, anything early to affect the state of the board and have something that sticks to fight with whatever can be brought. But look at the starting hand from Sixo. Other than the web spinner, it's kind of slim pickings.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. No, he couldn't have done anything, you know, he mulliganed all his other cards away and just came back and give commands. But yeah, well, that was a good card to draw because now he has to spin a Lightning Bolt if he wants to stop that thing from being Houndmastered. So he does have the hacks for it the following turn anyway.
Huh? Fake picks up Doomhammer, a card that is extremely valuable against Hunter because sometimes you can basically you can win the race if you have something like Doomhammer and pick up Rockbiter throughout the upcoming turns.
Yeah, Doomhammer's a lot of damage. It's pretty absurd. But yeah, what do you do here? Do you Lightning Bolt the 1/2 just so you don't get Houndmaster when you had that Hex in your hand? I don't think you do. You just think you'll let it be Houndmaster. I don't know how much those players talk. I don't know if he knows Sixo doesn't have high mains in his deck or not. If he doesn't, then you're way more likely to just let him Houndmaster something.
Young Dragonhawk coming to Sixo hands. That's not going to be helpful. At least not now.
Not at all. Especially without the Houndmaster.
Something interesting to note is that this is the deck that Sixo ran to kind of counter the Hunter. So he knows its weaknesses and some of the fallbacks it has if it doesn't draw correctly. So he's able to target its weaknesses and pinpoint exactly how to defeat it.
Yeah. It's a pretty good turn for Fake here. You know, it might look like the game is even, but the way I see it, every turn that nothing is happening, the Shaman deck is pulling a little bit ahead. Because he doesn't have high mains. So at some point he's going to draw Undertakers and Leopard Nodes aren't going to be good. You know, if he was at least using his hero power as turns pass by with nothing happening, then that would be different, like he did this turn. But if the turns pass and no one does absolutely anything, that definitely favors the Shaman deck.
Yeah, I think so as well. Hunter is supposed to build on its momentum of the board and use its creatures to continue to push for damage while removing whatever comes up. Now, Sixo does have Unleash the Hounds. That card can be extremely valuable against Shaman, but still not really piecing together anything. He's got damage in his hand and Young Dragonhawk.
He needs a Buzzard. Yeah, at this point, yeah, again, not having high main has proved to be a very big problem for all those hunter decks, because as much as they're built for the early game, so are the other decks, so they don't let it get to the early game. Sorry, they don't let it end in the early game. You know, you always end up getting to the late game, and then you have nothing you want to draw. So, you know, it is definitely a cost. You know, just building your deck for trying to be as good as you possibly can in the early game, and then you suffer the late game for that. And again, no buzzard.
Yeah, no buzzard. Has unleash. That's about
Yeah.
it.
Hunter's Mark or Kill Command? It seems like it's going to be Hunter's Mark.
Yeah, it's Hunter's Mark, and unfortunately, his trap popped before he was able to get any bow charges as well, so he's missed out a little bit of damage. And that damage does add up, but at the same time, he has 10 damage in hand with 7 mana. So if he can sneak in another 10 damage over the course of a couple turns,
yeah, it's interesting.
Heals.
Interesting that he chose to attack, you know, chose to trade 1/1 so he could hit for 3. Showing that, you know, he really wants just to go for the face, which makes perfect sense with his hand.
Yeah, he doesn't want to let it get Defender Vargas. Then he'd be in a tough trade situation. Oh man, he gets Undertaker. It's just one of these situations where, again, you just get some of the worst possible cards you can, but that's partially the drawback. I mean, this deck can win. Don't be fooled. Like, it's not like Hunter's bad by any means. It's just the fact that he kept getting bad starts, and now he's paying for it by drawing it in the mid game when he needs better cards.
Yeah. So he chose to use the kill command, so he's kind of abandoned the whole, you know, kill you with direct damage strategy, which I'm not sure is going to work for him because his opponent has 7 cards. So if I'm Sixo, I'm thinking, how am I going to win this game? I'm thinking I'm going to double kill command my opponent, but he felt like, you know, he could actually, at this point you have to think, can I win the game if I kill the Drake? And he's thinking that he can. You know, he can just top deck something and win the game without that 4/4 there.
Well, there still is damage, Leroy. I guess
definitely.
Lepronome is direct damage too, but then it's gonna get Earth Shocked.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're walking and drawing direct damage, then you should probably keep the kill command. The fact that he used it means that he thinks, again, he can win a fair fight. You know, he can win this game without just going for his opponent. Also, the fact that, you know, as long as that Drake attacking him takes turns away from him, in which he could be using hero power and translating that into more damage anyway. So there's definitely an upside to killing the Drake and just surviving for more turns here.
Oh no, Sixo gets Huffer and he immediately concedes. It's just not his game with the Hunter, and Shaman once again trumps the Hunter. And, you know, the Hunter win percentage in VGVN3 hasn't been the highest, that's for sure. And we're going to go down to a Shaman mirror match, both labeled Sixo Shaman card for card.
Yeah, so can Fake do it? I mean, if he wins now, he actually overcomes Firebat.
That's right. Will he be the first player to go through the open bracket and advance to top 4? Will he use Sixo Shaman deck to 3-0 him?
Ooh, now at least they both have Harrison Jones for those Doom Hammers. It's going to be interesting.
That'll be amazing if you can pop it off and draw 6 card and overdraw and threaten the elements. Game 3 is about to begin. Will Fake close it out here and advance to the top 4? We find out right in this game right here. Let's go to the mulligans and see how these guys are opening up. Now, granted, I feel like Sixo's opening hands with Hunter have been pretty poor, but maybe his Shaman can carry him through. Some of the key cards in the Shaman Mirror are Lightning Storm, so that way you can clear everything. The Totem buildup is very important, so for cards like Flametongue Totem to get value. And then, of course, ways to keep up in the card advantage. Manatide Totem / Azure Drake are also valuable cards as well.
Yeah, this matchup seems very, very hard to play. I mean, they're both, I'm sure, super experienced Shaman players, so it's probably not that hard for them. But if I were to pick up a Shaman deck and play the mirror match, I would find that very, very hard. Because there's so many things that matter, so many small details. You know, where you place your guys, where they place their guys, and which guys you play. Like how early do you lightning storm? Those are all game-winning plays. And game-losing plays, more importantly.
Fake's hand looks pretty good. He's got Harvest Golems back-to-back, and Sixo doesn't look like he has an immediate response to it. And if you just let your opponent completely bully your board, you're in a tough spot.
Yeah, and he has the Harassment Jones for a Doomhammer that Sixo does have in his hand.
Oh my god, you're totally right.
We could see it.
We will see it, for sure. It's all about the timing, though.
Yeah, maybe players are just so scared of Harassment Jones in this matchup that they don't play Doomhammer unless they absolutely have to, or it's for the kill. It is only one, so sometimes you just hope they don't have it. I hope that's what happens in this game. I want to see someone drink 6 cards.
Oh, when it does, it's glorious. Sixo's gonna try and get his Defender of Argus to contest on the board, but he knows that it's gonna be really difficult to kind of rebound and get full value off of this. And, oh man, Fake has a second Defender of Argus to kind of push through, clear the board. This is gonna kind of provoke an early Lightning Storm of some kind. And this is going to be tough, because it doesn't even fully clear the board. Even if it rolls high. If it rolls low, there's going to be 3 minions that survive.
Yeah. Oh, it rolled high, the one that mattered.
Alright.
Yeah, so he does have the other lightnings from Ian if it comes to that. It probably not, because he rolled the 1/1 totem, so he can just attack with one. Yeah, but definitely he doesn't want to spend all his lightning storms here, because that would make his opponent free to do whatever.
Oh man, Sixo having to spend both of his lightning storms this early is very... I mean, he gets the clears, but now his opponent knows that he has freedom to play things like Feral Spirits without fear of mass removal unless his opponent has a surprise card. And now this is a big advantage for Fake.
Yeah, definitely. You know, he can just jam everything that he draws and know that it's not going to be a big issue. He's not going to get his board clear. The same as when you're playing against Hunter and they play 2 Unleash the Hounds. They're like, oh my god, okay, this is perfect. I can't lose now because they can just play whatever.
Alright, Fake pulling his Azure Drakes and his Doomhammer. Now, as much as you are excited to Harrison Jones, your opponent's Doomhammer, and you know you're playing against Sixo, the guy who, well, you're taking his deck and trying to put it in tournament play, you have to be mindful of your opponent's Doomhammer as well, or Harrison Jones, excuse me, and not lose too much there.
Yeah, unclear if he actually wants to draw 6 cards here because he already has so many cards in hand, but yeah, it's gonna be sweet if it happens. Probably just... I imagine he wants to play Azure Drake and Totem here. You know, just hit for 4. And more to his board. You know, his opponent can. He could, but you know, it's probably not gonna kill every single one of your guys. He has to kill the Taunt Totem, then the Flame Tongue Totem, and then the Manatide Totem. So you probably give it to get some value at least. Or you could play 2 Flame Tongue Totems and kill the... How about that? That seems worse.
Yeah, you give up both bodies of your totems to do that. So this is a compromise. That way he can get some damage in. And again, he's not afraid of Lightning Storm. And Manatide Totem is starting to stack up the cards so that if he trades inefficiently, which it looks like he might have to, it's going to be kind of difficult to bounce back.
Yeah, he could actually kill all the minions here. Like, he could, for example, Earthshock the Taunt guy, and kill the other 3 with Attack, Rock Beater, and Lightning Bolt. Or just Doomhammer. As much as he might be afraid of Harrison Jones, I think he should probably just play the Doomhammer now.
Yeah, the idea is that the longer you wait, the higher chance he has to have something like Harrison Jones. Yeah, oh man, and we're going to see a lot of cards drawn. Because it's not about the drawing the cards, it's the fact that you take away 6 charges, 12 damage from your opponent at least.
Yeah, definitely. And the longer you wait, the more your opponent can use those cards. Because right now, even if he takes it away, you know, he's just going to overdraw by like 4 or 5. But if you wait a bunch of turns, then he'll have 2 or 3 cards in hand and actually be able to make use of all the new cards he draws.
Oh man. Well, this one's gonna be fun to watch. As Sixo is not, he hasn't been happy with how things have been panning out, and he's one of the more reactive players on the webcam. At the same time, how many cards do you draw? You draw 6, and you're holding 8, I believe. So you're gonna overdraw a pretty significant amount.
I'm not sure he would much rather have Acidic Ooze there. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, because then you could play Ooze and Fire Elemental. Okay. Now you're barely overdrawing. You're gonna have 1 extra card, I believe.
Yeah, and 1 more for your next turn. But it's fine. You know, the game is not gonna go to fatigue at this point. Your hand is still stacked.
Uh-oh.
And you got rid of the Doomhammer.
Oh no. He only discards a Lightning Bolt as well. And Sixo's in a terrible spot.
Yeah, and there are no more Lightning Storms.
That's it. Fake 3 zeros with Shaman, and he's gonna go to the top 4, and he bumps down Firebat, marking him as the first open bracket player to advance in the top 2, as Kento has firmly secured first place off of his performance, and Fake will join him.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Oh
that
man,
sucks for
poor
Firebat,
Sixo.
but
I didn't even realize he was 0-9 this tournament. That is not a good showing for the root player. He's much better than his record suggests. Don't be fooled. In fact, he's the only player to play in all 3 tournaments, and for good reason. 2 of them he's qualified from the Open. But a rough end to the tournament for him.
He's had some pretty bad draws, I feel. Like, especially his Hunter draws could have been so much better. And they just weren't there. You know, his deck just wasn't capable of doing what he was designed to do because he drew so poorly. Then he ended up looking like a horrible deck, but we know it's good.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to be 0-9, but then you're also ushered out of the tournament by the deck that you posted and created and shared with the rest of the people. So a little bit of a sting, but you know what? If I know Sixo, he's going to use this as motivation to train harder and come back stronger for the next tournament, which most likely will feature him coming from the open bracket of some kind. So well played to Group A, but we have Kento and Fake advancing to the top 4 for day 3. Now, normally in the VGVN tournaments, we'd be done for the day, but we have the beginning of Group B that's going to be coming back at 6 p.m. Eastern, so in 15 minutes. So we'll have a few more group games of Group B, so don't go anywhere, guys. Just take a few minutes to reset yourselves. Find out more about your chance to win the Zeus Mini at the link. Type giveaway in the chat. Or if you missed some of the matches, you can go back for a few minutes and check out the YouTube VODs and see what games you missed and catch up on all the action. We'll see you guys at 6 p.m. Eastern. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to VGVN3. We are done with Group A for the tournament so far, and Kento and Fake have advanced with 2-1 records, and Fake barely narrowing out or edging out Firebat by having a better record and 3-0ing to advance. So well done to him, and he's the first open bracket qualifier player to go through to the next round. Meanwhile, Group B has a series of very well-talented players for different reasons. You have two of the ladder gods of Hyped and Nyria. You have Savitz, who's been a powerhouse from Hearthstone from the very beginning, and you have one of the most legendary card players of all time, Brian Kibler, and his teammate PVDDR, who's been doing a great job commentating alongside me. This is a very exciting time because I want to see how all these players fare, but everybody's eyes has to be on Kibler to see how he's going to perform this tournament.
Yeah, definitely. It'll be a big proving round for him. You know, his chance to play with the big leagues, so to speak. It should be interesting. And I also really want to see Hyped's mage deck. So, hope we get to see that.
Oh, yes. All these players seem to have their own ideas of how to build decks. They're pretty independent spirited, and they're not just willing to take the best deck and be like, all right, well, I'll just play this. It looks good. They each have their own ideas and craft innovative ways to kind of play them. So our first series of Group B for the day will be Brian Kibler versus Nyria. And now a lot of people know a little bit about Kibler, some of his thoughts on Hearthstone competitive scene, whether or not he likes formats like bans, etc. There's a lot of spotlight on him and his priest deck. But let's talk a little bit about Nyria. PV, do you know anything about this guy? And if so, tell me.
I know he's also from Ukraine, like Kento. He is, right?
Yes.
Okay, and I know his number 2 on ladder. Even though he doesn't play many tournaments, you know, he doesn't stream a lot and stuff like that. So he's not very famous, but people who know him think he's very good. And his results show it. I mean, you know, being second in EU on ladder, it's pretty impressive. But that's
absolutely
as much as I know about him.
Well, I mean, he's ranked second, but he's achieved first on the first season in April back earlier this season or earlier this year when seasons were first starting to come out for Legend and having the final rankings for the seeding points. Also, Monk got the opportunity to catch up with him, and apparently Nyria doesn't stream or do anything publicity-wise because his computer was around 7 years old. That's right. It was made back in 2006 and 2007 when I don't even know what was going on. Like Windows Vista was popular around there. Oh my God. That is dark times. And yet Nyria was the guy. He's the best player that you've probably never heard of. Now, let's go into the ban screens and see what these guys have chosen for what today's matches will be. Best of 5, 1 ban format. You get to deny opponents a deck. And it seems like Hunter has been banned for Brian, and Nyria will have his Miracle Rogue ban, and for good measure. Brian Kibler seems to place a lot of stock in his Priest deck and making it work, and a Miracle Rogue definitely gives that deck one of its harder times.
Yeah, well, this is actually the first time I've seen Nyria's picture. I had no idea how he looked like.
All right, well, he looks kind of like a baller, honestly.
Yeah, he really does.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, Kibler is not a surprise here. I think he's playing his Priest deck, which he played, you know, to great success before, and it's really the kind of deck he likes to play, both in Magic and in Hearthstone. Just clog the board with creatures and just do some attacks and some combat math. And Nyria is playing a deck which I think is has a good matchup against Priest, which is Handlock, which is definitely one of the stronger decks we've seen in this tournament. You know, just if you can avoid Hunter, it has a lot of very good matchups, Priest being one of them.
Certainly. The fact is that this deck cuts a lot of spells. Sorry, I'm talking about the Priest. The deck cuts a lot of spells in favor of a minion-centric approach. In fact, Kibler is not running any Shadow Word Deaths. He's cut them completely and has opted to go for just more minions, and the spell that could be his way to win late game scenarios might be Mind Control. So it's an interesting take. Let's see if it pays off to him. No Thought Seals, by the way. And that's another card that I know you've discussed a few times publicly on record, saying that maybe you're not sure it's the best card or people rate it correctly, maybe slightly overrated. Who knows? Maybe it'll be useful, maybe it won't be for future people. But here, Kibler's chosen to run without it. Game 1's about to begin, so let's see what these two players have in store for Group B.
Yeah, and you see Nyria running Alexstrasza, not running larger axes. So, some difference in opinions here.
Yeah, I think again it's based on how you think both can perform in the metagame and even your own preference, honestly.
Yeah, so a pretty standard hand for both players, I would say. Nothing really standing out here.
Yeah.
Gonna coin the most, the meaning of the biggest power in play to try and apply some damage before Nyria can take control of the game.
Yep.
Nyria is just gonna hero power.
Loot Hoarder disrupts the mana curve if your opponent has Mortal Coil. Most likely you can sneak in a little bit of damage. And this matchup does get tough if you kind of put your opponent into Molten Giant range, they taunt him up, and you just have nothing to do. Because you just don't have any way to push through those 9 health creatures. But there are ways around it. You have the Alkanai Soul Priest combos with Circle of Healing. You have the ability to kind of have a bunch of minions on board, and if they don't clear it with Hellfire or Shadow Flame, you might be able to pick up a good trade. But it's still going to be a little bit tough for Kibler here.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the issue is that he doesn't have Shadow or Death, and he also doesn't have Black Knight. So he actually has, outside of this Mind Control and Alkanai combo, 0 ways to deal with a big taunt guy. But what can he do? He can't just not attack, he has to attack. Try to win the game before his opponent draws the Molten Giants.
Ooh. Oh no. Yeah, he went for the double Northshire Cleric, and now he's going to lose him to AoE. And to the Hellfire goes for a nice 4-for-1, but I guess the Loot Hoarder at least draws 1.
Yeah, and you get 2 Spiralings, so it's not that bad. And maybe, he was balking on the fact that his opponent would be running the 2 Shadow Flame, 1 Hellfire version, which I've seen a lot of. I don't actually know how many he runs. Let me check. But yeah, some decks only have access to 1 Hellfire, then you can just hope they don't have it.
Oh, Nyria, by the way, bought a new computer finally, so thankfully we can see him in the webcam, but he is focused.
Yeah, looks like a picture.
Oh, man.
Yeah, he only has 1 Hellfire.
So. Oh, this is another way for him to burst, too. Alkanai, Soul Priest, and Zombie Chow.
Oh, yeah, to get past big taunts, it definitely is. He's not a very high life totem now. He could take 7 damage this turn, dropping down to 7. And he doesn't have a way to give his guys taunt. He has this Ledge Voucher, but he can't taunt up the Giant yet. He probably has to Shadow Flame here. Oh, now he can taunt 2 Giants. Yeah. Now his options are, just Shadow Flaming away the board and playing a Giant, or just playing a Giant and taunting his other Giant and probably silencing those Ledge Voucher. Both of which seem very reasonable. Also, Siphon So is an option, attack Siphon So. There are no wrong answers here.
Yeah. Either way, you're looking to clear the board. You're looking to play this Molten Giant. Nyria's just trying to making sure that if there's any way to get an optimal set of minions, so that way he doesn't overuse his resources inefficiently. But I think this one makes the most sense.
Yeah, it's definitely fine. His hand's pretty stacked either way.
Alright, Holy Nova.
Well, if you were Kibler, do you just Holy Nova here and hope that next turn you draw Circle of Healing to kill them with Zombie Chow? This is ambitious.
Very optimistic. Let me tell you.
Yeah, I guess you just have to play Karen instead. It's still, if you play low tap, it's just going to get attacked and you accomplish absolutely nothing. So at least Karen, if it doesn't have a silence, which he does, but if he doesn't have it, you can deal more damage.
Let me ask you, if he did have Circle of Healing, say this Lothab was Circle, then does that become a valid play?
I think so. I think that's probably his best chance to win the game. And considering, his opponent has 10 cards in hand, it would still not be good here because he can heal 3 points of life with the Farce here. But I think it's his best chance to win the game, as small as it is. It wouldn't even be that small. All it would take would be his opponent not having Farseer, or having to Siphon Soul his own guy. Stay alive.
Oh man, things are getting a little dicey for Brian. Oh my god, second zombie chow. This is starting to become like a weird scenario where, gosh, can you even use Holy Nova to damage your own zombie chow? And then, I don't know. You can't fit it all mana-wise with the Alkanite Soul Priest. You have to rely on Circle of Healing.
Now what happens, because he might get low tab next turn, which would basically just kill him. I assume he's gonna play low tab now. That's what I would do probably.
I must consider.
The thing is, if you play Holy Nova, the following turn you can kill a giant with Alkanai if it gets like too crazy, and you're starting to take way too much damage. But I think Lotheb is more consistent with how you win.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna win the game. Like, look at your hand. It's 2 zombie chows. If you have to do that, then you won't be able to play the zombie chows later. So I think he has to go for the kill here. And you have to look at your hand and think, how am I going to win the game? And it's such a key question to ask. And if you can't come up with an answer, then you have to make a different play. Like exposing your Alkanai would just lose you the game, I think.
Oh man.
Ooh, Maria is not concerned about double zombie chow circle.
Well, he doesn't have enough mana to do it, that's for sure. And the second Holy Nova isn't really what Brian Clibb was hoping for.
Yeah,
and I don't see a way for him to get out of here.
Yeah, no, there's nothing. I mean, if he hadn't been low tab, he would still need to draw the circle. As it is, there's nothing for him to do.
I wonder.
Yeah, everything else just can't stop the stem of damage. There's 24 damage already, so you're DOB. And there's no way for Kibler to kind of stop anything anymore now that spells cost way too much. And he can't use his Circle of Healing combination. Ah, that's so frustrating as a Priest player, because you're so close to killing your handlock, but Kibler's going to concede.
Yeah, it is frustrating. And interesting, low tap is a card that you don't always see in Miracle Rogue. Some players prefer not to play it. And it was good now. I mean, it wasn't needed, but it guaranteed the win.
All right, well, now he has to go to his Shaman or his Druid deck, and he's chosen the Shaman, which seems to be pretty favorable over what Shaman or what Handlock can do. You have the removals that line up very nicely, and it seems like Kibler has introduced a few other cards that's pretty nice in the arsenal. Sludge Belcher being one of them. Haunted Creeper has kind of been in and out of Shaman, but overall I think it's very flexible still with what it can do.
Yeah. It is. I think Haunted Creeper is not spectacular, but it's a role player. It does what you need to do better than any other card, so you run it, even though it's not spectacular.
It's a role player. All right. Well, I think that's a good description of this card. Sorry, Forsen totally ruined that for me. Let's go to game 2 and see if Nyria can keep up this streak, or will Kibler pick the deck that's able to unlock his key to evening up the series?
Yeah, I mean, it should be decent for him, because, as you said, removal matches up real nicely. Earthshock is great against Twilight Drake, and Hax is great against big giants.
Greetings, friend.
So I would imagine he's the favorite.
All right, cool. Well, looks like Kibler is going to have kind of an okay-ish start, but not really the best one that he could afford. He's drawn 2 of his heaviest cards, but at least he has something to do early on the board. And he also does have Earthshock for the Twilight Drake, which is very nice. Now it comes down to a coin flip, and I love asking this question. As a Handlock player, what do you like playing? Do you like playing the Giant, or do you like playing the Drake first?
I think I like playing the Drake. It depends. If I need... if my opponent has a board, then I play the Giant, because I can't afford to get an Earthshock. So, if I was just playing... Yeah, if my opponent had absolutely nothing, then you might play the Drake and try to bait a Hax on that, but you might get to a point where It's either, you know, too devastating to just get your Drake Earthshock, you just lose so much time, or you might have to react next turn, and then your Mountain Giant is going to cost more. Because Drake is always going to cost 4, and it doesn't really matter if it's a 4-7 or a 4-9, you know? But, and Giant, you know, imagine this turn it has to like Hellfire or Soulfire or something. Then when is he going to cast that Giant?
Oh man, Iria almost went for the autopilot onto the Twilight Drake, but a better alternative came to the hand. A little bit tricky for Kibler because he spent 2 cards and a half removing this.
And he doesn't have 2 Earthshocks, so the decision to play Mountain Giant really justified here. Yeah, he could Coin Load Tab here, but that's not fantastic because he's just going to get attacked. I think it's the best you can do. At least he can finish it off with the Fire Elemental next turn.
I think this actually is his best course of action, so that way he's not going to get wiped by something like Hellfire, and a combination of anything else. Alright. Well, Naria's going to heal up and play a little bit more defensive. I like it. Taking a very systematic approach. Doesn't allow... It's like you said, you don't want to allow the Shaman to pick up really good value with things like Earthshock. Otherwise, this turn would have been pretty
devastating. This play is super interesting. Counting to 3-3. Because it protects his Giant from the Fire Elemental. That's a very, very good play. That I think, you know, 98% of people would just not make. It's just so automatic to taunt your Giant. But here he actually doesn't want an attacking Giant. He wants the Giant to stay alive. And, you know, he also protects against Black Knight. I think it was a very, very good play.
Yeah, good as a play, and I like the more you talked about it, the more I like it. Not to mention that it's also powerful against Flame Tongue Totem too, forced to trade into the Farseer before it goes into anything else. So it's just actually just good against almost everything, pretty much.
Yeah, it's only bad if the opponent, you know, it's somehow going to kill you. Because chances are he wants to attack the Giant anyway, so why give him the opportunity to do it?
Alright, in the meantime, Brian Killer's kind of running out of time. He needs to do something and take action. But Sludge Belcher's his best course pretty much at this stage. Just try to stall. And this might give an opportunity for Naria to really take command of the board with being able to clear everything that Shaman has. But how does he go about it? Does he silence and Hellfire, go for the easy one? Does he weaken his Giant too much and play into Fire Elemental range? It's all about give or take here.
Yeah, a lot of different options. I like that he has 2 owls in his hand like that too. Owl is such a versatile card, and in this matchup, I think, in this metagame, I think Owl is very, very good. Lots of, you know, taunt buffs, lots of death rattles. But yeah, what does he do this turn?
I wonder.
Well, you know, I mean, you always could just Siphon Soul, push through and attack, and just kind of accept the fact that you might be vulnerable to Flame Tongue Totem. Took me a while to summon that name. Either way, I feel like there's no way to cover your entire bases.
Yeah, if you attack a minion with the Giant, then you don't lose your Giant to your Flame Tongue don't. Oh no, you still do. Yeah.
It's not pretty, but I think you're just kind of playing around the fact that he won't have it.
Yeah, and you protect yourself against Fire Elemental. Now he has to use Fire Elemental and a Nerf Shock and send his 2... Oh no, yeah. And send 1 dude in.
Yep, this is not the value that you were looking for if you're the Shaman player.
Yeah. You know, and that kind of frees up that Drake for him to play, though Kibler does have a second Earthshock.
Now, Naria does have a way to clear as well with Hellfire. And I think playing the Drake afterwards makes total sense. Dominate the board. And now finally Kibler can maybe draw something nice, whether it's like an Azure Drake, Earthshock, and then start piecing together the board.
Ooh, Pharaoh Spirit it's nice, but it's kind of bad because it means that you cannot play Alakir next turn.
Right, the Alakir Rock Fighter combo. I mean, it's not like you would be setting up for lethal anyways, but at the same time, you're right. If you need to summon him and you need to answer a lot of the smaller minions, it's kind of problematic.
Yeah, I know. I talk about this a lot, but the speed in which Naria plays is very impressive too, because he just drew a card and immediately used his hero power. So he already knew, what kind of cards you would be able to cast or not be able to cast. You just have to look at your hand and decide very quickly if you want to use if you're gonna have to spare mana or not, and you just had that decision made already. That's pretty cool.
The top play was just almost insta call, right? And that was a play that had a little bit of layer of decision making there. Meanwhile, Naria, by the way, has kind of a clear way that maybe he can start taking the board apart. He has a giant. He's got Leroy Shadow Flame if things ever get too dicey for him. Brian Kilmer's gonna try to push through this Sludge Belcher by using Lightning Storm.
Yeah, it's not pretty, but you do what you gotta do.
Okay. Soul Fire. Well, he basically showed that he couldn't deal very efficiently with the first Sludge Belcher. In fact, Shaman's been dealing everything on a 2-for-1 basis, and that just led up to compound it with the Warlock hero power into an insane card advantage.
Yeah, definitely. And now he has, 9 cards against his opponent's 2.
Oh, Alex Straza.
Is it time for, a Leroy Shadow Flame thing?
Well, Leroy actually, with his double Soul Fires, is 14 damage. So, I mean, he's got some burst.
Yeah, but does he need it?
Well, I think need is a very conditional word in Hearthstone. You don't really need much, unless you're just trying to survive. It's more of a luxury, if anything.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, again, there's another spot where I don't think they're in any wrong place.
Well, guess what? Now that he's faceless, he's got 20 damage.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage.
Ooh, Brian Kibler picks up his other way to use Rockbiter as burst, but it doesn't look like he'll be able to capitalize on it. And I believe he really needs a taunt giver of some kind, or it might not even matter because of how much damage the Soulfire can kind of get out of the way, and then you can just push in for the Leroy.
Yeah, this unfortunately I think it's just over. Even if he goes Alakir Rockbiter weapon and kills both those small guys. Or he could go Alakir, attack, and just hit a Town Toad, and that would be the best. But he still has... Yeah, he might not die this exact turn, but... Not looking great for him.
No, it's going to be tricky.
I think
if you buy time...
Yeah, I think the play has got to be Alakir Rockbiter. Attack... Kill the Sledge Belcher and then hit him for 5. Trade the 2 and go in for the mini Belcher. But that's
so then you're pushing in for 5 extra damage, and then putting him at 9.
Yeah, but then hoping to either do your Alakir survives or do you draw another Rockbiter. But that's pretty bad against Siphon, so it basically means out at this point. Or it's 6 damage, not 5.
Alright, well. Naria, he has an easy way to just kill off his Alakir. Doesn't seem like he has an easy way to end this game at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, he can still... Yeah, he plays Giant, taunts it up. And plays Siphon, so I don't see how he can...
Alright. Now with 2-card combination and an Alakir out of the way, there's actually no way, I believe, for Kibler to pull himself out of this one.
He could flip a Spell Totem and, double Lava Burst or something.
Right. Oh, I meant like in the deck that we know that he has. But you're absolutely correct. If his last cards were Leroy Faceless, then yes, he could do the two. But in our scenario where we know Kibler's deck and we're aware of what cards is in his range, it doesn't look like he can do this. And now Nyria has Leroy ready to carry it home. He doesn't even need Leroy. He can actually just go for, you know, like a Soulfire, double Soulfire way. Okay. All right, so Nyria's going to open 2-0 against Kibler and going to put him on his Druid deck to kind of come back in this series. A little bit of a rough start here. Certainly that Nyria is so dominant with Handlock, despite Shaman being one of its worst matchups. And pretty impressive play. Very solid. And just like you mentioned, I don't really see any noticeable flaws whatsoever.
Yeah, and now with Shaman out of the way, like it's, you know, it's looking really bad for Kibler because this Druid deck is not known for having a great Handlock matchup. This is why I think Handlock is such a strong deck to have in your lineup. Because there's so few decks that actually have a good matchup against it, and it's so consistent. So generally, when you have a deck you beat, you just beat. Because you draw so many cards, and a lot of your cards do the same things. It's, you know, I can't imagine going to a tournament these days without having Handlock in my lineup.
Yeah, Handlock has shown its potency multiple times over. And Nyria has done pretty well with it so far, and I feel like Brian Kibler's last deck, the Shade of Naxxramas oriented around Token Druid and going for Burst, is going to run into a wall of problems that have 8 or 9 health at least, or more, depends on how this Twilight Drake pans out. Let's go into Game 3 and see if Kibler can pull himself out. And if so, maybe he can, but it's going to be tricky, that's for sure, as Nyria has been playing pretty well, and it seems like his Handlock has been getting decent draws, and he's following up with solid plays.
Yeah, at least, you know, Kibler's last deck is not a deck that can just get countered. So if he wins this matchup, he still has a fighting chance against Nyria's next 2 decks. So it's not like he's going to have to, you know, run Handlock into Hunter or something like that. So this is a good deck if you have the 3-0. This is a deck that can beat anything.
I agree there. Now, Kibler's opening hand, a little bit rocky. Other than his Echoing Ooze, it doesn't seem like turns 3 to 4 has anything going on. And this deck requires an explosive start. And that's one of your primary ways to get an advantage and utilize cards like Savage Roar in the beginning in order to potentially end the game.
Yeah, definitely. He would really like to draw Shade now. Or even a Golem. Even just anything he can play. Because now he's looking at not having a play for the next 2 turns. That's really devastating.
Yikes. Oh, man. Now, meanwhile, his opponent, the Handlock player, has 2 4-drops of his choice. Mountain Giant and Twilight Drake are 2 big threats. And he's even got ways to kind of piece together some of the smaller minions in tandem. He's got Ancient Watcher and ways to activate it. He's got, you know, Farseer to challenge on the board and heal up. Things are looking very good for Nyria.
Yep, choosing not to play the Drake here, probably because he doesn't want to run it into Keeper, which would just silence it and trade it for News. Now he can guarantee that he can play the Mountain Giant next turn. He couldn't do that, obviously, because of the coin, but yeah, now he can just play that, and, you know, a 3-3 actually puts a big strain on this board of 1-2s. I guess what's Kibler going to do is probably just going to attack face and play a Golem, and then, you know, the 3-3 is going to eat some of his guys.
That feels pretty bad. The card that he put out is not even that strong to fend off against the Farseer. So good read once again from Nyria to kind of just recognize the best plays every single time. Very strong overall. Now Kibler, the quality of minions that he has are also some of the heaviest cards in his deck. Other than these cards, he has Druid of the Claws and he has Ancient of Lords. And then those are the heaviest 8 cards in the deck. So I have to kind of feel bad for this guy that he's gotten such the bad end of the drawing stick that he's in a really tough spot now.
Yeah, I mean, imagine the same hand with like an Innervate. You know, it would have been so much better. Instead, he has all the 5s and 6 drops. Which is a problem with Hunter. Granted, this will happen a lot with Druid, sorry. This will happen a lot with Druid because your cards have such different power levels and do such different things at different stages of the game. Drawing Innervate early is awesome, and drawing it, on turn 10 is very bad. Whereas with Handlock, I feel like, again, you're more consistent. Your cards do the same thing regardless of when you cast it, and that's a big part of why the deck is strong. Yeah, here Killer, is going to throw a low tab into the Giant, I guess. Just hoping to trade his whole board for a Giant, not knowing that there are like 3 more to come. And as Ledge Belcher, that's going to stop.
Oh gosh, yeah. Now you pointed out there's 2 Sludge Belchers. There's a second Mountain Giant, and there's another Twilight Drake. So it's pretty much a full loaded weapon here inside the hand of Nerea. And at this point, it's Kibler's gonna have to really shove hard in order to kind of get through. But now he's got to go through a wall of taunts. That's gonna be kind of tricky.
Ooh, attack to the face. That I did not expect. I thought he was going to kill. Yeah, I mean, I guess that works. Killer can still kill the Mountain Giant. With swipe hero power, right? He attacks, then swipes the Giant, hero powers the 1/2. Oh no, he can't. That's 1 damage short. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I don't see a way for Kibler to kind of pull himself out here without committing like everything, and then it's going to be really difficult once you give up the board as the Druid player. He already doesn't run tech cards, like you said, be a game Hunter or the Black Knight, because you've been dedicating your entire deck building to making this deck extremely lean and efficient with a lot of the minions.
Yeah, so I don't think there's actually any way to deal with that. Even if he plays Savage Roar here, that still won't be enough.
I guess you just play your best minion then. Put your best foot forward. Cairn is it.
Yeah, the saving grace for him is that Nerea doesn't actually have any parts of his combo. So at this precise moment, staying at 4 life or at 20 life is basically the same. But he's going to draw it eventually. If that Mountain Giant keeps attacking face. I don't know if he's going to attack face now.
No. Well, depends on kind of how he chooses to go about this turn. He's got flexibility to kind of add a lot of power onto the field. Putting out Giants. Putting out Twilight Drakes. Coining out Sludge Belcher. Anything is pretty much possible here. You want to kind of also see if you can get mileage out of something like Hellfire and make things softened up a little bit.
Okay, now he's going to taunt 2 big Giants. Which makes going for the face really easy here.
Yeah, definitely. Druid has to push through this. Alright, looks like he's going to have to play some cleanup crew here. Swiping Savage Roar.
Yeah. Yeah, imagine it's going to have to be that. How does he do it? Yeah, I mean, that, if he uses those 2 cards, he clears the board. He could even attack one of the Giants and take 8, but keep one of his minions.
Ugh.
It's better to just attack the 2/3 if you had.
Yeah, it feels better to do that because you're at 7 health if you attack into a Giant, and then Leroy plus anything kills you.
Yeah. Even Hellfire is Soulfire.
Yeah. Alright, a tough situation for Kibler, but he's got to pull himself out here. At least can take comfort knowing that there's no more Mountain Giants, but there's still a couple more threats remaining in his opponent's hand.
Yeah, so here you basically...
Yep.
Yeah. Question is, do you want to trade your ooze for the 2/2, or do you want to just send yourself at it? Killer chooses to send himself, putting himself at 13, which is also reasonable.
Okay. Well,
But it worked out better than expected for Killer, I think. You know, I think Nyria didn't think that was going to happen.
Yeah,
He's actually behind.
Yeah, on the board, he has to kind of be careful that his opponent doesn't have a way to kill him. And he is coming up on the turns where he's going to have to fear the combo in case his opponent has a second edition of it. Not over yet.
Oh, no, for sure not. Yeah, I feel like, I don't know, maybe if Nyria hadn't gone so much for the face. No,
A little bit more for
probably
board control.
Yeah, you know, killing those minions before the Savage Warrior could pump them, but then he wouldn't force Killer's hand. You know, the way he played, Killer had to have that.
Alright, Killer gonna fill out his curve a little bit better. And then he has Ancient of Lore to kind of pick up a couple more cards. Not to mention that if he has some of the most resilient cards in all of Hearthstone at the moment.
Yeah. What does Nyria do? Just play 2 minions here? Like Sledge Belcher and Wing Parseer? Not great.
Yeah, as much as Twilight Drake sits there and is going to be high health, you still want to get up the Taunters. You still want to get up minions to disrupt your opponent so that way they can't burst you out of the game. And so as soon as you pick up another Taunter, you have that plus an Ancient Watcher to set up a big wall. So just kind of keep that in your back pocket. An Innervate draw for Killer opens up more possibilities too. It depends on what he can get something off of Ancient of Lore. But he also has to kind of calculate the possibility of him dying from the opposite end because there is Leroy in the hand. And then Killer kind of weighs out his options here.
Yeah, and if anything, like, you know, the Leroy Shadow Flame combo is guessed to clear his whole board, even if he plays a second Spectral Knight here.
Oh man. In fact, the Ancient of Lore has to pick up Defender of Argus.
Yeah, that would be good.
But like you said, it would go for a clear instead of a kill.
Yeah. Not sure. He could heal the Spectral Knight, but I think that's actually what he's going to do.
Alright.
Nope, heals himself.
Heal himself. Okay, heads up play. Realizing that he feels like he might be dead, and the Ancient of Lore is his best bet.
He would be dead, right? Leroy,
right, he would have been.
Attack. Yeah.
Now, Nyria has a Taunt Giver now, so the Twilight Drake all of a sudden becomes relevant.
Yeah, but now he can just Hellfire the board away.
That's right. Forgot about that. And he's out of range within the Savage Roar combo.
Yeah.
Oh, this is looking very tricky indeed.
Killer's not dead now, though.
Ooh, the card combinations.
Yeah.
The fact that he's a take 4 here, but at least now you have some semblance of a board. And who knows?
True, yeah. You know, playing this way, if you draw, I guess you can't draw the combo.
Yeah.
So max you can do is 13 here.
Oh, wait. Leroy and the
Soulfire
Soulfire is 10 damage. And that allows Nyria to end this series right here 3-0. And you know what? It was just kind of on the back of pretty decent play. You know, going for a little bit of the extended BM too. I like it. He's not over the top by any means. Not quite the Forsen level, but he's got a little bit of flair. I like it. And he comes out of his first series 3-0 dominant showing with Handlock. And just great play overall. And this is awfully reminiscent of how we saw Kento start off the series, where it just made it look very easy.
Yeah, maybe it's just a Ukraine thing. Maybe they're just genetically good at Hearthstone.
Yeah, and not even showing much emotion, despite the fact that they were so one-sided in their favor. Well played overall.
Yeah, it really does look like a picture.
It's the poker face. The guy's definitely prepared for these high-level tournaments and making sure to keep his nerves calm. So Naria is up 1-0 overall in the group, and it comes to about the point where we have to kind of decide whether or not we can go into the next series or risk overlapping the BlizzCon America Qualifiers Day 3 stream. So I believe we're going to actually stop here for today and pick up the rest tomorrow. We've had a lot of fun here on Group A and B. Tomorrow we'll be starting at, I believe, 5 p.m. Pacific, also known as 8 p.m. Eastern for the United States. So make sure that you guys can follow the channel and make sure we get the notifications to go live. And it should be up after Lord of the Arena is done for the day. So keep in mind all the tournaments that are going up and making sure that you guys catch all the action, because tomorrow we'll finish up Hype, Savit's, and Brian Kibler's games along with Naria and see who advances to the top 4. Also, check out the chance to win the Zeus Mini Cyber Power PC with the link that you see. Type in giveaway in the chat and get more information, or go to the bottom of the Twitch channel and find out more about VGVN and all about their efforts to promote video games in a healthy way to the media, so that way it's not unfairly portrayed, and that way it can be represented accurately in things like the Supreme Court, so that way it's not unpegged. It's not pegged for things that it's not responsible for, like violent video games, etc. We're also going to be hosting Hyped after the stream. The player that you see from Group B, he's going to be playing some games on ladder, so you can join with him. PV, thanks for joining me today. Do you have any last words for the stream before we go?
Yes, thanks for having me. It was a great opportunity, and I know my microphone has not been the best. I couldn't have fixed it now, but I'll try to get a new one for tomorrow. So hopefully the sound will be better. And thanks for watching, everyone. It was very nice doing this.
It was a great time. So remember, guys, we'll be back at 8 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. That's 2 a.m. for Europeans, unfortunately. And it's going to be 5 p.m. Pacific for those in California and also in Western Canada. Thank you so much for watching, guys, from the One Nation of Gamers production crew and Liquid Heart and VGVN. Thank you so much for watching. This has been day 1 of the 3rd edition of the Next Flamers Release Tournament. We'll see you guys tomorrow night.